the most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahi Hawass himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
Hotep, Great SABA Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To SABA Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance, Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. their beauty like the sun's reflection on water, their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp, their beauty like circumpolar constellations, and their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
This is the whole purpose of actually doing the Menetta class on the Purim Haru, was to get everybody in the mind state of HEKA, because the Purim Haru is a book of HEKA. It's a book of magic. It's a book of immortality, out-of-body experiences. It's a book of several spells. It is all about the other realm and its connection to this realm and how you can merge the two. So I just never allowed the questions of actual ritual or magical practice other than the one-on-one. You'll see it looks like a sieve. Everybody know what a sieve is?
No.
A sieve is like a strainer. You can pour rice on it and only the water will go through, or you separate. It's like a screen. You pour something on it and it separates things. Thinner aspects can go through the Today's equivalent is a K or a Q. So we have Kes, which is bone, body, skeleton. The inner part of you that actually produces the blood within the bone marrow. So it's flesh and blood, which is bones, which is the Kes. So here, Kes ties in again is homage. Kes. Whether it's felt like that, or it's felt like any of the other 20 ways that the beautiful thing with the men. This came from, and how Venus associates with an actual shining planet, and how that became the Lucifer of Christianity, which is the Luic cipher, the encircled light, which sometimes can be Venus, sometimes can be the Kenti was the raw area of the beginnings. That's where the modern day Greek historians say that men came, that when they went and talked to the so-called Ethiopians, they said that that Kemet was an area reestablished.
To be very clear, I have never had an official beat with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform, I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with brother Tehuti and brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official deal with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamika.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So Shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
No, I just want to establish one thing. It's those who are with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both say at the same time?
Yeah, can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? You to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in him.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I wanted to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
No, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now?
Mic check, mic check. Let me get a 9 if you can hear me. I'm gonna fix something with the audio, so the videos, huh? Okay, 9 if you can hear me now, 9 if you can hear me now. 9 if you can hear me now. How about now? It was on mute. Thank you, Atef. It was on mute. Excellent. You should be able to hear me good now. Yes, yes, yes. No voice still? You can't hear me? I'm muted. Maybe there's a lag. I think there's a lag in the video from what I'm seeing. Type on the screen. And by the time you type it, I think I already fixed the problem. So maybe I'm not muted now. Okay. It sounds bad. Choppy again. Here we go. Let me go ahead and fix that again. Let me see if I can fix that. It does this every time we start the podcast, but that's okay. We're going to take it off and put it on condenser mic. How does that sound now? Am I sounding a little bit better? I took it off of Logitech mic, put it on condenser mic. How are we now? How are we now? There's a lag, so the response I'm seeing could have been from the last time I asked you the question. Uh-oh. Don't come out, Cobras. Okay, good. GoldenEye says better. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, hold on a second. Let me close this so the Cobras don't go on the loose. Okay, that should be good. Let me fix this. Spin this a little bit here, and we're gonna get right started. Oh, now it's it does the browser connection again, huh? Let's see. Start cam. It does it again. It does it again. It does it again. So now I'm gonna have to and it shows that every time. Very interesting when it does this virtual background. I have that. Yes, I do. 1 second, family. Let me come out and come back. Okay, we should be good now. Let me pull this up. We should be good now. Everybody ready? Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Pod class. We're going to get right into it and started. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Rob. Before we start anything, we're going to start properly, and that is with the vibrations of the affirmation. So that's what's causing it? Or is it this? No.
Oh boy, every time. There's a short with the camera, it seems. There's a short, yeah. I think it I'm gonna have to get another cord for this, no problem. Let me do this again. Let me come back. And I come, okay, so I can't move anything. Oh, let me fix the presentation view. Get it back on like this. And there, much better. Excellent, awesome, fabulous. Okay, it's about 92 degrees as it stays in here for the cobras and the anacondas and the Komodo dragon family and everybody that's in here with me. Okay, we're going to get started with the right vibration, and that vibration is with the affirmation. Let's get started right with the affirmation, and then we're going to do a quick intro and then get started right off the bat immediately. All right, everybody, we're going to start on the count of 3. For the new people, you can just read it. If you have a question, you can send the question in. I'll explain how that works in a moment, and we're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki ma'at un ns nin tet aset ma'at min hebapet ma'at her and hu kiui per ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Wonderful, everybody. Let's get started. Everybody ready? Pull this up a little bit. Okay. Okay, here we go. Boom. My name is Tehuti. I'm in HEKA. I was just about to ask for this brother right here. I was like, is T-Bull here? He's going to come to the panel tonight and ask a couple questions on health. We're going to get a little diet program and tell him how that works. And I'm glad that he is here because I've transformed a few bodies in here through discipline. Here we go. Okay, everybody, peace, T-Bull. My name is HEKA. I've been a teacher for several decades. You know, you've heard, you've seen the intros. Are any new people here? Any new people here, press a 9 if you're new. If not, we're going to go past that intro. Any new people here, press a 9. Everybody here should know what actually is going on. I think Nicholas is new, but he knows the intro. I was teaching for several years. I was public. I went private. I did not, through what I experienced, I'll tell everybody this. I don't think I told anybody this part of the story before, but when I was living in Brooklyn, New York, I used to break down multitudes of information to my aunt. I used to just break down information. And one day she said something very important to me. She said, "Do you get paid for this?" And I looked up in the air. I said, "No, I don't do this for money." She said, "There's people giving seminars for not even a quarter, not even a portion of what you're breaking down, and you're not getting paid for this." She was in awe. She was into real estate. She was into making her thousands, millions, and she was in complete awe that I was not getting paid for the time and effort I put into teaching people. And I said, "No, I've been doing this for 25 years, not a dollar." So, anyways, everybody knows I went into seclusion until one close sister of mine and my netert and Ahati, who I had met on the beaches, who I was teaching for several years, suggested that I come back to the public. I was going to eventually come back. I didn't tell anybody that part, but at the time, I just said, there's no need to right now. Everybody's satisfied with the confusion out there. That's fine. I went on the internet and took a look and saw the chaos that was going on. It was very, I recognized the people too. A lot of the people were people that I actually taught, that I debated. One in debate taught students of my, children of my students. And there's some of your big YouTube people right now. And so, along my journeys, when I came back to the internet, I got invited to a debate league that I didn't know was a debate league. I thought they were just interviewing me, and they had an interview with me. They said they were Hebrews, wanted to know more about Kemet, interviewed me, and while they're interviewing me, they the champion challenged me to a debate, and I said, I'll go ahead and do it. It's fun. I'll teach. I've never debated online before like this structure. What's the rules? Well, it's 5 judges, and what are their beliefs? So 4 of them believe in the Bible, and one of them acknowledges African studies. And I said, what's the name of the debate? I let them choose everything. What's the name of the debate? They said, oh, it's the Bible versus African studies. It's the Bible versus Ma'at. And I said, okay, the odds are weighed up against me, but I will take the challenge. At any rate, I went on. Judge battle, the Hebrews voted for me. I beat him. And it continued to go on where I continued to beat everybody in debates. I don't debate anymore. I don't do that anymore. But it was fun while it lasted. And I realized that it was too easy for me. One of the channels I went on, they said this is the toughest environment. This is the toughest environment. And when I went on there and debated, I was beating everybody, and I was kind of curious as to why this was considered tough. It may be tough for others. It was very simple for me. I debate just like this, and I was beating people to the point where they had to try to take away some of my wins. But officially, I beat everybody. And I continued to go on. I went on to Kill the Priest, and for an interview again. And when I went for an interview, the co-host challenged me to a debate. So debated him. According to the Crow crowd, I beat him. That was nothing really, because he's not even a debater. He just had a big ego against me, and I beat one of his influencers named Unc West, and he decided to do the same debate that Unc West did, and Unc West lost that one, and he lost. And so at any rate, I was just there to teach the people on Kill the Priest. Kill the Priest was very excited to have me. A lot of his audience, which is right here in this crowd right now, became my students, and some of my old students that I was teaching ever since 1993 started seeing me on these chats on Kill the Priest and other places, and they started wanting to continue the one-on-ones they were having with me. I've been having one-on-ones with people since 1994 or so, and so at any rate, this is what I do for a living. So the one-on-ones, people started giving me offerings. It was free will offerings they were giving me. I wasn't technically getting paid, but I was getting free will offerings. And the free will offerings were extremely generous, anywhere from $50 to $200. A sister named Nana in the room was giving like $100 to $200 for a one-on-one for like a 2-hour session. But what was happening was taking up too much of my time, so I actually made an announcement on the Kill the Priest show, because while I was on Kill the Priest, it was so explosive that that AD, the engineer, started giving me money out of his pocket. That's never happened before in Kill the Priest. I don't think it's ever happened again. And he started dumping his wallet out into my hand, so you deserve this. And people were giving super chats of they were having bids on me, $350, $500. And I wasn't seeing a penny of that, and it was not a problem because I never asked for a penny of it in the first place. So not a problem. I was there just to teach, and I was having one-on-ones, and the one-on-ones were very generous, so I never asked for a penny for that. At any rate, it was becoming too extensive for me as far as time-wise. It was taking up too much of my time, and I announced to the audience that I'm going to invent something. I asked Kill the Priest, I said, what is this called, Kill the Priest? He said, this is called a podcast. And I said, okay, wonderful. I like that, a podcast. So I'm going to invent what's called a pod class. And the pod class is going to be me online teaching. But I'm going to present myself with the most dangerous, not physically dangerous, but the most testing environment. And that is, I'm not going to come with anything to teach. I have a particular gift. Everybody has their gifts, I hope. Everybody must discipline themselves. When you discipline yourself, you get to see what your body looks like. You get to see what your brain looks like. and you start digging deep within, you start to realize your particular gifts, because it's not clouded with the toxins and the bad food and the arguments and the chaos and the self-hate. When all those toxins are gone, your true self becomes revealed. You get to see yourself for the first time. You get to see what you look like. You get to see what your inner self looks like. And with all the filth gone, your gift comes out. My gift is to relay information in a way that's unchallenged, as I proved in all of my debates. Is to tap into the matrix, because I was raised in a scenario where I was around animals for a lot of my life. So I wasn't around the clubs and the people and all of those things that were in the matrix. I was kind of away from those situations and environments. And on top of that, I put lots of money into learning magical abilities. So I trained my brain to shift from the regular people's mindset, and I went into a state of magic. And when I went into that state, I started seeing more of how this government works and how the psyops works. And I started seeing the matrix from the other side. That's one of the benefits of having me as a teacher in my gift, is that I see the matrix from the other side, not from this side outwards, where it's being placed on us. Not that. I see the matrix from the reverse side, because I took life savings, I took thousands of dollars and put it into learning magic from top magicians. And some of these magicians are actually the magicians that the magic that you're seeing on TV is used to control the environment that you're living in. It's the same magic. So I see the principle before it's actually put into effect. And so as soon as I see the matrix, I can actually see it, like how when Neo looked at the matrix, he saw all the green coming down. That's how I see at times. I can see what's happening because I know how it functions from the other side. So when a magician watches another magician, he's not as impressed as the crowd watching it, because he's seeing it from the other side. And that's how I see this world being run. So when I hear people speak and I hear music and I see different people teaching, I can see the matrix immediately. I train my frequency, and my gift is to be able to teach from the other side. And that is why when I teach, it's extremely detailed and explosive, because I know how to obtain the information before I touch a computer. But I have to touch a computer and put in the research in order to put the presentation together for you. But because I know what's on the other side, the information is there as well. It's in the Sekhet. It's in the Sekhet, and it's in the mental plane. And you can go research Ingo Swann on that and look up one point of consciousness to see how he helped the government work, the government agencies work and see the enemy without actually crossing the borders or going overseas. He was able to use remote viewing and bring back information to give to the government. Look up Ingo Swann, because all of this information already exists in the Sekhet, in the mental plane. It's how to put it together to make it presentable and digestible for people that are within the matrix. And that is my particular gift, which the new people will see when we start to listen and see what's about to pop up on the screen. So I announced on the Killer Priest podcast, Rocketeers. I can't remember all the different names, but I announced that I was going to have people come to my channel, and I was going to sit like this, and you send in a question. And when you send in the question, then when I see the question, I answer the question. That's what I was doing on Killer Priest. And the whole class is controlled by you. It is the most challenging thing a teacher can do. A teacher can go prepare what he wants to teach. And of course, he may be good at it because he chose a topic. So he's going to be able to put it together how he wants. What I do is I never choose a topic. I actually put it out there for you to ask. I'm the SABA, the doorway. When you ask the question, it's my obligation to now put together a dynamic answer for you, and I have no choice in the matter, because that's the agreement that I made. A particular agreement that I made, that I don't have a choice in the matter, only if it's dangerous to the channel. But I don't have a choice. As a SABA, I just open the door that you are knocking on, and thus I have to answer what you ask. You can ask E Manifesto, you can ask Stephen E, you can ask Robert Reyes about the questions that have been asked here. They're not my choice. Not at all. And so I set up a system of reciprocity because somebody created a concept that knowledge is free, that somebody was actually the enemy, that somebody was actually Isfet, that somebody was actually the conquistadors and the conquerors, the perpetrators that came into other people's country and stole their information for free. So they created a concept that knowledge is free. If you're the invader, then knowledge is free. Because you come into a place, you kill the women, you kill the children, you kill the men, you take the women, you have more children, you take their papyrus, you take the stones, you steal it, and then it's free to you. Those same individuals in the 1800s and the 1600s and the 15 or 1400s that were doing that would have to go back to Britain, go back to France, go back to Lavur, go back to Germany and go to school and pay for it. Let me say it again. The same people that broke into Africa, came to the Native Americans, came to the Aztecs, came to all the indigenous people, raped their women, killed the men, stole the knowledge, took the knowledge for free, created this concept, knowledge is free, knowledge is free. Yes, because you're stealing it. And you don't have to go through being a scribe to get what the scribes went through 40 years. You just can come and steal the papyrus, steal the tombs, translate it, and nobody's charging you for that because you're an invader. So you get to take it, Mr. Arab, take it, Mr. European. So therefore you get the concept that knowledge is free. Those same people leave the motherland after stealing the knowledge, and when they're asked for their credentials, they have to flash a PhD. They have to flash an archaeology. You have to flash a paper or a badge. How did you get the badge? Well, where I live in Germany, in France, I have to pay tuition to go to school to get this document, to prove who I am, to learn the archaeology, learn the anthropology, learn whatever it is the slave masters learned. They have to go to school and pay for that. So knowledge is not free in a place that you respect. So to the European, knowledge is not free in Europe. So the person in France is going to university to get the PhD in archaeology and come over here and go over to Kemet and steal the information. Knowledge is not free in France. They're going to university and colleges for years and paying thousands and thousands in tuition so that they can come and rob the other people for free. Go into the Congo, come to the Native Americans, steal for free. So unfortunately, this concept got rubbed off into darker skinned people, and we started believing that knowledge is free. Meanwhile, thousands of years ago, you would have to pay half your salary, to get a per Mharu that costs $15 on Amazon today. The same people that are saying knowledge is free, they're paying $30,000 to $50,000 in tuition to learn psychology, and 95% of people that go to college do not work the job they paid their tuition for. Do you know that? 95% of the people that go to college do not work the job that they went to college for. So they spent that money for free. What do they spend it on? Knowledge. So knowledge costs when you care about it. So I created a system that is imitating the barter system of ancient Africa, and that is, if you wanted something, you gave. This was a reciprocity. You bit an apple, you took the seeds, you planted it in the ground. If you wanted to learn from the scribes, you brought them 40 ducks, you brought them 20 cows, you brought them 30 mules. You sat in front of them and you learned from the priest and the scribe. And when you left, you gave them pieces of your property, or you gave them your grain, or you gave them your ducks, or you gave them your mules, or you gave them your horses, whatever you had. And it was an exchange called an ebb and flow. It's the way that you exist when you breathe. Imagine breathing in and just taking, and never breathing out. Imagine if somebody clogged your penis, vagina, and anus, where all you could do is take, eat, and you could never release. So the way that nature works is you take and you release and you give back. The same thing that the cow is releasing from itself after eating all that grass serves as a fertility to the grass. The same dung that the Kemetians use as the symbol of the principle of everlasting life with the KHEPERA, the scarab beetle, he's rolling doo-doo. Something that you despise, something that you say, that ain't worth a piece of shh. You ain't shh to me. That same shh the farmers would take in Kemet and pat it on the ground and give it to the grass so that the grass could grow. When you say you ain't worth a piece of shh, well, without the shh, there's no Nile Valley because there's no fertility. So this is called the ebb and flow of nature. And the ebb and flow is that you give and you receive. Once you become somebody that only takes, now you are the same as the conquistador, the conqueror, the same as the European. If you just come to the pod class and just take and give me more knowledge, give me more, let me suck it all up like a leech, a lamprey, and I'm going to give nothing, then you can't teach pro-blackness or Kemet or consciousness or laws of you can't teach any of that because you're the same as the robber and the thief that came in that just vacuum sucked up Africa. Let me take your oil. What do we get for it? No, you get a gunshot. Pow, pow. Let me take your gold. What do we get for it? You get a rifle. That's what you get. We're going to kill you and take your oil, take your knowledge, take your papyrus, take your diamonds, and pop you in the head because knowledge is free and so are your diamonds. Well, we don't work like that here at the Tehuti Pod class, so I created a system where you can actually send in reciprocity with a question or just support to keep this here. And then what you get is, according to a TEF, is priceless. The answers that I give are priceless, life-changing. So I'm going to go ahead and show an example of some of the people that supported and how you can actually support. And actually, let me put it in the room how you do support the Tehuti Pod class, how you do keep this actually going, because if this stops, I will be gone again. And I promise I will be gone again. And I will create another system of survival. And you all will go to the other channels and learn from them. Ask these kind of questions that you ask them. These beautiful questions that are only asked here, such as an example is, let me show something. So we got questions like this. So you can send PayPal, and when you do, you can actually type in more. So I created a system where you can send in support question or just support. Then you could type something at the bottom and look at the type of questions that are asked here. I'm going to actually put the PayPal at the bottom so you can see that there's PayPal at Rocky SV and Cash App T.O.M. Look at this question. Is knowledge and application of math and triangulation part of living in Ma'at? Did Pythagoras get his formulas from Kemet? Look at the type of question. Have you ever seen a question even asked like that before? Then we have Sherika, who gave so first of all, that was $34.50. You've never seen that kind of donation given to ask one question, and that is because you will only understand once you see me give the answer. And this is Sherika, one of the biggest question donator of the whole pod class, who sent $44.10, and it says, please explain on an internal level why each of us experience time on different rates. Many claim time is speeding up and everything is happening fast. However, for me, I feel the contrary. Each moment is growing in the present and slowing time down. One moment every. Okay, I am back. So look at the kind of questions that's asked here. Then we have Netter Hotep Ankh, who asked a question. Let me fix the banner and put this in the banner. And sorry, not in the banner. Put this smaller and take this off. Hotep Sabatuti, could you break the matrix origin of the cross and how it predates Christianity? So these are the ways that you can ask questions, and you send it into Cash App TTM or PayPal at Rocky SV. Or you can just send in support if you want this to continue. Okay? So that is how it works here. It's a reciprocity system that has never been seen on the internet before. Look at this. Rigo sends in 100. You've never seen this before. You've never seen this phenomenon take place. If you have, put in the YouTube channel, put in the lecture, put in anything where you've seen before where somebody sends $111 in And I want to tell you, it's not just for asking a question. I don't put a price on any question. It's for the support and the impact that your life is getting when you get the answers. So because you understand that, you start to realize that, hey, these questions are worth more than a pair of Nikes or a Gucci belt or some ring that I'm going to buy one of my ladies to impress them. And all this silliness that we do, Netflix and going out to the movies to see the Avengers for $60 to take your family to watch a movie. The Matrix 4 breakdown. I'm going to be doing something like this next week. Somebody sent in a question about the never-ending story, and that's going to be coming up. So that is how the Tehuti Pod class works. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Now, as far as the people in the room that are actually helping this system work beautifully, I don't know if a brother named Stranger is in the room right now, but if he is, then he is the one that actually created a particular term. Now, you may see people in other chat rooms with wrenches, and they're called moderators, and that's great. Well, Stranger created this term out of the original term that it came from, which was Ma'at, and these are the Ma'atarators, which is Nania Setmer, Unki M. Nania Setmer, the beautiful, the wonderful secretary Unki M. Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, who's on leave right now, so I may he has to replace him with someone else. I may put another brother in there. Ahati Ma'at, the soldier protector, and the scribe. These are the Ma'atarators. Ma'atarators, they're the ones that keep the room under control. The beautiful thing about the pod class is that it never gets out of control. There's never any disrespect or chaos in here because Isfet can't live in here. You know why? I'll take this off the screen. Isfet can't live here for the same reason why a tree can't catch AIDS. Okay? How come trees don't get AIDS? Anybody have a pet cat? When was the last time you got AIDS? No AIDS for your German Shepherd? No? Your gerbil didn't get AIDS either? No problem with that? No? Okay. So your trees that you have in your home called flowers and plants and the trees outside, and for some reason the lions and the giraffes and the crocodiles and the alligators don't seem to be worried about AIDS. They don't seem to be worried about a lot of these diseases. They don't seem to be worried about cavities. They don't seem to be. I don't know if your dog needs eyeglasses. I'm not sure if he needs his prescription pair of glasses. Does your gerbil wear glasses? No. Your goldfish needs the dentist appointment? No. So Isfet doesn't live within here. Why? Because this has been designed by me where it has nothing to feed off of. AIDS can't live off of anything in a tree. AIDS can't seem to live in a crocodile. It doesn't have what it needs to feed off of that. It can seem to be passed from you to you, but it seems like the crocodiles aren't catching malaria in the same river that a person can take a sip. They got malaria, and the crocodile and the hippopotamus is swimming in it. Huh? They're swimming in it. Where's the malaria for the hippopotamus? So, viruses, things can only exist when the host is designed as something they can feed off of. There's no Isfet here. So when Isfet comes into the room, it has nothing to feed off of because nobody raises their voice here. I don't respond to any negative comments. I don't respond to anything. I'll take a negative comment and turn it into into words of wisdom. But I never respond to it like as if I'm the equal of the person giving the comment. Not me. I'm actually not allowed to. I'm not allowed to respond to you if you have any type of opinion on what it is that I'm doing. And the simple reason is why Isfet can't feed off of me is because of the fact that I only respond to advice and thoughts from people that have the same agenda who can possibly replace me. The wisdom is anybody can disagree and say anything negative about and towards anyone else. Anybody can do that. You can sit on your couch and have no particular lifestyle, eating Doritos and potato chips and bacon and eggs, and then you see Tiger Woods, Mara Andretti, and Michael Jordan, and you start to critique them. You should have took off on your left foot, Michael Jordan. Mario Andretti didn't hold the wheel just enough. I don't like the way you did that. And then you go back and sit on the couch. Mario Andretti has no business responding to you because you don't live a disciplined life of a car racer. Bruce Lee has no business responding to you because you don't live the life of that. You're just coming in with your mind clouded and everywhere and just nitpicking and saying what you don't like, but you can't replace me. I can only respond to those who have the same agenda, who have the possibility of replacing me. Because let's say I do things, let's say these things are wrong, let's say these things are incorrect. Fine. Remove me from the pod class and take over for these thousands of people that want the truth. Can you? No, because you actually do not have that same agenda. I will never argue with somebody who doesn't have the same agenda as I, because you're arguing just to tear down, not to build up. So thus, I'm not allowed to argue with you. I can only speak with an equal or someone who at least wants to take the reign and say, okay, Tehuti, you did this, you didn't do correct here. Let me take the wheel for a while. I'll do a couple pod classes. Let me show you how it's done. No. You want to critique and take out Tehuti so that there's nothing. And that's the new conscious community, is to argue and take everybody out. And then there's no structure, no consistency, no leader, no ranking system, and no country runs like that. So therefore, no country can ever be built. And I can't allow you to do that. So therefore, I never feed into the ISFET because you don't want to replace me. And I have thousands of people that are sending me hundreds of emails daily and asking questions and looking for guidance, and I'm answering. I'm helping people have their dead mothers visit them in the astral realm. I'm having people changing their physical structure of their body. I'm quadrupling people's financial income. I'm having people have out-of-body experience. I'm answering questions. I'm a role model. I train people at the gym. I train professional bodybuilders that go into competitions. It's a completely disciplined life that I am living. I wake up at a certain time of the day. I eat certain food weighed on a scale. I do things and count my breaths at the amount of times that I do it so I can keep the consistent breath work as I'm doing something. This is a disciplined life, and you're not doing that. So it is disrespectful for me to respond to you because you want to take me out and leave everybody with nothing. Hey, I'm not going to participate. Let Malcolm X and Khalid Muhammad argue. That's fair. That's good. Let Malcolm X and Khalid Muhammad argue. I like that. That's good. So if Malcolm X says, step down, Khalid Muhammad, step down. You're doing some things wrong, and I'm going to take the reign from here. That's fine. That's good. But I'm not debating and arguing with the guy that's sitting on the couch or the girl that's sitting at home depressed and doesn't have any type of lifestyle to argue. I would never do that. Speaking of which, we're going to get into the first question now of the Tehuti pod class. Here we go, everybody. If you are ready, press a 9. Here is the first question of the Tehuti pod class. So this is a support reciprocity system. This is the system that kept the motherland going. When you read about your ancient scribes, can you tell me what their job was, please? You read about the greatest writers, and they wrote the papyrus and they carved on the walls. So how do they feed their family? That's the answer. They wrote on the papyrus and they carved on the walls and they taught the students. So thus the community was supplying and providing for them for that job, which is the most important job of why you even have any knowledge on Africa whatsoever, because you would have no knowledge on Africa if nothing was written about it. So the most important person was the person who kept the documents of the culture, so that we in 2023 can go to a library, can go to a museum, can go look at the papyrus and the stone and say, the Kemetians said this. How do you know that? Because of the scribe. How did the scribe survive? He taught. So that means the community respected the scribe to keep the scribe and the priest alive for doing what? Teaching. That's the mentality that was ripped away from us. I'm bringing that back, and that's why you see those type of donations. Please support the Tehuti pod class. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. We're about to get into the first question now of the Tehuti pod class. Let me go ahead and put that on the screen one last time, and then we're about to just get right into it. And this is a beautiful night. The question I already see coming in is it's been asked so many times, it's been mentioned so many times, and I'm going to ask the crowd about it. Let me go ahead and put my AI moderator. That's my AI moderator. She's pointing up. She's saying support with Cash App TT question. Support with the Cash App question at TT Amoon. PayPal at Rocky SV. I remember this good brother here who gave one of the biggest donations ever. I don't know if he's in the room anymore. I don't really see him much anymore, but this brother came in and he used to blow it away. $127, massive. That was Kamit 101. Shout out to you. Hope you're doing good. I don't really see you anymore in the room much or sending in donations, but I hope your health and everything is good. This is Owen Height, $143. That's the kind of support that comes in when people respect what it is that I do. So let's go ahead and get into it, everybody. What's the first question here? The Tehuti podcast. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen here. You send in live questions, and I already received this question before the podcast, so I was able to put it on the I was able to put it in the title. This is actually a question about women. How many people here? Let me ask a question while I get this set up. And also, to the people in the room, press the 9 again if you can hear me. Press the 9 again if you can hear me and see me. And let me introduce you to my my crew here, my people, my beings here. I don't know if they're around. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Okay. Somewhere here. There she is. This is Neath Ka right there. She's all the way from Zimbabwe, southern parts, even past the Nile, and she represents quantum entanglement, photonic entanglement. This is Sata, all the way from Kemet, the Nile Valley. This, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are new here, this is an actual cobra from Kemet in front of you. This is the Kemetic cobra that is in the Per-Em Haru that is called Sata. This cobra is actually the very first word on the planet for an out-of-body experience. The out-of-body experience was called Sata. It meant to walk out or to echo out of the body. Sata or Setut. And that was the name of this particular snake in the Book of the Dead, the Per-Em Haru, that has these these stripes here on the head. That is the exact cobra that you see in the Per-Em Haru with the pointy nose and the 2 stripes on the head. And it is a very unique type of cobra because it doesn't stand up and flare when it gets angry. It stands up when it looks around. It stands above the grass and above the other animals and looks over them to have a better perspective of life, to have a better vision of life. It doesn't stand up because it's angry. The other cobras do. They stand up and flare out because they're angry. This one flares out and moves on the ground, or it just stands up to look around, and it represented resurrection, or transforming into the snake in the Per-Em Haru. So I represent Ma'at, and that's why on my hat, I don't know if this is visible. What side is it on? Let me take a look again. Here it is, boom. And there is the feather of Ma'at. It's the yellow feather of Ma'at, actual ostrich feather on the hat. Let me move this up. And somebody in the room answered. I don't answer questions in the room, but I will answer this quick one. Is it poisonous? And the answer is venomous. It's actually what you're trying to say. Snakes are venomous. They carry a venom. And does it carry a venom? Absolutely. Absolutely, it carries a venom. And speaking of which, if anybody wants to see, I've been doing some things with the training and things with the snakes that you see in the intro. And if anybody wants to see any of them, you can send a donation, and I will break down the Atef snake and the horned viper from Kemet, and I may even bring it to the pod class. 1 second. So much is going on. But yes, it is venomous. Yes. Okay, everybody. Yes, it is. Hey, how you doing, Sata? Where are you? Where's your head? They wonder if you're venomous. Let me kiss your venomous face. There you go. So that is Sata. Yes, he is. His wife is in the tank, and he is venomous. Yes, and they don't advise in the reptile shows and the reptile professionals. They don't advise to handle these. They say they bite it so fast you won't know when they bit you. They have a different type of bite. What they do is they bite and they dig into with their front teeth, and they have back fangs that drop venom into when they dig out and rip your skin. They go like this and rip, and their back drips out of venom that goes into the rip, and that's how they get their prey. So they suggest don't handle these. They're not really handleable. They don't like to be handled. They're aggressive, defensive, and they can strike at any moment, and they just don't. They're just not good to be handled. They're hyper. They're going to go all over the place. They never stay in one spot. You know, everything of the opposite of what you're seeing here today. All right, let's get into it, everybody. No, you can't defang them because that is their saliva. Their saliva comes from their fangs. So you can't you defang them. You defang a snake, and in most cases it dies because the saliva is the venom. I'm doing a class on snakes. The saliva is the venom, and the venom gland is directly attached to the fangs, so it bites and it has to digest. If you take the fangs out, if you do anything to it, and the venom just pours out uncontrollably, the snake actually dies. So no, there's no defanging, none of that. Straight from Kemet, my animals come from the country that I teach about. So a lot of my animals come from, this is from Kemet, right? So is the Ankh that he's on. The Ankh is from Kemet as well. Let's get into it, everybody. This is what I do. I live what I teach. I teach what I live. And that's why it's hard to come up against this. You have to come up with a topic that you create and not what I actually ever said. Here we go, everybody. Let's get into the first question, everybody, and break it down. Tehuti Pod class style. What is the first question, everybody? Oops, no, that's not what we want. We want the first question, everybody. And the first question is actually about women. Let me go ahead and put this up. Who here has heard in the room that women were the first on the planet, and there was a time where there was no men on the planet? It was, as a matter of fact, it's a contingency. If you hear that women are the first on the planet, if you believe that women were the first on the planet, then through the contingency of that belief, you automatically are simultaneously stating that there was a time when there was no men here. I want everybody to understand that. If you believe and teach that women were the first on the planet, which I hear many teaching, you may have even heard me say something to that. But if you teach that, then you simultaneously are teaching that there were no men here. Understand that? So has anybody here ever taught, what is this on the screen? Has anybody here ever taught, believed, or stated or quoted that women were the first on the planet? Have you ever heard it? You can press yes. Have you ever taught it? Have you ever said it to anybody that women were the first on the planet? The oldest genes go back to women. Anybody ever heard that before? Go ahead and teach, or not teach, go ahead and answer. Have you ever heard that before? That women were the first on the planet. You heard the black woman is God. The black woman is the original being on the planet. All life comes from the black woman. All life comes from the black woman. Okay? You've heard it, right? Wonderful. Somebody's sneezing back there. Okay, wonderful. So if women were the first on the planet, that means there was a time where there was no men, right? If women were the first on the planet, simultaneously that has to be stating that there was a time when here are the statements that are made simultaneously with women were the first on the planet and all life came from the black woman. Here's the statements. You automatically believe in parthenogenesis off the bat. Why? Because if women were the first on the planet, that means there was a time where there was no men. So where did the women come from? And where did the other women 10 years later after them come from if there was no men? That means that women were reproducing without men. Thus, you automatically believe in parthenogenesis and simultaneously believe in a point in period of time where there was no men on the planet. Those three things come automatically hand in hand. So here we go. Robert Williams says, yes, women first on the planet. Wonderful. So if women were the first on the planet, automatically, Brother Robert believes in parthenogenesis, that women were able to produce without men, because where did the women come from? How did they live after the first 100 years after people die? Where did the next generation come from? Jody says asexual reproduction. So there was a point in time where there was women on the planet performing asexual reproduction. So we have to find this out. What is going on? And then if that's the case, where did men even come from? And then how did it switch? So we're going to find that out. That's a great thing that was actually asked. I'm going to put the question on the screen. Let me see if I can find the question sent into the Tehuti pod class. Let me see if I can find it and give him his props for that. So we're going to go to, okay. Let me see if I can find the, sound like Bugs Bunny. That's all, folks. Okay. Let me see. What is it? September 29th, right? Here it is. And I'm going to put the question on the screen. Who's this asked by? Oh, this is beautiful. Donation, first of all. The reciprocity sent in by the good brother, Netter KHEPERA. Netter the greatest, sorry. Netter Ankh. He has Netter the greatest and Netter Ankh Hotep El. Those are his two names. So I'm going to go ahead and put his reciprocity, because without reciprocity, there is no pod class. I say it again. Without this happening right here, there is no pod class. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen and give him his noise. That is $25 sent in from the good brother, Netter Ankh Hotep El. Shout out to you, good brother. We appreciate you very, very much. Thank you for that. He always sends in 2 questions at a time, and they're each for $25. So if you see $25 sent in, automatically assume and know he sent in 50. So this is one of them, the $25. Shout out to you, good brother. You get a hand clap. What was the question the brother sent in? Let me blow this up and see what he says. What did he say? He says email question. So that means that some of the questions that are asked are too long to put in a Cash App. You can actually put it in the PayPal, but the Cash App has a limited amount of fonts. So because of that, because it has a limited amount of fonts, you can actually send the question into the into my email, and the Cash App will come to the email immediately. So what's the question? Let me see what he put inside the email. Shout out to you, good brother. Here's the question he asked right here. And the question is, and I screenshotted this inside of the answer as well. Let's see what he said. I'm going to go ahead and read it. I put it this way so you can see it big on the screen, and it's going to be actually inserted inside of the answer. So let's see what he says. And the question is, Ankh Uja Seneb or SABA Tehuti. I've been wanting you to break down something for me a while now. And after watching your matriarch class, I thought of it again. About a decade or so ago, there was a teaching. A lot of people were promoting that teaching. And my question to you is, for the origin of, and also the truth of, was there ever a time when only women were on the earth with no men? Peace to the pod class. Peace to the best pod class in history and all followers of Ma'at AUS, which stands for Ankh Uja Seneb. Was there ever a time? So he heard the teaching, but obviously he wasn't satisfied with just hearing the teaching. He wants a Tehuti pod class breakdown. Is it true? Was there ever a time where there were women on the planet Earth with no men? Beautiful question, my good brother. And of course, if you teach that women were on the planet first, then that means automatically there was a time where women were on the planet with no men. Right? Those two things come hand in hand. And people have heard of this, right? Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All right, so here we go, everybody. I'm going to take a sip of water, and then I'm going to get into the answer. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here we go with the very first question they put on the screen. Let me see if the team is in here. Is the moderator, is the team in here? Team, show yourself or press something so I can know that you're actually in the room. To the team, are you in the room? Moderators and team, is Tef here? Is Annie here? Is everybody here? Here we go, everybody. Here is the first question of the Tehuti Pod class. And what is the answer to this question? Women were here first, huh? Women were here first on the planet Earth. All life came from the woman. That is deep, which means that there was a time where there was no men on the planet Earth. Always remember, those two teachings must come hand in hand. If women were here first, and there was a time where there was no men on the planet Earth. Let's go. Everybody ready? Here we go. There we go. All right, here we go, everybody. So in commemoration, who's still alive, but in commemoration of the beautiful sister back, well, the one that I knew is not alive anymore, but the one that I knew was called the Latuf, the center. She was called the Latuf, the queen of the Latuf. Now today she's called Dana or something with blonde hair. But the one that I used to know, they used to come around in the community that I was in. Her name was the Queen of the Latuf, and she had, ooh, ladies first, ladies first, ladies first, ladies first. Are ladies really first? Let's find out, everybody. Let's find out, everybody. Are you ready? Are you ready? The team is here. Atef is here. Annie is here. Menko Ara is here. Where's Primordial Thought? Primordial Thought is here. Everybody is here. Let's get into it, everybody. Are you ready? Is it true? Is it true that, ooh, ladies first, ladies first, ooh, ladies first? Let's see. Boom. Press a 9 if you can hear me clear, because once I start, you know, boom, I may take one break or I may not. But I would not want to, but I may have to. But if I don't, I won't check to see if you can hear me. So press a 9 right now if you can hear me. We're going to get started. Let me check the room and see if it's true that ladies first, ladies first. Ooh, ladies first, ladies first. Here we go. Ready? All right. Welcome again to the Tehuti Pod class. There's a little typo there. I put pawn. Might as well put pawn. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Let me go ahead and put the timer on for this. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, the only place on the planet where you can send in a question with reciprocity and get a documentary style, customized answer directly made for you. Gives you answers in a way that breaks the matrix and releases aspects of immortality within the diversity that is unmatched anywhere else on the planet. Speaking of which, what is the next question of the evening? You never know. Let's take a look. Well, you all did know this time because I showed it first. And there's the question again. Was there ever a time where there was only women on the earth and no men, Tehuti? He's heard this being taught for a decade now, a decade or so ago. Isn't it interesting that the people that taught him couldn't explain? Even if they did, he wants a Tehuti answer. So here we go. And that's why you all come and clarify things at the pod class. Well, here we go. Was there ever a time when there was just women on the planet and no man? This was taught by several groups. I've heard it directly myself. And here is where the psyops begins. We have to look at the agenda, at some of the people saying these things. Usually, when people say these things, they don't give you dates and times. They actually put in your mind a time period where women were ruling on the planet and there was no man, but they don't give you the actual time period. They just say there was a time. They don't give you the dates or any kind of time period. They don't give you the name of the civilization, the culture it produced, the mathematics, where the bones, the things that were found to show this. They just make the claim. You have to ask them for a time. That's where things get ambiguous and lazy, and the agenda of the person speaking is exposed. Well, let's see if this is true. Let's see. Let's take a look at some of the evolutionary man, and that stands for mankind, and their stages and their reconstruction based on the human genome to see how a couple of them are reconstructed and how far they actually go back. So let's go to this one right here.
We're going to go into Africa from 600,000 to 800,000 years ago to what is called today the Heidelbergensis. This species used to live in Africa, Europe, and Western Asia about 600,000 years ago, and they found some 800,000 years ago. This is the Heidelbergensis. So now we're at a time period. We're at 600 to 800,000 years ago. We're locked down at a time period. Well, here we are going back to what people are calling the motherland, Africa. We find a genome reconstruction of hominids. They go back 600,000 years. This one clearly looks like a male. Do we have males of the Heidelbergensis going back 600,000 years? Let's take a look at the finds, maybe. This is the time period where there was no men on the earth and just women. We'll go back 600,000 years. Let's take a look and see the Heidelbergensis. We have that reconstruction. That one looks like a male, but here we go. So this research here, Homo heidelbergensis was named for a job. This species discovered near a town in Muir. Oh, hold on. And Muir, southeast of Heidelberg, Germany, 1907. Since then, fossils of Homo heidelbergensis have been found throughout the old world, from tropical to temperate zones. These widespread populations show regional variation in physical appearance. The extent of the interaction between these diverse and widely distributed populations is not clear. Likewise, there's not been an agreement as to which of these populations were the ancestors of modern humans. However, it is apparent that in all regions, these people were anatomically a mosaic of late Homo erectus and more modern human traits. The bodies of Heidelbergensis in Europe tended to be compact, as would be expected for people living in cold climates. This shape reduces the loss of heat. Male Heidelbergensis average about 5 feet 9 inches, 175 centimeters, 136 pounds, 62 kilograms. Female averages 5 feet 2 inches tall, 157 centimeters, and 112 pounds, which is 51 kilograms. This is only slightly smaller than what most people say. So I have pointed here. Male Heidelbergensis average at this height. Female Heidelbergensis average at this height. And there's one of the bones found, this one in Greece, of Homo heidelbergensis. So, according to the research, there is a male and female existing 600,000 to 800,000 years ago in the communities of male and female. So that eliminates that males were not around back then. So let's move back even further. Let's go back to a find in Kenya in 1972 and also 2012. What do we have here? We have known through the handful of fossilized bones we found in Kenya in 1972, 2012. Sometimes the bones are called Kenyapithecus bishopi. Well, maybe this is the time where it was. Maybe this is the time where it was just females ruling. We went back 800,000, 600,000 years ago. We find communities of males and females. So let's go back. Maybe this was the time where just females were ruling on the planet and just females were here. There is a reconstruction that was revealed and a reconstruction that was done based on the genome and the bone structure that was available. Let's see what one of those Homo rudolfensis, that's what this is, Homo rudolfensis, look like. So here we go. It had a distinctive appearance from these contemporary hominid species with large cranium and long, wide, flat face. Hey, that looks like a woman. I see some breasts. I see that looks like a woman there. Okay, this is a reconstruction done based on the genome and the fossils, that bones that were found. Okay, that looks like a woman. Okay, here this looks like a clear female. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the time that people are speaking of, or where there was only females on the planet, because for some curious reason they never seem to give you a time or a date where there was just females on the planet. But this looks female. I see some kind of breast happening here. Well, let's go further. Let's go to the World History Encyclopedia to see how far the Homo rudolfensis goes back, because remember the Heidelberg Genesis goes back 600 to 800,000 years, right? This goes back 600, 800,000 years, the Heidelberg Genesis. So that's not quite a million years. So let's see, we're going back even further, and they did some reconstruction on the genome. To me, maybe we got it. How far back does this go? Does it go back further than 800,000 years? Maybe that's the time where there's just females on the planet. World History Encyclopedia, Homo rudolfensis. Homo rudolfensis is an early human species that lived in East Africa. Here we go, between 2.5 and 1.8 million years ago. That's over double the time of the Heidelberg Genesis. That's double the age. It is known from a handful of skull, jaw, teeth fragments that remained alternately of Homo or Australopithecus, and that pieced together to reveal a relatively large brain, flat-faced species of robust teeth capable of chewing through plants. So we're back 2.5 million years ago. I think we have it, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have it when they did the reconstitution of the appearance based on the genome. We have the female here, so I think we got it. I think we have it here, because over here when they did the reconstruction, that looks definitely like a male. That's 600, 800,000 years ago. So when we go back even further, here must be the first. This must be the time where there's only females. Here we go. 2.5 to 1.8 million years ago. We got it, ladies and gentlemen. We have found it, have we? I don't know. Let's see. But based on the DNA, bone structure, and human genome, how was another Homo rudolfensis reconstructed? Uh-oh. What's up, brother? How you doing, man? How you doing, brother man? Brother man, how are you doing? How you look at that chest, man? I'm gonna work for that chest. That chest looks a lot different than this one, doesn't it, everybody? Do you see a difference, anybody? Do you see a difference from this Homo rudolfensis right here? And the other one, when they did a reconstruction of the genome, look at that chest. That's right. Is that Ronnie Coleman? That's the chest that I'm working for right there. Is that the veins in is that the chest that Primordial Thought was talking about? That doesn't look quite like the female chest of the other one. Look at the facial structure. Clear male. Uh-oh. Clear male over here. Boom. A clear male 2.8 million years ago. Is there further proof found within the genome of the Homo rudolfensis of males existing 2.8 million years ago? So other than that bodybuilding Ronnie Coleman chest and the facial structure that is obviously male, to the shoulders, to the trapetoids, clear male, and this one over here, 2.8 to 1.5 billion years ago. Man, so Homo heidelbergensis, that's 800,000, 600,000 years ago. That's not the time when there was only women on the planet. We went back almost triple that time. Yeah, 6 times 3 is 24. This is 2.5 million years ago. We're back triple the time period. We're in genome reconstruction of male and female. Man, we got to find this time where there's only female, man. People are teaching this. We need to find this time. Well, is there any other other than the reconstruction? Because we go by multifarious sources. So other than the genome reconstruction, where they reconstructed one as a female, one as a male, is there any other further proof that there was males and females in the species and the hominid species of Homo rudolfensis? Is there anything else that shows? Well, let's go back and see, because the Tehuti podcast, we use multifarious sources. So as a matter of fact, there was even sexual dimorphism found amongst the species. You may be thinking right now, Tehuti, what in the world is sexual dimorphism? Well, for that, I'll take you to Science Direct, Current Biology, volume number 20, issue 22, for an understanding of sexual dimorphism. What is sexual dimorphism? Here it is, Current Biology, Volume 20, Issue 22, main text. Here, while males and females obviously differ in their genitalia, sexual dimorphism, differences in male and female physiology, morphology, or behavior often extends far beyond this. And these sex differences have long fascinated biologists. In fact, it was the need to explain the widespread existence of sex-specific trait elaboration that played a key role in Darwin's second major revelation. Sexual dimorphism could be attributed to selection arising from differential mating success or sexual selection. Sexual selection and sexual dimorphism have remained intimately connected ever since, to the extent that sexual dimorphism has at times been used as a proxy of the strength of sexual selection in comparative studies. So sexual dimorphism, what is that? When the male and female of the species look different, not just based on one having a penis and a vagina in mammalian, but based on their complete structure and size difference. The difference between how a male peacock looks and a female peacock looks. A male lion looks completely different in size and shape than a female lion. Female snakes, in most cases, are twice the thickness of males. Their sexual Black widow spider males are not black. You can't find one black widow spider male that's black. Black widow spider males are 3 times the size smaller than females, and they're brown and red, and they look nothing like what you're calling a black widow. That is called sexual dimorphism. You can distinguish the sexuality difference between male and female without even having to look at their sexual organs. Was this found amongst the rudal fens? I don't know. Sexual dimorphism? Well, so there is genetic sexual dimorphism found amongst. Is there genetic sexual dimorphism found amongst the Homo rudolfensis? Because if that is so, that would show clear distinction and proof of male existence 2.8 million years ago. To find that out, I have to take you to the skull KNM-ER 1470. This particular one dates back 1.7 million years ago, and we have to go to the Australian Museum. Let's go. Here it is right here. Here you are. How are you doing, KNM-ER 1470? There you are. This one was discovered in 1972. This one in Kenya. Well, let's see. So what is the relevance of skull KNM-ER 1470? What does it reveal? That will go back. Well, for that, we'll go back to World History Encyclopedia. Back to World History Encyclopedia. KNM-ER 1470. Skull and other skull fragments normally assigned to Homo rudolfensis would then be seen as the males of the species, whereas the smaller skulls normally assigned to Homo habilis could be females. Differences in size appearances between males and females, just like the Heidelbergensis had sexual dimorphism. The males were taller than the females. Sexual dimorphism is common in a lot of animal and likely occurred in early Homo too. However, as archaeologist Michael Will notes, trying to assess the sex of such highly fragmented remains is nearly impossible, and there is no reason to expect grouped fossils to show systematic bias towards any sex, which means what? Which means either there's sexual dimorphism where the males are bigger than the females, like all the other hominids they found, or they found nothing specifically to show that there was just females that existed amongst them. Either which of the case, we're back 2.5, 1.7 million years ago, and still no proof of all females, but more proof through size difference, sexual dimorphism, skull shape differences, that there were males and females, and through the genome reconstruction differences, clear cases of males and females going back 2.8 million years ago. Man, so how far do we have to go back?
how far do we have to go back to this all females on the planet? We got to go back farther than that. We went back 600,000 years ago, 800,000 years ago, 1.7 million years ago, 1.8 million years ago, 2.5 million years ago. How far do we have to go back? So how far do we have to go back? Where is this time where there was just only females on the planet? When did this concept start? Well, there was a time where, that's supposed to be Y, where the Y chromosome went through a divergence, and the Y chromosome did begin to degenerate after divergence and recombinance. I know a lot of people are like, Tehuti, what are you talking about again? You'll understand. Rewatch the class, look up these things. So there was a time, remember, so the X chromosome is female, the Y chromosome is male. There was a time through evolution where the Y chromosome began to degenerate. So it went through a divergence, it began to degenerate, and after divergence and recombinance, it started to change. For that, we will have to go to the June 2008 Genome Research article 965-973 on the chromosome types of the platypus. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Let's break the matrix. If you see anybody answering questions like this, put the link in the room and my students will support them, and we'll have them over here visiting the podcast. If not, support what it is that you see here. As a matter of fact, let me see if I have this moving at the bottom of the screen. It should be. Yep, the support link is at the bottom of the screen. And team, go ahead and put the support at the bottom of the screen. If you're watching this, you are observing and absorbing, which means you're feeding. Support what it is that you're seeing. Okay. So, what did we say over here? Let's go back. So we got to go back to the June 2008 Genome Research article 965-973 on the chromosomes of the platypus to find out about the divergence and recombinant degeneration of the Y chromosome. Maybe that's what happened. Let's see, because the people making these claims, they don't walk you through like this. They just say, and the women were on the earth at first, and the women were first, right? The women were here. How come? Because they were. The women, only women on the were. Nope, that's not how we teach over here at the Tehuti Pod class. I am changing the paradigm. So let's go to the Genome Research 2008, June 18th, 965-973. Bird-like sex chromosomes of platypus imply recent origin of mammal sex chromosome. In mammals, within a few notable exceptions, sex is determined by XX female, XY male chromosomes, system in which the Y chromosome bears the male dominant testes determining gene, SRY. The X chromosome for the most placental mammals have a virtually identical gene content, whereas the degenerate Y chromosome contains overlapping subsets of only a few active genes. For review, see Graves 2008. Marsupial mammals have a smaller X and Y that represent an ancestral therian mammal sex pair and define the ancient origin of human sex chromosome. The mammal X, Y evolved from a pair of autosomes after the proto-Y acquired a male determining gene, XY. Recombination between male advantage genes was suppressed, and the Y chromosome degenerated. Mapping orthologs of mammal X-born genes and other vertebrates will help our understanding of how mammal XY and sex-determining SRI gene evolved, and also how they function. So the X and Y, they evolved from the autosomes after the prototype Y acquired the male determining gene XY. Recombination between the male advantage genes was suppressed, and the Y degenerated. So maybe this is what happened. Okay. So in some evolutionary development, the Y became unneeded, and parthenogenesis was taking place in some evolutionary species. Okay. Well, but as far as how long the Y male chromosome existed, well, at least 165 million years, which is millions and millions of years before human development, as far as Homo sapiens took place, when monotremes diverged. So monotremes diverged and Y chromosomes existed 165 million years ago. I'm trying to figure out how far back we have to go to where there was just women. We got to go far back. Here it is. So we're back to the genome research, 965-173, bird-like chromosomes of platypus imply recent origin of mammal sex. Next section, the original autosome. Remember, the Y chromosome, X chromosome evolved from the autosome, and then the Y chromosome, when it became YX, male advantage started to degenerate, and then formed a recombinant and degenerated. Well, the original autosome from which the mammal X and Y diverge can be deduced from the relationship of the X pair, the other vertebrate sex chromosome systems, the short arm of the chromosome 4 in the chicken, the Gallus GGA, and several autosomal regions in fish share genes with mammal X, and thus represent the ancestral autosome. How this genome region took over a sex determination function. Whoops, sorry. Hold on, everybody. Let me get this off the screen. How this genomic region took over a sex determining function from the ancestral temperature determining system, or from non-homologous ancestral sex chromosomes, demands exploration of sex determining system of the most basal mammal group, the monotremes. Remember the monotremes that evolved, origin of the X and Y. Monotremes diverged 165 million years ago from the Therian mammals, placentals, and marsupials, and therefore fall into the phylogenetic tree between birds, reptiles, and therians. Oh man! So the X chromosome existed in evolution in mammals 165 million years ago. The origins of them. All right, then there was a divergence. So the only way that there could have been a time where there was no males is if the Y chromosome completely degenerated to a point where the male disappeared sometime in this evolution and females started to reproduce on their own. Is that what took place? Is that even possible? Let's find out. Is it possible? Was there a time where the male Y chromosome degenerated to the point where males became extinct, and then that is what created this time period where there was only females on the planet? That must be it. Because no matter how far we go back in evolutionary man, we're finding male and female. So there must have been a time then where the male must have disappeared because he was there from the origins. So when did he disappear? Did that ever happen? Let's find out. And if it happened, that would mean that only females were on the planet, and were females able to reproduce on their own? Huh? Well, since we're speaking of a time of 165 million years ago, let's go to a creature that existed that long and even longer, the sea urchin, which belongs to the taxonomic class of echinoids. They have been around for around 450 million years ago. That's over double the time of 165 million years ago. Google to see the mysteries of human reproduction. Look up the mysteries of human reproduction, page 42, as an example of a creature that doesn't need the Y chromosome at the time, utilizing parthenogenesis. That is in the mysteries of human reproduction. And what did I do? Of course, I just got it for you. Mysteries of human reproduction, page 42, 109, 118
119. The power of the sperm to cause fertilization is distinct from their capacity of hereditary transmission. In one experiment, a fertilized enzyme, oxidase, was isolated from the spermatozoa, and when added to the unfertilized sea urchin, caused them to develop. This substance is present in mammalian blood, since the addition of the ox's blood to the unfertilized egg produced the same effects. Sperm, therefore, exercises two independent functions. They can trigger segmentation of the ovum, and they may convey paternal genetic qualities. The one you know about is just the second one, and it's never may. They do convey paternal genetic qualities, but according to this study, they may convey paternal genetic qualities, but they can also just trigger mitosis and trigger segmentation of the ovum. The former function can be replaced with chemical substances, while the latter can be dispensed with, in which case the offspring have purely maternal or female characteristics. Eggs show that at least the beginning of segmentation under normal conditions, but sperm, which are highly alkaline, appear to accelerate the process by compensating for the excessive acidity of the medium surrounding. Boom, a clear case the sea urchin is not needing the male for reproduction. Maybe that's what people are talking about when they say there was a time where there was only women on the planet. But in order for this to be the case, this would have to be possible in the human anatomy. But is this possible within the human anatomy? For that, we will go to the Secrets of Regeneration, chapter 208 to 220, Gray's Anatomy. What's going on over there, Tehuti? Let's see. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Glad you asked this question. Let's see. So now we're in the Secrets of Regeneration, chapter 208 to 210, 234, Gray's Anatomy. It is possible that some cases of human parthenogenesis involve self-fertilization rather than a true virgin birth, as there are cases of sperm being produced in women by vestigial, unusually non-functional male reproductive glands known as epiphorin, paravarium, and paraphoron, which correspond with seminiferous tubulus of the testicles in male. In some instances, the magnetic influence and nervous excitement occasioned by attempted sexual intercourse may rouse into activity the latent rudimentary male sex glands, so they secrete semen, resulting in impregnation of the woman before the male even ejaculates. However, Loeb's experiment showed that for fertilization occurred, neither the sperm nucleus nor the spermatozoan itself need to enter the egg or even be in proximity of the egg. He replaced the sperm with alkaline solutions, ultraviolet rays, and other stimuli. Alexander Gersowitz discovered in 1920 that cells emit weak ultraviolet mitogenetic radiation. What's mitogenesis? What is that? What is mitogenetic? To split the egg. Radiation that can cause cell division in other cells at a distance, finding still resisted by mainstream scientists. Ooh-wee. Uh-oh. Maybe this is what happened. Developed the substances present in mammalian blood since the addition of ox blood. We already read that. We read that already. Okay. So, boom. It appears to be possible and scientifically tested. Why is this? Well, to answer this simply, is because the male reproductive organs are working vestigial traits that were first females. Yes. Remember over here? Let's go back. What does it say?
that there's cases of human parthenogenesis, self-fertilization, because there's cases of sperm being produced by women by vestigial, usually non-functional male reproductive glands known as epiphorum. So sometimes the vestigial are functional, sometimes they are non-functional. But that is because the male reproductive organs are working vestigial traits that were first female, yes, but that is in the womb, not as developing evolutionary man. Very important to decipher. That is what's happening in the womb. Here's how it works. It's in the first 7 weeks, circulatory luteinous corpus. Here we go. So, a 7 week circulatory luteinous corpus stimulate endocrine glands, and they produce hormones that produce glands, produce gonads. So 7 weeks into pregnancy, circulatory luteinous corpus stimulate endocrine glands to produce hormones that produce gonads. And they produce what? They produce the clitoris, the ovaries, and the fallopian tube. So before the first 7 weeks, there actually is no gender inside the womb. Then in 7 weeks, everybody becomes a female first. A clitoris forms, ovaries, fallopian tubes, womb, and vestibular urethral. This is what happens in the womb. Not on the surface of the planet with evolutionary man 2.8 million years ago, but it's what happens in the womb where the woman was first. And then what happens? Then this becomes the clitoris, actually becomes the penis, the ovaries become the testes, the fallopian tubes become the urethral ducts, the womb actually becomes the prostrate, developing in the vestigial dysfunction of prostate cancer, and the vestibular urethral becomes the bulbal urethral in male. This is what happens. It's in the womb that this takes place. It's at the sacred number 7. 7 weeks. The circulatory luteinous corpus takes place in the womb and stimulates endocrine glands, which creates gonads, which is your first gender in the womb, and thus the first in existence in the womb is female. Then it turns the female organs into male organs, and then the males occur. So there was a time in the womb where there was only females in existence, and then they evolved, those gonads evolve into penis, testes, clitoris becomes penis, ovaries become testes, fallopian tubes become urethral ducts, womb becomes a prostrate, vestibular urethral evolves in the womb into bulbal urethral. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, let me come to the screen a second. Yes, your earth. Shout out to the gods in the earth. Shout out to the gods in the earth. Shout out to the 5%ers. Shout out to people that call the black woman the earth. Shout out to them. This is where you get the understanding and the misconception. Shout out to all the earths on the planet. Shout out to you, the mother goddess from which life comes from. You know, the man is the sun, the woman is the earth. The woman is that which you plow into. In the earth, was there ever a time where there was no? Let me break this matrix for you, man. In earth, was there ever a time where there was no males and just females? Yeah. In your earth, yeah. In the woman's womb, yes. The first 7 weeks, there's no gender. Then circulatory luteinous corpus kicks in, endocrine glands stimulate gonads, which produce a female on the 7th week. There's no males yet in the earth where the male planted his seed. We just got to separate what earth they're talking about. That's all. It's real simple, actually. Separate what earth, the planet earth with the heidelbergensis and the rudolfundus and the evolutionary man of 2.8 million years ago on the planet earth, or the earth that you're talking about in the woman's in the woman who is the earth. That one? Yes. Okay, we got you. Okay, you're right. Yes. Okay. So, when did this understanding, our concept, start that there was just black women on the planet Earth, not in the mother Earth, not in the woman's womb, but on the actual revolving planet? When did it actually start that there was just only black women on the Earth? And physical walking men, not the gonad, not the endocrine glands producing the gonads in the round womb of the earth of the woman, not there, but physical walking women started evolving or producing into physically walking men already born out of the womb. Where did that concept come from? We can't find it in evolution. For that, we have to go back to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. And the beautiful days when, remember, the talk shows used to interview pro-black conscious people. That was the best days when Hebrew Israelites and the KKK were on the stage at the same time, and Geraldo Rivera was being punched in the nose. Remember those days before when Jerry Springer was interviewing pro-black and conscious and what? You remember those days when that was Jerry Springer? Well, Farrakhan came on Phil Donahue once in 1985 and 1990. Everybody go watch that now. Go watch that. Go watch Khalid Muhammad on Farrakhan on Phil Donahue. Beautiful. Nothing like that today. None of these brothers out here are like that today. Farrakhan quotes a Dr. Leakey find in 1974 where they discovered bones called Lucy. And he stated the oldest bones on the planet that were found were that of the black woman. Dr. Leakey found the oldest bones of the black woman. Honor your mother and your father, that your days may be long on the planet Earth. If anybody goes back and remembers that Phil Donahue, that was the best. Everybody was hype. I saw that. I was like, oh my goodness. Everybody's like, what? What? Honor your mother and your father. Your days may be long on the earth. And Dr. Leakey found the first bones goes back to the black woman back found in 1974. Oh my God. We used to love Farrakhan. We used to love him. He said that on Donahue. We were in love. Well, here it is right here. This is beautiful. Everybody go back and watch this. These days don't happen. Look at these two guys back here. Look at this. These things don't happen anymore. This was the best. This was the best ever. And the black women were the first bones they Dr. Leakey and Dr. Mendel. And back in 1974. But, oh, this was the best. This is nostalgic. I was watching this earlier today. Boom, there it is. We have finally found this point in time where the oldest bones that were found was the black woman. Let me go into the chat room. Whether you believe it or not, have you heard this before? Has anybody heard this before? That the oldest bones that were found go back to the black woman. Dr. Leakey, I think it's Dr. Leakey and Dr. Mendel found the oldest bones in Ethiopia going back to the black woman, and that's where all life came from. Has anybody ever heard of this before? You remember this here, KHEPERA? Remember that? Honor your mother. The oldest bones, all life comes from Africa. The oldest bones go back to the black woman. Honor your mother and father. That's your deed. Those are the best things. Oh my goodness, that was the best. Anybody remember this? Anybody remember this? You remember this? Angela Gates, you remember it? You heard of this? You remember this? Even Antu's like 20 years old. She heard of it. Anu, have heard of it? Golden Dragon says, yes, I heard of it. From the Moors. The Moors too, right? The Moors, right? Let me tell you, we did not know this. Nobody was saying this. Farrakhan came out, it was 1985, man. 1985, nobody was teaching this about the bones that were found. Nobody was talking about, no black conscious man was talking about archaeological and anthropological bones. Nobody was talking about bones. And then Farrakhan came on and dropped that bomb on us. We were like, what? They found bones of the black woman. You can go into TikTok right now and type in "Black Woman is God," and immediately come the same thing being quoted. They go back to the bones and they keep finding the black woman. And we were so hyped that this wouldn't be on. We didn't have to use religion anymore. We didn't have to use, well, see, Adam came from the mud of the earth, and mud is black. And so, in Eve, all life came from Eve. We could actually use anthropology. Farrakhan took us to anthropology. We're like, it's over now. And the black woman, and we were going crazy. Everybody's going hyper. Farrakhan was the best. Khalid Muhammad. It was awesome. Those days were great. You guys remember that? Yeah, Degnesh. You remember that? Remember that? Degnesh Lucy. Remember that? Those were the days. M.F. Mills said he heard of it. Remember that? Remember that? What a plot twist. Richard Pryor. What did you say? Richard Pryor? Yes, brother Tehuti. Richard Pryor taught me about Leakey. That's right. Dr. Leakey. It started, everybody was talking. People were talking about it. And it became popular amongst pro-blacks because Farrakhan was the top. Nobody was above. Farrakhan was the top. Nobody was around. It was Farrakhan like Malachi Z. York. But as far as power, Farrakhan was the top. He could snap his fingers and men would march. There was nobody. So when he said it, we were extremely, extremely happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. From that point, we were the first to ever hear that the black woman was first. So systematically and contingency, automatically, simultaneously, that would mean there was no men on the planet. If the black woman was first, that means man and woman are together. She's first, so there's no men yet. That's where it all started. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, man. That was great. He blew us away. We were going crazy. Everybody was excited. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Farrakhan, how you doing, good brother? We loved you. Those days were great. So there it is. We found everybody. We found the source of it. We found Farrakhan. One brother said Richard Pryor was talking about it. We found the source going all the way back. Well, let's unravel this matrix, everybody. Is this it? We found it. Where there were women on the planet. There was no men at the time. Is this it, everybody? Is that it? Farrakhan, thank you. If that's it, thank you so much. We have found it. We have found the source because there's no black or no Hebrew Israelites. Nobody was teaching about Dr. Leakey and Dr. Mendel's find in Ethiopia, the oldest black woman. Farrakhan brought that out to everybody. Richard Pryor used to drop bombs. Same with Bill Cosby. That's a whole other class, though. So with all of this and Farrakhan saying they found Lucy, what did you say, HEKA KHEPERA? The Denget? Let me go back to what you said. HEKA KHEPERA said the Denget. Where is it? Where did he say? Dengesh. Yeah, Dengesh Lucy. Remember that? Dengesh Lucy. So with all this and Farrakhan saying they found Lucy, the black woman as the original woman on the planet, and her bones being able to reproduce on her own, which we found case study that through vestigials, some women do have this ability on her own. That would apparently point to some time where men were not needed. Thus, there were only women. Let us take a look now to see what the genome reconstruction of this black woman looked like. Are you ready, everybody? Let's go back and see. Here it is. Boom. Australopithecus anamensis. There you go. There you go, Beyonce. There you go. Janet Jackson, we found you. We found you. We found Lauryn Hill. We got you now. We got you now, Lauryn Hill. There you are. There you are. There is the reconstruction of the bones that were actually found. The Dengesh, the Lucy. There it is. That's what they found. This one even further back, 3.8 million years ago. There you go. There you go. There you go. Boom. She may not do too well on OnlyFans, but she may not be too successful on OnlyFans. But hey, Farrakhan, get back over here, man. Get back over here. You got away with that in 1985, Farrakhan. Get back over here. Get over here, Scorpion. Get over here. Hold on, Farrakhan. This doesn't look like any of my turds. What's going on? This isn't Queen Epshet, so this isn't Nefertari. Get over here, Farrakhan. What's going on? Get over here, Farrakhan. Get over here, man. This isn't Jack K from 227. This isn't the Cosby Show mom that I used to love. Come on, this isn't her sister from Fame. Who is this? This isn't Foxy Brown. Get back over here, Farrakhan. Who's this? Who is this? So what's the problem here? It's very simple. You would not consider this a quote-unquote woman, would you? This looks nothing like your sister. This looks nothing like your grandmother. This looks nothing like a young lady you would ask her a number for. You wouldn't ask her number. If you saw this creature walk in the club, you're not asking for her digits. No. You're not getting her shots at the bar. No, you're not. Stop the lies. You're not pulling her in your Escalade. No, you're not. Jay-Z's not giving up Beyonce for this. No. As a matter of fact, if you saw this walking through the mall would clear out. The mall would clear out, ladies and gentlemen. If this walked through the mall, this is your black woman. This is the oldest. Honor your mother and your father, that your days may be long, because Dr. Mendel and Dr. Leakey found the bones of the oldest woman on the planet, the black woman of Ethiopia. Here she is. Here she is. Lucy X. Muhammad. Huh? What? Lucy X with the Quran. There she is. Welcome to Tehuti Pod Class. Let's break these matrices, man. I like this. I mean, this is something I'd bring out like to show people, like, look at this. Look at the this is where hominids came from, but there's no way I'm bringing this into the family as one of my Naturats. I'm sorry, man. I don't care if she's full metanator, she could memorize the Purim Haru. I can't do it, man. Don't tell me this is the original black woman. I'm done then. I'm done. I'm not into black women anymore. So this does not look like your grandmother. This would clear the mall out. So some conscious black people will say, no, we're speaking about human woman, the original woman, mitochondrial Eve. You all heard of that, right? Mitochondrial Eve, the MCRA, most common recent ancestor. And here is the reconstruction of her image. Ah, much better. There we go. What's up, Mom? How you doing? How you doing, Mom? This looks like every Jamaican mom. How you doing? How you doing, Mom? This looks like every Ghanaian, Nigerian. Okay, this looks way better. Here it is. Here's mitochondrial Eve. Is this what everybody's talking about? Which one of is this the black woman that was here on the planet first, or is this one? I don't know. Is it this one? Huh? Is it this one from Planet of the Apes? Or is it this sister here? Is this what they're talking about? These are reconstructed bones that were found. Hold on, let me fix this, everybody. One moment. I think I came off the screen again. One moment. Let me fix this. Mitochondrial Eve. That we found it. We found it. Let me stop screen for a second. Let me put it back on present screen. We found her mitochondrial. Press a 9 if you've heard of mitochondrial Eve. Here's the original black woman. She looks much more like my family members. Okay, we found it. We're talking about Tehuti. We're not talking about the ape. Well, Farrakhan was. Talk to him. Tehuti didn't bring this up. Tehuti's not the one. Tehuti didn't bring this up. No. Talk to Farrakhan. Farrakhan, talk to everybody that quotes about Lucy being the oldest black woman. Let me go ahead in settings and try to fix this situation here. We're going to go to HP. We're going to go back to Logitech. We're going to go back to virtual background off, on. And let me see if I'm showing on the screen now. I'm still not showing on the screen. How amazing is this? This is amazing. I have it on settings, camera off. Logitech is on. Now I'm showing green screen. problem. If you can hear me, that's fine. If you can hear me for now, that's fine. I'll do it where you can hear me, and then I'll come back on the screen in a moment. I'll fix this in just a moment. Let's continue this. Let's end this off. Are you ready? Here we go. So here it is. The MRCA, the most common recent ancestor. We found her. Okay, much better. That looks like a black woman. That looks more like a quote-unquote human. Now we are getting somewhere, right? Maybe this is the time where there are only actual human women on the planet. Well, let's look at Mitochondria Eve's article closely. And we will see the exact time frame and something else very interesting, which will completely break the matrix of the psyops. Let's look at the most popular article on Mitochondrial Eve, and here it is, everybody. Mitochondrial Eve, definitely a melanated humanoid sister, human sister, definitely. Mitochondria Eve is named after the mitochondria and the biblical Eve. Unlike her biblical namesake, she was not the only living female of her time. However, her female contemporaries, except her mother, failed to produce a direct, unbroken female line to any living woman in present day. Mitochondrial Eve is estimated to have lived between 99,000 and 200,000 years ago. She's very new compared to the ones I mentioned. Most likely in East Africa, when Homo sapiens, anatomically modern humans, were developing as population distinct from other human subspecies. Mitochondrial Eve lived later than Homo heidelbergensis, the one I mentioned earlier, and the emergence of Homo neanderthal, but earlier than the out of Africa migration. Dating for Eve was a blow to the multi-regional hypothesis and a boost to the theory of the origin of the dispersion of modern humans from Africa, replacing more in the field of the human genetics. The name Mitochondrial Eve refers to the maternal most recent common ancestor, remember I said the MRCA, of all currently living anatomical modern humans, who is estimated to have lived approximately 100,000 to 200,000 years ago. This is the most recent woman from whom all living humans today descend, on their mother's side, and through the mothers of those mothers, and so on, back until all lines converge on one person, because all mitochondrial DNA, mtDNA generally, but see paternal mtDNA transmission, is passed from mother to offspring without recombination. All mtDNA in every living person is directly descended from hers. One moment, everybody. Okay. Was directly descended from hers, and by definition differing only by the mutations that over generations have occurred in the germ cell mtDNA since the conception of the original mitochondrial Eve. Archaic human populations such as Neanderthals, such as a result, where are you going? Okay. Such as a result, archaic human populations such as Neanderthals, as a result, consensus emerged amongst anthropologists that later theory was more plausible. Analogous to the mitochondrial Eve is the Y chromosomal Adam, the member of Homo sapiens sapiens species, from whom all living humans are descended paternally. The inherent DNA in the male case is his nuclear Y chromosome rather than the mtDNA. Mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam need not have lived at the same time. For example, Y chromosomal Adam has been estimated to have lived during a wide range of times from 180,000 years ago to 581,000 years ago, while in 2013 a paper concluded that he lived 129,000 years ago and 159,000 years ago. However, this paper did not include some Cameroonians and one African American who did not inherit the Y chromosome from that quote-unquote Adam. Uh-oh. Boom, again. There is your, let me check something here. See if I'm back on the video. Start cam. Still not. Strange. Okay, you can all hear me though. That's fine. No problem. Boom. And there again is your Y chromosome analogous side by side with mitochondrial Eve. And as a matter of fact, even predating mitochondrial Eve from 126,000 years ago to 581,000 years ago, over double the age of mitochondrial Eve, the Y chromosome was there, differentiating only in the case that the inherent DNA of the male is his nuclear Y chromosome rather than the empty DNA of the female, making her bloodline more traceable. Simple laziness of not doing the research to see that the Australopithecine was not a Homo sapien woman, mixed with the fact that mitochondrial DNA is an unbroken female line that can trace genetic descendancy through the woman, confused the brain using logical fallacy to translate all that into there were only women on the planet. Incorrect. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. That's it. Let me come back to the room. Boom. Let me put the link in the room for the people to jump in, for the team to jump in. Let me check the room to see what well, I don't know if the brother's here who asked the question, but let me go ahead and fix something here. Take that off there. And let me go try to fix the settings here. And I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go in the room and see virtual background. Let me come in the room and see something here. Still doing that. That is very, very strange. All right, team, jump in the room. And everybody, for those who like the question, for those who like the answer, please support and respect what you saw at the Tehuti pod class. Just like you walk down the street and you see a break dancer dancing or a magician doing some magic trick and you can't stay there for the whole show, but you watch for 5 minutes and you appreciate it through a tip of a $5 or $20 to him for that you and your children watch for a couple minutes, but you have to head to work or head to a park. Support the Tehuti pod class at Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV if you all like that answer. I'm going to come out the All right, team, jump in the room. I have to jump out and jump back in, I guess, to get this video working properly. Not sure what is actually the problem here, but jump in the room. The law of reciprocity. Thank you. For those who appreciate it and like this answer, support at Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. And I want the team to jump in the room so I can go ahead and fix this problem and get me back on the screen again. The team should always be ready to jump in. As soon as we get to the end, let me fix this here. I'm not sure why. Peace, my brother. Can you hear me?
Peace, SABA. Yeah. Can you hear me?
You can hear me?
Yes. I might have an echo. I turned down my back.
Okay. I can't seem to be seen on the screen for some weird reason.
Black Matter lives.
Let me
Oh, tap. Peace and love. Peace and love, man. Cool. Peace and love, Primordial.
What did your brothers think of that answering that question right there? Primordial thought, Minkor Ra.
Hey, so you dropping that science on us. We failed science class in high school, so you really have me locked in on this one.
Oh, my mic.
I'm going to skip all you brothers talk. Support the Tehuti podcast. I'm going to go ahead and try to fix the situation here, but I'll be right back, and I'm going to fix the situation. You brothers talk. Get the people to support what they saw. If anybody liked the answer, we got harassed. Free culture put amazing. Put bombs, dropping bombs. Anu put beautiful, detailed breakdown. And to put Tua SABA Tehuti, more matrix broken. KHEPERA put hand claps. Big Face put fire, and two put more bombs. Somebody put incredible. Put you are funny, sir. All kind of things, but I guess you all liked it. Angela put more bombs. All right, I'm gonna step out, fix this problem, and I'm gonna come back, and we're gonna show the donations and then get into the next. The next question is, it's gonna be crazy. Okay, I'll be back, brothers. Peace.
Oh, tap. Peace and love, Primordial. We miss you, good brother.
Hey, man, I miss y'all as well, man. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate all the good energy, man. I definitely missed y'all for sure. Felt weird not being on, but got to take care of the family.
Absolutely. Yes. Peace and love, man. Cool. Yeah, that was a great breakdown. That's great science, because I definitely remember that when Farrakhan was on there. I remember that. I remember when he said that. But we couldn't really investigate. They didn't have the I don't know, but I didn't see the reconstruction back then. I didn't see that part. That's the part they left out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying with these people, where it's just they speak really well. So when Saba came with that ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, it was like the cartoons, and the little light bulb went off in my head, and I was like, you know what, that makes sense. Yeah, it's not in the museum. Like, yeah, Peter Parker only exists in the comic books, right? Bruce Banner only exists in the comic books. Yeah, these people only exist in these books. There's no DNA evidence of these people, of these characters. So yeah, that was absolutely phenomenal. Peace and love, Ani. The great Ani.
Peace and love, great brother.
Peace, brother. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, that was a great breakdown. What do you think of that breakdown?
Give me just one moment, good brother. I'll be right back.
Peace. Yeah, that was great. Did you see Ani's breakdown on music? That was fantastic too. If you like what you saw, if you like what you're getting, like, subscribe, and comment. You have to support the truth. Like, the suspense was great too. That was the build up to the to the actual reconstruction was fantastic. Oh my goodness.
I like the way Saba keep us entertained. As he's dropping the knowledge, right? He said that's not someone you'd have seen on OnlyFans.
Yeah. These types of breakdowns. Nowhere else. All you getting is arguing and ISFAT. You're not learning nothing nowhere else. He was right about Farrakhan. Farrakhan was the man back then. Yeah, I used to listen to all the lectures. I got all the books. Yeah, I learned a lot though. I'm not gonna hold them. It was a great time back then. I actually remember Dr. Khalid Muhammad on Donahue as well. Yeah, TV was different back then too. Like it was very different, And back then, I didn't hear Dr. York until later on, and even then, he wasn't as popular in the setting that I was in. So we were reading all of the
all of the Nation of Islam books. And I remember one time, because we used to sit in the dugout in the park, and we would all bring our books out there. We would sit in the dugout, and we would read, and we would build, we would rap, we would talk. And I remember this brother had a book by Dr. York, and there was a bunch of books out there. I didn't even pick it up to look at it. I was looking at I think it was they had a book called Behold the Pale Horse. So I was looking at that book, and then that's the first time I saw I think it was Message to the Black Man. Well, that was the first time I read it. I started reading it in the dugout. So yeah, Saba be breaking down facts, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. You gotta investigate, you gotta dig, and then you gotta appreciate this. You have to appreciate this truth, because it's almost like this is it's almost like that information that was given back then was elementary school. Now, when you look back at it, I look back at it now like it was beneficial back then, but this is on a whole nother level. Saba's on a whole nother level, and I'm grateful. So I appreciate my teacher, and if you appreciate your teacher, then you'll support. You will support people do what's important to them. That's just what it is. Inku, you got some words, great brother?
Peace. Hello, good brothers, great brothers. It's good to see you all. Peace and love to the chat. It's very, very evident that Saba has changed the standard for teaching for truth. It's so wonderful that with this internet that a message could be broadcast around the world and through the universe. And what Saba is doing is changing history with history. It's so powerful. I do not know how anyone cannot be changed, how anyone could not be empowered, how anyone could not give reciprocity for being in the presence of greatness. Greatness is forever. And that is what Saba is making abundantly clear to us. The Medu Netter, the followers of Ma'at are undeniable. He is channeling, he is imbued, he is serious, he is dedicated, and he is proof. So he has changed the standard of teaching. So, some people don't like change, but you definitely have to adjust and adapt to change when it comes. And so the conscious community and our so-called teachers, it's hard to keep up. It's hard. You can't deny the truth. So Hinu to you, brothers. Hinu, Hinu to Saba Tehuti. He is the real deal.
That's a fact. Ani, you got on your blue light glasses, Ani?
Yes, sir. Hotep, everyone. Peace and love to all the great people, all the great brothers here on the panel. Peace to you, good brother. Primordial Thought 9, it's great to see you. Good brother, peace and love to you. Yes, this, as you brothers stated, what our great Saba is doing is something very historical, very powerful, and very magical. So to be able to walk you through such a very detailed journey, the way that he does, and takes a lot of information and compacts it into something that's digestible within an hour, is absolutely it's beyond magical to be able to do that. So everyone, make sure that you are supporting our great Saba Tehuti and this information that and this standard that he's setting. This is something that's more than just just a YouTube show answering a question. It really is, and it's really setting the standard and raising that bar of what's possible and just the standard overall. And I was watching a recent podcast where the great brother Minku Ara had asked the question about the difference between a netter and a pharaoh. This was before Minku Ara was Minku Ara, and he always talked about in that class how the standards were so high in Kemet, but for them it was normal. But to everyone else, the bar was way up there. And this is what our great SABA Tehuti is recreating, to where the standard for us is just so far beyond what's normalized. So yes, the bar is being raised, but for us, he's doing something to where our standard overall, just as a people, as a consciousness, how we think, how we dig for information, how we find what we're looking for, is becoming where his students are now light years ahead of a lot of the teachers who are teaching, and can break certain things down that you cannot find. So this is absolutely phenomenal. That our great SABA Tehuti is really changing the paradigm of what it means to research, to put together these presentations. Just look at these teachers, even PowerPoints and the way they put together their information. So everything surrounding what you're seeing is literally. It's just changing the paradigm of what it means to teach, what it means to present, what it means to dig for information, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. And it's just absolutely beautiful. So Hotep and Henu, to all the great people who consistently share your energy and your attention with our great SABA Tehuti in this pod class. And continue to show your reciprocity and standing on my eye by showing your reciprocity to the great netter, to the Nefer Netter, Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. So be sure that you all are continuing to do that. Fantastic question. Keep asking these beautiful questions, and allowing the bridge between the realm of the netter and this physical realm here, and SABA Tehuti being that SABA, that doorway of information, that stargate of information that we will not receive, and we will not have been able to become who we are at the stages that we all are at here today. Without Saba being who he is, and doing all this prior to the internet. Like, I don't know if people really understand that. Like, this is something that he was doing for himself and for those just around him, and to live in that completely removed from the matrix is so special, to where now we can get these teachings pure. Without all of the opinion and the interjection of your feelings, it's just so rare. So Hotep and Henu, to our great Saba. It looks like he dropped off. He's probably resetting his computer, but absolutely, everyone. Minku Ara, have you spoken about the event? The event coming up?
I have not spoken about the event.
All right, absolutely. Everyone get your tickets. Let's let the great Anmer Per go ahead and speak to you all about that. It's right around the corner. We'll see you all getting your tickets, and it's going to be beautiful. So, Go ahead, great brother Minku Ara.
Yes, it will be beautiful. Peace to the chat. Shout out to everyone who has purchased their tickets. If you don't know about the upcoming events, October 28th in Los Angeles, California, we are having our first in-person meetup. It's going to be a celebration of a 1-year anniversary of the Teachers of Ma'at organization and Sunday stream. We'll also be celebrating the 2-year anniversary of SABA Tehuti's pod class. A great opportunity for us to all come together and celebrate, to show our love as followers of Ma'at, to meet SABA Tehuti. We're having a talent show. $20, $25 to enter, $20 to enter, and the first place prize is $250. So we're going to break bread together. We'll have a meditation. There will be vendors. There will be speakers. There will be performances. There will be a talent show. It's a great opportunity for a nice little vacation. Come out to LA, do some networking, and let's just build. When we come together, anything is possible. So it's going to be a wonderful event. It's going to be lots of fun. And I'm looking forward to getting together with the brothers again. I haven't seen them since they got the Rens. It's going to be a powerful, powerful occasion. And we have to relearn how to be community, how to be family, how to get together and love each other. So I'm excited. I'm super excited. It's going to be a lot of fun.
This brother here is Hoyley. The Shade is in the building. He said he's gonna be in the building, and he signed up for the talent show, which is, as the great brother Minku Ara just stated, a $250 prize winning, and only person he's competing against right now is himself. So the Shade, to for signing up for that talent show, and we'll see if anybody else wants to take that opportunity to showcase their skill set and walk away with some cash. So we need you all to if you're coming out, sign up for that talent show as well. But this brother right here signed up, and he's the only one to sign up so far. So he's competing against himself. Okay. So peace and love, everyone. Yes, absolutely. To our great brother Minku Ara for presenting that. And this great brother is doing so much for everyone who's coming out. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be beautiful. You all are, we appreciate you all so much. And it's definitely going to be shown, how much we appreciate all the great supporters and those who support our great SABA Tehuti and this information. So we look forward to seeing everyone come out.
Am I back now?
Hey.
Yes, you're back. Hey.
Okay. I think I fixed the problem.
Welcome back, Saba.
Okay, good to be back. Problem fixed. Okay, wonderful. I'm glad you all enjoyed that. Everybody, I couldn't get to hear what anybody was saying because I had to fully come out of this and fix this problem with this. So I'm sure you all said some great things and appreciative things. And strangers here. Now we're going to get into the donation section. It's already 10 o'clock. We're going to do a few minutes of donation section, and then I'm going to get into the next question that was sent in. Let's look at the people who actually support the Tehuti podcast. Those who are watching this, those who saw it, those who enjoyed it. I'm going to check my Gmail right now and go and see who supported. If T-Bull is in here, T-Bull can jump on the panel. He had a question to me about how to stay fit. I told him to come on the panel and talk to me directly, and I'll give him a couple of tips, and then we'll set up a diet plan or something for him officially. That's what we do here at the Tehuti Pod class. So we're going to go into the donations now. Shout out to Stranger. Shout out to Stranger. Shout out to Stranger. Wonderful. Peace to you. Peace to Israel Hoyley, the man who knows how to survive off of tips. That's why he gives such good tips, because he understands what it takes to survive off of that. He appreciates that. Let me go ahead and show. I see a couple tips, a couple donations have come in since the teachings, but I'm going to go ahead and start from the beginning of the donations that have come in. Oh my gosh. I'm not going to show that as the first donation. No. No. Let me, here we go. All right, here we go. Shit. This is for, what is this? Okay, this is for Medunet. This was for Medunet Monday, but I told her that this is going to be for the pod class, because it doesn't match the theme of Medunet Monday. 1 second, okay, everybody, 1 second. One moment, I'm in a meeting. Let me know where you are located. Thank you. Multitasking. All right, here we go. So I'm going to go ahead and show this on the screen from Sherika. I don't know if all this will fit. Let me see if I can squeeze this in. So first, let me show the donation. Shout out to Sherika, the most consistent, largest donator of question asker of the pod class. Let me go ahead and save this into the file. I had to reboot things, so give me a moment to go back to the pod class file. Hopefully this will not happen again, and the video will show all the way to the end of the class from now on. So let me go and put this as 1 from Sep 29. Gentlemen, get ready to blow your horns and make some noise, because it's okay, let me get ready to make some noise. Let me see if I can close this tab. There's tabs open that are going to interfere. Next to the greatest tab. Here we go, everybody. Give her some noise. Sherika. $44.88. Give her some noise, gentlemen. Who's doing the noise? That sounds really blurry. Who's doing that?
I think that's Tefram Kim. Your sound a little muffled.
Yes. I need, until he fixes that, you do the noise, please. Thank you, Atef, for trying. The noise is blurry. Hold 1 second, everybody. One moment. Hold on a second. Okay, wonderful. And the question is, now to put the question, I actually have to take this down and put in the and show the actual email, because the whole question will not fit in, I don't think. Let me try to see if I can squeeze it in. She wrote a lot. Look at these questions. These questions are paragraphs. They're not even one question. Let me see if I can fit her all in here. So I'll scroll up the email. I think I can fit her all in. Let me do this. Okay, here we go. Is that shown on the screen yet, gentlemen?
No, it's not.
Okay, 1 second. Let me fix that. And here we go. Shout out to Sherry Ka. Here is her question. Here is the question, ladies and gentlemen. The question is the full question. I'll go ahead and read it. Sherry Ka, Medu Monday, Saba, clarify for us the interference of the evolution. Wow, another on evolution. Interference in the evolution of man. I've heard many new age ET theories of DNA splicing, but never has anyone succinctly as you mentioned how this manipulation not only accelerates but actually debilitates us internally. This in turn makes spiritual cultivation a must for us, yet it is not instinctual because we didn't organically evolve like mammals. As the nature of the class has changed, it feels very crucial to ask, may this answer ripple 12-fold to each and every dimension. Okay, now that I've read this whole question, I may be able to actually answer this in the Magneto class, but I will also answer it in the pod. I can answer both now that I've actually looked at what's actually being asked specifically. Good question, Sherry Ka. Very beautiful once again. Sherry Ka with her questions always explode the pod class. So shout out to you, Sherry Ka. Appreciate you. I'm going to take that off the screen. I'm not going to put her next donation yet because I want to see the other people donate first. I want to see. I'm going to go ahead and save that because it seems like Sherry Ka and Bella and others are intimidating the people that used to donate regularly. I'm not sure what has happened to people, but there's people that used to be regular supporters, and I guess they see Bella and Sherry Ka, and they must be saying in their mind, "Oh, Tehuti's good. He's fine. They'll take care of him." That's a shame that people are doing that because they used to support consistently, and as soon as Sherry Ka and Bella started coming through, I see them in the pod class, but I don't see support anymore. It's very odd. Or I don't see them in the pod class. Maybe they're watching secretly. But it seems like Bella and Sherry Ka have removed people from the pod class. September 29th. Bella, Sherry Ka, Primordial Thought. Others that have come in brand new, VRI, Nicholas, who have come in brand new. And it looks like the new people, the old people are like, oh, Tehuti is good. But there are some old people that are still blowing it up, like Stranger, Rigo, of course, the team. But I don't know, man. I don't know. That's the laziness of that's the crab type of mentality. The type of it's a riot type of mentality. You know the riot type of mentality. You know when chaos breaks out in the mall and the original thieves and people are in there with a plan and they're everybody down, and then you see the chaos going on, so you start pocketing things. You know they did it in COVID. You start grabbing a couple things because the cops are really looking for everybody hands down. Everybody's going crazy, and then you start grabbing a couple of little toothpaste you grabbed. That's what's happening here. So the big donators are coming through, and the other people are like, hey, in this chaos, I'm just gonna get the information for free. It's a shame. It's the reptilian mentality, but that's us. We are reptilians. So here we go, everybody. The next donation here is support. Oh, from oh my gosh, Stranger. Here we go. I didn't want to show these big donations, but Stranger came through. Oh my goodness. Oh, listen, everybody. This is for the week before. So this is 3 extra Stranger. This is the tip. Stranger asked a question about what I'm going to be breaking down again tonight and even more. The architecture, and he gave about $85 or so for the question. Well, look what he did again, everybody. Look what Stranger did again for a tip. When he finally got to see the answer, Stranger dropped, give him Red Octobers, give him bombs. Only the Tehuti pod class are you ever seeing anything like this. I don't even like showing these big donations in the beginning because, like I said, it makes people feel comfortable. But that they that hey, stranger will take care of Tehuti. I can just watch for free now. But let me go ahead and show this here. Stranger dropping bombs. He's one of the older people that have always consistently donated and never stopped, never got less, stayed consistent, massive. Give him some noise. $100. This is the way to begin the Tehuti pod class right here. Stranger and Sherika. Saba, the scroll you just dropped on the number 3 is an absolute banger. You are the Komodo dragon. That was for an answer for last week. If anybody here wants to know what he's talking about, go to last week's class where he asked about architecture. And I can't even say what I broke down, but it was an hour and 50 minutes or so. Give him some big noise, family. Give him some big noise.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing.
Give him some big noise. Oh my goodness. $100. $100. Thank you, my good brother. And this is the brother here. The brother actually named the moderators. Thank you, my good brother. You are magnificent. $100 right off the bat. What a way to start the pod class. Sherry Khan Stranger just like coming out as monsters right from the beginning. And now we go into my other good brother, Jay Kirkland. No, who texted me? Somebody, I got 2 J's. Somebody texted me about something happened to them. Oh, that's a Tef. Okay. A Tef, you sent me a text?
Yes.
Okay, that's you. Okay. I'll check. I'll read that as soon as I have time. I saw the bank situation, but I couldn't read it all. Is that showing on the screen right now?
Yes.
Give him some noise. Give him some hand claps. $20. Uncle Jasaneb, great. Tehuti. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The podcast is starting great already. Look at these donations and support. Who's playing that? Is that you a Tef again? I can't hear that.
You can't hear it?
No, just let Scribe do the noises for now until we can test you out. Yeah, thank you, my good brother. Scribe, go ahead and give him some hand claps. Okay, thank you very much. Beautiful support right off the bat. Look at the support right off the bat. Bijan Farrow sent me something. Bijan Farrow, Saba, I'm here sitting on my couch. Here's testimony. I'm here sitting on my couch in the teachings of Ma'at Sunday class. I'm getting the smell of perfume, and it smells like the perfume of my granny would wear. Shout out to Bijan Farrow, sent me this message right here. And this is very good. I'm actually going to save this and put it in his file because, so man, let me go ahead and save this. I'm going to put Bijan Farrow's effect. 5 Bijan effect. So for all those who are in the room, like I said in the Tehuti pod class, I teach people how to use their ability to reach their deceased ancestor that's in their family. Me personally, I don't do it for my personal reasons. I wait for them to reach out to me. As far as anybody personally connected, now ancestors in the past is a different story. Or personal family members, I wait for something else. But if you want to reach your deceased family member, these brothers do one-on-ones with me, and I teach them things to awaken their senses, give them different rituals to do, and I gave him something to deal with the grandmother's perfume and some altar work, and he's already starting to smell the perfume again, and we haven't even started what it is. So that's a testimony there This is what happened to the Tehuti pod class. So that's why I don't respect or listen to anybody who has any critique for me that can't replace me. If you can't replace me, if you can't replace me and you're critiquing me, you are literally the devil. That means that your goal is to just remove what the people have for them and not stand in the shoes. So if I have people here that are smelling their grandmother's perfume and seeing their deceased and crossing over and doing out-of-body experiences and quadrupling their income like Menku KHEPERA is doing, and if I'm doing all this for these people, and you're coming saying, Tehuti, you're a fraud, you're pseudo, okay, let me stop. Come in this booth, come on the panel right here, take over. If you don't have that agenda, then you're literally the devil. You're literally worse than any European that ever walked the planet, and you're only here to destroy what it is for the people, but you're not here to rebuild. And here's a little science, because when you break up with your girlfriend, you're in a sad state. When you break up with your girlfriend, break up with your boyfriend, when your arm breaks, it's very sad. When you're feeling down, it's a very bad thing. The conscious communities, this is a little wisdom extra for you. I was going to give this in Meta class. The conscious community today, their doctrine are based on those two words. And that's why when they go to teach you something, those are the two words that they use. And I use them too, but then I will say, I'll build you back up. So why is it when you're teaching somebody, you're breaking it down? Your subconscious hears the word break as something bad and down as something bad. Building something up is what has to be done after the thing is broken down. But in this new conscious reality, the wisdom is, and the teaching is only, I'm going to break you down. Let me break this down. I'm going to break you down. I'm going to break this down. I'm going to break. And now we're all broken down. We're all broken and we're down now. Now what? You can't build us back up. So you may be a good debater. You may be good at tearing things down and breaking things apart and breaking somebody down. Now, where's the guidance after that? That's where the buildup comes from. And that's why they don't have to offer you. And that's why they can never replace me. They don't want to replace me. They just want to break you down and leave you empty, destroy what you feel and believe in the meta and everything that I'm teaching. And once they broke you down and get you to disbelieve, they leave you when they're gone to the next channel. That is the actual devil, the only devil that I believe in. That one right there. I don't believe anything else is the devil other than that. That is the actual devil. To break somebody down. Imagine breaking somebody out of Christianity. They're eating right. They're trying to do good for their family. They're not out robbing. They're not out stealing. They're trying to do good. They're being a good person. They're all doing this all because of Jesus. Their agenda is to be a good person. And then you come in. Let me tell you about Christianity. Pa, poo, pa, poo, pa. Here's a contradiction. Ta, poo, ta, too. And you're breaking them down. They're getting hit. Oh man. Oh my God. My Jesus is gone. My God is gone. Pa, poo, pa. And then you just leave them like that. Well, what is the truth then? You go find out, nigga. Let's go to the other channels, and that's exactly what you're gonna get. They breaking everybody down, breaking down the Hebrews, destroying them, breaking down the Christians, and then they're like, okay, well, what is the guidance now that I'm broke down? Because when I have a nervous breakdown, it's bad, isn't it? So I don't want to be broke down by you and left broke down, like I'm having a nervous breakdown. That's a bad thing, isn't it? So that's the devil right there. That is the Isfet. When Tehuti is here to break it down and then build you back up. People will start saying that in the next 3 years. All right, let's go back to this little bit of extra wisdom for you. But here we go. All right, now back to the donations here. Raw Minerals sent an extra $10 for the sex breakdown. Which sex breakdown? Whichever one, thank you. I don't know, but thank you, Raw Minerals. Let me go ahead and put that on the screen. Gentlemen, tell me when that is on the screen. And I'm going to put an extra donation. Hey, you guys, stay in there. Trying to come out, huh? 6 Raw Minerals. Extra for... Oh, yes. The one class that I did talk about sex magic, and I said that's the very last one. Let me go ahead and put that on the screen. He is a very, very honorable brother to go back to the pod class, watch a class that I didn't know he'd watch, and be honorable enough to say, you know what? I wasn't there for that class live, but I watched it, I benefited from it, and boom, here's an extra $10. Dua for the sex magic, what? Breakdown. The breakdown and the build up. So That's what we're gonna do from now on. A little wisdom I was saving for everybody, but when I say breakdown, you may also hear me and never notice I talk about the build up. I'm just gonna start saying it clearly now. Breakdown, build up. So this is do it for the sex magic, breakdown, and I built you back up. So thank you, Raw Minerals. Appreciate that. Give him a little hand clap, because anybody gives extra for a breakdown, they get some hand claps. Give him some hand clap. Yay! Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for the breakdown. That's one of my favorite songs too. This one will break you down, but this one will break. All right, so Raw Minerals for Raw Minerals sent a question in the Gmail. I didn't see this, but thank you, Raw Minerals. Let's see what it is. Raw Minerals, $15 for question in the Gmail. Is that shown on the screen there?
Yes.
September 29. Question on the Gmail, and let me see if I can find the question. What's his question? Question is, this is interesting. What is this? Hey, it says Nefer Sa Heru Saba. I had a question on what are some great workouts for the chat. I thought this was some other language. I didn't. What are some? Okay, so this is something. I'm just gonna email. I'm just gonna I'll just email him something. What are some great workouts for the chest? Ones that target different sections of the muscle. Pectoral. Oh man, I haven't heard people use these terms. I thought it was only me that use these terms. Pectoralis major, pectoralis minor, serratus interior, subclavius. Okay, Raw Minerals. If you can hear me for this, my good brother. Contact me in the messages. It's going to be hard for me to type this answer. Thank you though. Let me go ahead and put this with your question. I don't know. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to explain why in a minute. Let me come to the screen. It's one of the reasons why I wanted the good brother T-Bull to come to the screen. Let me come off this here. So to everybody who wants workout advice, tips, and things like that from me, I tell everybody that it is impossible for me to type answers and things, because I have to visually show you. I have to show you certain things, like even how to move the finger. I think I've told Menkura this. I think I've told Scribe Primordial Thought this. It is difficult to type. Let me fix this. Why am I blurring out like that? Hold on. This is so strange. I'm trying to the Invisible Man. Something's happening. Okay. So when I work out, and I'll just show this as an example, when I work out or exercise, train, it's actually training, I use move different body parts that actually affect the muscle that I'm working out with. And it's so difficult to describe that in typing. I have to show you that and show you the movement. So for example, have any of you brothers in the room, this is for the brother too, and for T-Bull, have anybody heard of supination? Anybody heard of the word supination? No? So supination is, let's say for example, one of my supination techniques for a workout of the body is the pinky finger. And a lot of people see me working out, and I work out with little weights, little baby. People say, lift some bigger weights there. I remember Tazarek was like, I bet I can bench more than you. And I said, I bet you can. You probably can bench more than Jet Li too, but let's see what happens when you and him meet. So I use very little. I use small small weights to control the finite muscle. And so to be able to type that is difficult. But maybe brother, since you've been around for a long time, I'll do a one-on-one with you. Maybe I'll just show you a couple things. So supination, for example, here's an example. So This is a bicep. This is actually not the bicep. This is a trick. This is not the bicep. When the brother comes on, I'll show you the bicep. So one of the things that I teach people when I train them is that this thing that you think is the bicep, we'll just call it that for now until I break the matrix. But this thing that you think called the bicep, when you flex it, it goes like that. That's what happens when you flex it. But supination is I'm going to make this muscle larger and not flex it anymore. How is that? I'm going to put up this pinky finger right here and just turn the finger. Now that I turn the finger, the muscle actually changes shape. It looks like I'm flexing more, but I'm not actually flexing more. I'm actually just supinating with the pinky finger that's connected to that. And it happens with both arms. It looks like I'm flexing, but I'm not flexing. It's just the pinky finger. And this finger here is connected to the shoulder. These are the little things that I understand about the body, why I'm able to transform mine. And it'd be very difficult to type that, how to utilize that in a workout. You can use the pinky finger to raise the chest muscle to cause supination, but it's something that I have to show you. So maybe Brother Nahum, you can send a little bit extra money, and I'll just sit with you for maybe 5-10 minutes and show you some things, and I'll show you what to do. But you would have to sit down for like 10 minutes or so. So thank you, brother, for asking that question. Appreciate that. But that's just an example of what I can't type is a supination, and understanding that these are not biceps. You can't look at your bicep in this angle, which I'll show somebody if they ask, or I'll show T-Bull because he wanted to know some things. But you cannot look at your bicep like this. It's impossible. You can't see your bicep like that. Bicep means two. So anyways, let's get on. Thank you, good brother. Thank you for asking that. And we're going to get on to the next one here. So the next one here is somebody named Jazz. Here's a brand new person. Never heard of you before. Jazz. We'll do a couple more, and then we'll get into the next answer, because the next one's going to be, oh gosh. The next one's the brother HEKA KHEPERA asked me to break down a movie, it looks like. I'm going to break down 42 seconds of the movie for the next answer. Okay, shout out to Jazz. I'm going to put this on the screen. It says Unk Uja Seneb, Jazz Lee. Let me put it on the screen. I've never seen or heard of Jazz Lee before, but I appreciate brand new supporters. I don't care what the amount is if you're brand new, because Harass did For You Culture started out brand new with $5. Rego started out similar to that, and they turned into $200, $150 donators now. So shout out to Jazz Lee, brand new person. The Jaguar, Uncle Jaseneb. Thank you, good brother or sister. I'm not sure. Jazz is male and female. Uncle Jaseneb, to you. Thank you very much. I'm going to put that in here and put that in the file, because as you become a regular Tehuti podcast watcher and start sending in questions, maybe a year or so from now, we're going to go back to this date, and I'm going to say, hey, remember when you used to just give $5? Remember those days? Thank you, Jazz. Appreciate you. You're brand new, and I appreciate everything you have to give. Next donation of the night is what's this? Oh, Annie Pata. Oh, okay. Shout out to Bijan Farrow. What's this? Oh, Bijan Farrow. This is just a section, a portion of it. This is not the price of the shirt, but this is just a certain portion of it. But for the price of the shirt, give Bijan Farrow some big noise. Bijan Farrow purchased a shirt. Give him some noise for that. Thank you. Thank you, Bijan Farrow, for supporting the merch. Now you know what merch means. Shout out to you. Okay, next person in is who's this? Sarah. 5:55. We'll do two more, then I'll get into the answer, and then we'll do the rest after that. So shout out to Sarah, who, hey, this looks like one of Sarah's original donations. This is how she used to donate in the beginning. 555. And now this, she's going to get some noise for this, because this is not a donation for the current pod class. This is for the fifth Dogon class from August. Give her some noise. She's tipping for things that she watched prior. Give her some noise, please.
2022, Father, from Loudville.
Wait, what do you say?
last August 2022.
All right. Yes. Sarah extra for Dogon. Oh my goodness. She's tipping for things from a year ago, literally a year ago. Shout out to you, sister, if you're still in the room. Shout out to you. She is in the room. She says, the double meaning. I'm not flexing, but I'm flexing. I love it here. And shout out to here's a new person, the Shog dog, the Schwang Dayenkus. I don't know, but shout out to you. Never seen the name, the Schwang Dayenkus. Shout out to you. Appreciate your support. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. You are awesome. Always supporting. And who's this? Timothy. I don't know who this is, but I'm not going to show their Scribe. Have you heard of Timothy Alonge?
No, that is a brand new name to me.
Okay, so this must be a book purchase.
Yes, there was a book purchase that I did see.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Timothy Along for the book purchase. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. He purchased one of the PDF books, it looks like. Thank you. And who's next? Ooh. Be Get Leisure. I don't know if you're in the room. I'm not sure. But we're going to end off with this monster, and then we're going to get into the next question. Give him some Red Octobers, some big noise, everything in the house, please. Give him some big noise. Oh my goodness, what does this say? What does this say? What does this say? Let me see, everybody. We're going to get into the next question after this. This is this says Beget Leisure Center sent you $50, and this is Maharu in the room if he's still there. He says, brother Hotep Tehuti, age is just a number. To a SABA for clarifying, and he keeps giving these big donations for what he learns in the Meditator class. Everybody, this is the brother who had the one-on-one with me, who now has a successful relationship with his mother months after she passed. This is the brother that watches the Meditator class, sends for it, and he watches it, and it has this big effect on him, and he always sends these massive support donations for the effect that the Meditator class has on him. For those who don't know what it is that I'm talking about, the Meditator class is every Monday at 1:30 p.m. Pacific time, and you can email me at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com and come 1:30, or if you miss it or can't get to it, you can purchase. We have up to 52 of the classes, and now people are allowed to ask magical questions. That is the Meditator Monday class. Beget Leisure says this is the effect that the Meditator Monday class has on him. Beget Leisure, what does he say? He says, brother Hotep Tehuti, age is just a number. To a SABA for clarifying Meditator. What happened now? Am I on, everybody?
Yeah, we can hear you, Saba. You froze a little bit, though.
Am I on?
Yes.
Am I moving? Am I good?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Breaking down Black people and Black women beauty. Absolutely. That was some wisdom I gave in the last class about the Black and beautiful concept and the Isfet psyops attached to. Am I back? Attached to Black and beauty. Now it makes sense, Saba. I sent a question a month ago about Heru having a wife. Can you just tell me when I speak to you if you want. Oh, Henu Tehuti Mary. I sent you a message, Be Get Leisure, about that. Check your message, and I'm going to look into something for you with that. Am I being heard and seen, brothers? Am I okay?
Yeah.
Your video's a little choppy, but we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, everybody. Now we're going to get into the next question. The Tehuti podcast. We've waited about 40 minutes, taking a break, maybe 30 minutes or so. We're going to get into the next question here. I'm going to read the other donations after this. Let us go and see what the next question is. Is HEKA in the room? Is HEKA in the room? Press a 9, HEKA if you are here. Oh, Primordial Thought. I hope everything worked out or is working out. If you want to update me in the text, let me know. I got the last text and I didn't hear from you, and then I saw a donation, but I didn't get an update on if you that time away, if you fixed, if anything got resolved from there. So you can always text me and let me know if you want to talk to me about it. No problem. Just letting you know.
SABA, I appreciate it.
Oh, Nino, absolutely. Okay, is HEKA in the room? HEKA, oh, it's light.
Yeah, he said, here's SABA, and he pressed the number 9.
Wonderful, wonderful. Are you all ready? The title of this podcast, because of a question that was sent in, that came in from HEKA, is called Great Pyramid. Watch the numbers are going to start going up now. They went down to 59. They're going to start going up now. Great Pyramid, K 2019 movie, broken down by Tehuti. Women here first. Send live questions and reciprocity. Oh my goodness. HEKA sent this question to me. Had this question, and I broke down the movie before he sent me the question originally. That's how it happened. I broke down Geopolymorph, and then the next answer, I broke down the more of the movie, and HEKA sent me this. It was so magical the way this worked. He asked me, he said I can break down whatever I want. I asked him to specify what he wants first before I just choose. He gave me the specification, a couple of specifications. Of course, I don't have time to do all of them in one pod class, but just like Rigo sent in, if you all want this to be a section, I'm not sure what it's called, but if you want there to be, what's it called? Series?
A series.
If you want Great Pyramid K 2019 to be a series here, you can send in another donation and pick another part, or I'll break down another part, just like we did with the Matrix movie. This K 2019 movie is great. It is great. It's missing something. It's missing something, but it is great. If you want to show somebody how advanced the Kemetians were and show them as pure melanin, everybody in the movie is darker than me, except for, interestingly, the makers of the movie. I've never seen that happen before. But everybody in the movie is darker than me in Primordial Thought. Everybody, every worker, everybody in the movie. And if you want to break somebody out of, if you want somebody to understand or get interested in Kemet, show them this movie. If you want the understanding from the Natiru on this movie, come to the Tehuti Pod class, and I will give you the secret of what's missing in this movie and all the other ones. There's something missing, which we're going to break down today. This is a great video. HEKA said he used to teach from this. Everybody go check this out. You can get all kind of jewels from this and good questions to ask me from this. Here we go, everybody. Let me go ahead and show his donation. First of all, a monster donation from what I remember. Let me go ahead and look at this again. HEKA. Here we go. I'm going to break down 40 seconds of this movie. And I think this answer, this will be an hour. I'm going to break down 45 seconds and So just to show you, we could do this movie all year. Scribe, tell them how long it takes in the Meta class to go through one page.
Well, one page, a month and a half, 2 months.
One sentence.
Yeah, one sentence. A class. Yeah, where are we at? Let me see.
We're still just on page 6.
Yeah, we're right there at the end of page 6, very beginning of page 7, and it's been over a year.
Welcome to the Meta class. All right, everybody. So here we go. Are you ready? HEKA says, "Let's go." HEKA, when I was putting this together, HEKA, this is and the brother Stranger, you're gonna love this. This is part 2 for you, Stranger. When I was putting this together, I said HEKA is gonna cry. When I was putting this together, I said, again, it was waking me up in the middle of the night. I was getting information at 4 something in the morning. Information was coming to me. Write this down. Put this here. Look it up later. All type of things were coming to me from this 40 seconds of this movie. KHEPERA, when this was all coming into me, and however, I can't explain how I get the information, but when this was coming, when I was getting this, my stomach was twisting. I was like, look what the people are missing. Look how deep this is, but there's something missing. And let me teach you. And it was beautiful. So here we go, everybody. Let me go ahead and show this. Are you all ready? This is it, everybody. And Menko Ara put great question already, and I didn't even put the question up yet. So thank you for I may have put it up last week. I don't know. Menko Ara. I'm putting the names together. Menko Ara Marie Ma'at says, great question. Here it is, everybody. Here's the question. Welcome to Tehuti Pod Class. Here is what the brother. First of all, here's the donation. Give him some noise. 7272. Give him some big noise. Let's go. Annie. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my goodness. He says,
the door. You're the one that has to walk through it.
What a beautiful voice that is. I'm blowing this up. More. Who's at the laugh? That you, Scribe? Who laughed?
Me too.
Yeah.
Who laughed? Who's that? I can't see you all.
Tap.
Okay. Yeah. He says break down. We're gonna break it down and build it up. He says HEKA 4-4 K 2019 breakdown. And he picks a section. Thank you, HEKA. HEKA picked a section. $72. Did you give him some big noise already?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, HEKA. Wonderful, wonderful. And let's go ahead and see what he actually specified on. What did he ask? Okay, I put that in the answer. So, brothers, you all can jump back in. Actually, let me go ahead and put this up here. Hold on, before you all jump back in. Hold on. Let me go ahead and put this up here. Present. Where's his question? I want to put his question in the big. I have it in the answer too. Oh, I don't have it. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna brothers jump back in the room. The question is the question is inside of my explanation, so I can't show it right now until I show the presentation. So jump back in the room, brothers. We're gonna get into this answer. Peace and love. Here we go, everybody. If you can hear me, press a 9. Owner is here. Nicholas is here. Nicholas says this is gonna be wild. This is going to be wild. Thank you, Nicholas. This is going to be wild, right? Oh, boy. Press a 9 if you can hear me clear. HEKA, you ready, brother? I'm like, this brother's going to cry, man. This is not even. Ladies and gentlemen, after I give this answer, while I'm giving this answer, I'm going to be checking my Gmails. If you all really appreciate this, and I'm going to look at the names that are watching, and if you all are still here, this is going to be a long breakdown. If you appreciate this, as I'm breaking it down, after I'm breaking it down, when you give a donation for this, can you please put this as the name so I can be motivated to give you a part 2? Put this is for breakdown K 2019 extra tip. If I see a few of those coming in, I'll do a part 2 if somebody requests. If you all even want a part 2, you will after this. I can do part 97. I can do 197 parts of this because this is just going to be 40 seconds. HEKA KHEPERA, 40 seconds. Are you ready, everybody? You're pressing 9 and 2 press 9. Annie and Anu press 9. Hey, Boss Fees here pressing a 9. That's Black Alucard. Shannon pressing 9. Angela Gates, Israel Hoyley, Robert pressing 9. Rigo says, geez. Rigo, you ready? Are you ready, Rigo? Master K? Master K. Oh my goodness, let's go. Master K, you ready to blast away to come to the pod class and listen to what Tehuti has to say? This is it, everybody. Let's go. I'm going to put it on right now. And here we are. Entire screen. This is it. Let me do this. Y'all can see this. Here we go, everybody. Woo-wee. This is it, everybody. This is it. This is it. I want a Komodo dragon. If anybody wants to debate this. Here we go, everybody. Oh, my goodness. Another beautiful evening at the Tehuti pod class where you can send in your questions with reciprocity and receive a documentary type answer that breaks the matrix and beyond. Well, last week's class on my breakdown of the King's Chamber and the mathematical codes found within, asked by stranger, leading to the pi ratio and Fibonacci sequence, the golden mean, and then broken down into the human canon of number 18, tying into pi, 1 to 18 decimals, was extremely explosive. Something magical actually happened prior to that class. I had a class on geopolymer from a movie called K 2019. A brother named HEKA KHEPERA saw that explanation and wanted to an answer breakdown from another part of the movie. Little did he know that he would become a part of a synchronistic magical event, because before I even received the question, I actually started answering the question that he did not even send in, which was the breakdown of the King's Chamber, which was last week. But knowing how deep Tehuti can go, the good brother HEKA KHEPERA sent him the question anyways, because he knows I can break down much more. Let's look at the question that was sent in and was actually in his mind prior to me breaking down the King's Chamber in the mathematical codes of the so-called sarcophagus and the Aku last week. This was him clarifying and correcting the original question, which is why the date is after I answered it. Let us continue. Oh my goodness, here it is. Here's this question. Sorry for the late reply. I was down with some sinus issues yesterday. I'll find the timestamp. The subject is how the people of the Cometians, based off of raindrops in the Fibonacci codes on the sarcophagus in the Great Anu. I'll send the specifics after work today. And then after work today, I guess, that was 10:50 a.m., September 21st. After work that day at 6:30 p.m., he clarified the units of measurement starts around 4620. The dimension of the King's Chamber starts around 144.30. Tua. So how are we going to do this? So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to take the question starting from the last timestamp, going backwards to the first, since the last timestamp is the specific continuation of the last class I taught, which was, and this is quoted from, this is a screenshot from HEKA KHEPERA, the dimension of the king's chamber start around 144.30. Let us watch that, everybody. Let's watch the dimension of the king's chamber. And I'm going to go ahead and put this stop screen. I want everybody to see this together, to see what it is that initiated him. What is it that he saw that this video said about the dimension of the king's chamber? And I want people to, this movie is great. This movie is great. It's missing some things, of course, that they can't teach. So this is actually 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 12 seconds. It's actually 2 minutes because 12 seconds is a part of something else. Here we go, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and show this on the screen. This is what HEKA KHEPERA saw. And I'm going to go ahead and present. Zahi Hawa needs to hear this. You know what may happen? Unless they want to keep me invisible too. Maybe the makers of K 2019, the Great Pyramid, will see my breakdowns and want me a part of the explanation of what they can't do. If they do a part 2 or want the people to understand what they're actually breaking down, then you're not going to get this watching the movie. So maybe the makers of that movie will see this and be like, okay, let's get Tehuti on here. And then I can actually break the matrix. It has I think 67 million views. Something to that effect. 60 something million views. Some craziness. So let 67 million views see Tehuti's breakdown and watch what happens to the pod class. Here we go, everybody. Let's watch.
The dimensions of the king's chamber are 10 cubits by 20 cubits and 11.18 cubits high. Some may assume that the simple-minded Egyptians said to themselves, let's make the king's chamber 2 simple cubes side by side, and that's that. Nothing special. Really? Indeed, it is this little 11.18 cubits which makes us once again discover in a spectacular way the scientific level reached by the Egyptians. The 4 universal constants, pi, golden ratio, royal number, and meter, are merged in the most perfect and incredible way. If we connect the corners of the room with lines, we discover that the perimeter of the room is 31,416 meters, or pi in tenths of a meter. The sum of the 3 sides of this triangle is equal to 52.36 cubits, the royal constant. This triangle is the sacred triangle of Isis, 3, 4, 5. And now, forget the units of measure, the meter, the cubit, the inch, the yard, the mile, etc. The Egyptian idea is to express the number 100 by building the room with 100 stones. They selected 7 numbers used to obtain a total of 100 stones. They calculated their square roots. Then the golden ratio, phi squared, multiplied by the square root of 4, 5, 9, 16, 20, 21, 25. In order to show us 4,500 years later that these equations are correct, using the results of these equations, they built the room in meters. This demonstrates that the king's chamber is built directly with the sacred standard, the universal, the centimeter. This is the scientific level of the Egyptians. Here is what we know, they tell us.
Okay, video is over. We are back. Beautiful, right? Beautiful. I mean, what culture? Who's doing that? Why though? Why? Very precise. Very precise. Peace to Hybrid Cipher. Peace to you. Very precise, right, Rigo? Very, very precise. But for what purpose? Welcome to the podcast. You ready? Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Very precise, but why? Okay, so we watched that already at the 144 mark. That was 2 minutes. So I'm going to break down about 45 to 50 seconds of that 2 minutes. Here we go. So, okay, wonderful. That was extremely deep. But what exactly is going on here? You'll notice that in a lot of these videos, they give you the mathematical equation to show you the depth of intelligence the ancient people of Ma'at were, but they don't give you the significance of what it means to the actual culture and what the indigenous people themselves said about it. And how does it match the theme of the continuous teachings? So you're looking at these videos from a perspective, you begin to respect the mathematical intelligence, but there's no spiritual teaching aligned with it, coming from the indigenous people to make these numbers even relevant to the Medu teachings and the biological imperative and immortality. That is why you are here at the Tehuti podcast. HEKA KHEPERA, even though watching this video, and he even used to teach people from it, would still send Tehuti the request for the actual breakdown and rebuild up. And since, even though he was a teacher of this, he sent $72.72 to the pod class to me to explain it, because that is the missing part. Watching this, you're left in awe saying, wow, the ancient Egyptians, the Kemetians, are really mathematically advanced. But what's the purpose of it? What was the message? What's the reason for being? Why build it like that? Why make it 100? What's the significance? That is what is not being taught in the K 2019, because to teach that, you have to live it. To teach that, you have to have the actual culture and knowledge flowing through you, and it has to be relevant to you other than just soulless mathematics, just mathematical equations that mean nothing. Somebody in the room tell me right now. Let me go in the room right now. Somebody tell me, after watching that section, that was impressive, right? So tell me what the number 100 is. They said all these equations times pi and calculated all equal 100. There's 100 blocks, because they said they wanted you to emphasize the 100. Why? Can somebody tell me that? Just type in the room, what is 100 in Kemet? What does 100 mean to Ptah-hotep? What does 100 mean to Hatshepsut? Now that we have the box calculated to 100, what does that number mean in the writings of the Purim Haru? Anybody? Anybody know what it means? Can anybody come up here and explain? Because you're blown away and distracted with the awesomeness of the mathematics, but you're left soulless and empty, just left with the Egyptians were great mathematicians, but the whole theme of Kemet was about immortality in the afterlife. So if they're making this based on the number 100, or if there's mathematical breakdowns and pi and everything in there, how does that tie into the theme of why is it the King's Chamber? The King's Chamber is only about the afterlife. That's all that it's about. So why put all these mathematical equations in an area that is all about ascension to the afterlife? That is what's missing, and that is why you have Tehuti. Let's break it down. You ready? Are you ready? Hybrid Cipher says, wow, incredible. High science. Tell me more. Right? Angela put 100, 100. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. This is it. This is going to be 2 parts for just tonight. All right, here we go. Screen. HEKA KHEPERA. Get your pen and pad. Get whatever you have, because this is it. Okay, so that is why you're here at the Tehuti Pod class. HEKA KHEPERA, even though watching this video and even teaching from it, would still send Tehuti the request and $72 plus for the actual breakdown and rebuild up. So here we go of this, what is going on here. For those who were at last week's class and remember the extreme as above, so below microcosm clarification I gave on the mathematical equation of the human canon and the original one coming from the followers of Ma'at. So we'll break this video down step by step. First, let me show you what I taught last week for those who missed it, and even for those who didn't. The body was broken down into 3 by 6, which equaled 18 separations or 18 decimal separations, because the 18 decimal separations do not make up quite the whole until it's all together. So if you remember from last week, I showed you the people of Ma'at 3,000 years before the Matrix, when they would draw a person, a being, you'll notice the Kemetian bodies were kind of elongated. That's because they were elongated. I didn't say this last week, but they were elongated because they had to be stretched out into these 18 parts. Let me show the whole thing. 18 parts right here, as you can see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So you may look at this and say, wow, the Kemetians were mathematically breaking down things into the number 18, but they'll never tell you in the movie or any teacher why the number 18. Well, you learned that last week. You learned that last week about the 18 decimals of pi and 3 equaling the whole and 3 by 6, 18. That was only taught for the first time on the planet last week. So you learned that. So you're not just looking at the number 18 as math, but it has a direct correlation with immortality. And here you see it again, broken down into 18 parts. Here you see with the male, the female again. Okay? Broken down into 18 parts. Now, because of last week, you're the only people on the planet that know why. Now, last week I revealed the duality, the Ka also meaning double, the double realm, which is a palindrome called the Pa or Pa, or the Pa or Pa, which is the real time zone where the pure energetic double is echoed out from the bioenergetic double or the bioenergetic template. I can call the Ka, and with all of that, so the bioenergetic template is called the Ka, and with all of this was an echoed effect in the mathematical measurements of the King's Chamber by making it into 2 equal 360-degree perfect circles, making it double, as we can see here shown in the video. Remember what was the theme was taking the full body's height, which was 18 parts. It was dealing with the height. It was 18 parts doubled, which is the one which is you doubled, the double U or the doubled U, the Ka, equaling 11, because 11 is 1, U, and the Ka is the other, and 1 together equals the number 11, and thus you have the 11 and you have the 18, because 1 is 2 slashes in Kemet, which is the very first double, or as you see it with the 2 straight lines in the arms up, equaling the Ka, which means double. And when you see the Ka, you see 2 equal arms up, which are 2 arms equaling the word EE, which are 2 A's doubled. And that's when we look back now and we can make sense of the numbers. Look closely at the numbers of the actual double boxes now, and it will make sense after this clarification, because I broke this down last week. So now you can look and see the Ka statue of the pharaoh Aribri-Hor on display at the Egyptian Museum, and you see the 2 arms up. Let me shrink this down a little bit. And now all of this can make sense, because now you can actually go to the Per-Em Haru. If you come to the Tehuti Pod class, you'll know this. You can go to the Per-Em Haru chapter of the Seka'u, remembering the name in the netherworld. May my name, Ren, in the Pa or Pa, see the great double house. May I remember my name, thou art my Ka, double within my body, because the Ka are the 2 arms equaling the EE. So the whole theme of Kemet was the dual world, the Pa or Pa. One house was physical, one realm was physical, one realm was enough non-physical. in the physical world is where the Ka is reborn into the physical body, adding the letter T, making the physical body the word Khat, because it's reborn into the physical. And the without the T is the Ka, which is the bioenergetic template, which echoes the etheric bioenergetic double, which is the Ba. So now you're in the double world, or the real time zone, in the other Pa. So there's two Pas, Pa or Pa, your original place that you existed. That's why it's called Pa, because Pa means the origin. That's where you actually came from. And then you're reborn into the physical. So all of that understanding makes it understandable now when we look at the image and we see the box, and now we see the double, which is the 18 cubits, going in what direction? Going up in height, because that's how they measured the body. The body went up in height 18 parts, and it was 18 parts doubled because you had the physical Khat and the etheric Ka, so it was doubled. That's the 1-1. So that's the measurements going up in height is 1-1-18. That's the whole body, the doubled body and the 18 parts. Boom. Now you can see that the chamber of the double immortality is composed of the mathematics of the full original human canon compounded with the 11, making it 11-18 high. But why 11 out of the 18 high? And that is what they don't know. This is what they can't show you, and that is why you are here at the Tehuti Pod class. The answer is within the writings of the culture, which I will show you, and no one else, because they're embarrassed of the writings and they don't live by it. But because we're here, we here represent the ancestors and ancestral artifacts over religion. Let's go to the Purim Haru plate 30, and here it is again. Why the 11? Because the 11 is the entrance of the Aku, and it says here in the Purim Haru plate 30, I have come along advancing to see the gods, the great. And how do you say great? Two arms, E-E-A-U, which is great. I live, Unki M, Hetepet. So I live amongst the offerings, and what do? I eat their doubles. So I broke down how the doubles, what you originally ate as a baby was through the umbilical cord. So the umbilical cord, when the human can is placed overlapping, superimposing the pyramid, the 11 mathematic area in height is exactly where you enter through the navel, which is where you originally ate from. So the Ka eats on the double, or the etheric nutrients of something, not the physical body. That is the 11. So let's go right into Tehuti Overdrive. Are you ready, everybody? We're going to go right into Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go, everybody. All right, here we go. Well, how did you feed when you were a fetus? Through the umbilical cord, and thus you fed upon it until you were reborn, exiting out the doorway of the vagina for your rebirth. Understanding this, Tehuti clarification, and your new eyes of Ma'at unclouded by the matrix. Now let's look back at the overlay imposition from the original human canon, aligned with the great Aku. They're calling the pyramid, which is a symbol of the rebirth of you. So I put right there it is right there. And there's a mathematical code that I broke down last week, that the body's broken down into 18 subdivisions, or 18 units, and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And where is that? That is right at the umbilical cord, which is right at the entrance of the Aku, and the top of it right here is where your third eye is, which is right at the floor plan of the king's chamber. So there's your 11-18. So that's the height of the box, of course, representing the double, and the ascension is what height? 11.18. So now these mathematics are actually starting to make sense to you. Well, only when you come to the Tehuti Pod class. Go anywhere else and ask anybody these questions. Ask 11-18, see what happens. They'll laugh at you because they're embarrassed. Boom. The 11th point high on the 18th grid is from where the navel, where the umbilical cord was once connected, overlaid with the Aku pyramid, which I taught you as a microcosm of the house or the body of Asar. Wait a minute. I didn't read the beginning of the chapter 30. Guess what the chapter 30, guess what the Ka eating, guess what it's about? Guess what it's about? The beginning of it that I didn't read you. My friend has entered to me his face, facing down upon the things which are hidden. That same chapter about the Ka eating, guess what it says? He entered into the house of Osiris. He entered into the house of Osiris. So the same chapter 30 over here, which is about the Ka eating its doubles, eating the double and consuming so you can live, because as a baby, you ate through the umbilical cord. So thus the Ka, which is represented the entrance through the navel, which is where you ate, is the 11th on the unit, is over the house of Osiris, because I already explained that the house of Osiris is the pyramid, and that's where you originally ate from as a baby to consume at the 11th grid. And thus the Per Emharu in the same chapter, what is it about? He entered into the house of Osiris, talking about the Ka eating and entering into the house of Osiris, because what is the entrance of the house of Osiris? The entrance is the 11th unit, where the navel is on the body. You enter through where you eat. Boom. The 11th point high on the 18th grid is where the navel, from where the umbilical cord was once connected, from where you enter the house of Osiris, the Aku, the pyramid. Oh wait, did I tell you what the 11th point of the 18th grid was when it's aligned with the Aku pyramid? I told you that, right? It's aligned with right there. That's the entrance, which again is the navel point. There is the entrance right there. So boom, the entrance, the 11th double, entering into the double round immortal through the double, the scene of mathematical design of the chamber. With the numbers itself, it tells you the story. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Yes, I will break down and build up the aspects mentioned in this timestamp with a theme. The ancestors based their indigenous words and high microcosm mention of message of immortality. So this number 11 and 18 being the height and the double box is explaining the whole purpose and the story of the Aku in the King's Chamber. It's hidden within the numbers, only hidden from those who don't know the story. To the Kemetians, they see this and they say it's not hidden. This is our story. We're not hiding it. We're putting it there. We're communicating in Medu Neter through numbers, because numbers were letters and letters were numbers at one time, and you can speak through mathematics explaining the double bioenergetic template, echoing the pure energetic etheric double, which is the Ba, which is the double of the Ka echoing out, and the Ka going into the next realm having to live, so it has to consume like the baby does, and that's at the 11th point of the 18th height grid. So the mathematics are telling a story. It's not just look at the mathematics. The Egyptians knew how to add and divide. They knew the pi. They knew the, for what reason though? What is the theme? They can't give you the theme because that would lead into immortality, and that's what they're not allowed to teach you. From the base of the foot of the foundation all the way up to the third eye is 18 units, which I broke down in the last class. From the base of the floor foundation, understand the foundation, from the base of the floor foundation all the way up is 11.18 cubits. Here it is right here again. Speaking of the floor, which is the foundation, we can actually look at the entire King's Chamber floor plan and brick layout. Let's take a look. Here's the floor plan and brick layout. This is the floor, the foundation, from which you're going up 18.11 in the double cube. And here's the floor plan. Let me show you the blocks on the floor. You know, the foundation. Is there a message in that? Oh, there's 18 blocks. 18 blocks, ladies and gentlemen. That's what's on the floor, because you go up 18, and that's the full human canon, divided 6 by 3. Pi, which is 6. Sorry, pi, which is 3. And then it continues 18 decimals to make up the whole. That's the only repetitive of the whole when you're breaking down the measurement of a circle. That is why the numbers are significant. There's your 18, there's your 11. The floor that they're standing on in the chamber is 18 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 blocks. There's your 18 to make up a full person. I know Strange is dancing right now. This is like, man, I even asked for a part 2 and I'm getting one. Here it is. Because you and HEKA KHEPERA had the same thing on your mind. So here we go. It's like continuation. There's your 18.11. I put the arrow there pointing towards it. And that was just the first few seconds of the K2019 video. Let's move on to the next section of the video. What's the next section of the video? Oh my goodness, man. Let me come off the screen. That's just the first few seconds. Oh man. Let's go to the next section of the video. What's the next section? Do I have the next section here? Or did I put it all in one? Is it all in one? One video. I think we just watched it all. Wait, yep, video 2. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, there it is. Here it is, everybody. Let's go to the next section of the video. Yes, I actually did separate it for specifications. Here's the next section of the video. You ready? Which is what we already believe we already may have watched this, but I broke it up so we can emphasize the next section. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here we are, everybody. I don't see the chat, but I know Stranger's somewhere dancing. Here's the next section of the video. Ready, everybody? Let me see if this is up on the screen. Matthew Sandoval says crazy. And the brother who asked the original question was Stranger Sandoval. And Israel Hoyley, why he donates so much, what does he say? He says, answering my wondrous questions, thank you. Teaching me about immortality, thank you. A brother sent in a question, I think VRI sent in a question. And he said this, he said, you know, before you ask Tehuti a question, search his whole pod class because he probably already answered it. Well, I want to respond to that. I want to say, first of all, I appreciate that. But ladies and gentlemen, in order to get an answer here at the Tehuti pod class, you have to send in a donation, right? So you are ready to press Cash App, PayPal to send in your question, let's say. Not you, Israel Hoyley, but VRI's friend or whoever sent in that. You searched the whole pod class and you found out that, hey, somebody else already asked this and you watched it. Should you still not send in your donation for appreciation? You were going to send it in for the answer, and guess what? You got the answer. Does that mean you keep the money? If you got the answer, still send in the donation or a part of it saying, thank you, Tehuti. I went and searched your pod class. I was going to send you this for the answer, but you already answered it over here. But you know what? Since I benefited from that, I didn't get a chance to ask the question. Here's the money I was going to send for that question. Not you, Israel Hoyley, but the people that say they scoured to get the answer. Well, you were going to send in, so still support. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Boom. Let's watch this section right here. Boom, 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 boom. And here it is, Chrome tab. Here's the next section. Boom. Let me press play.
Measure. And now, forget the units of measure, the meter, the cubit, the inch, the yard, the mile, etc. The Egyptian idea is to express the number 100 by building the room with 100 stones. They selected 7 numbers used to obtain a total of 100 stones. They calculated their square roots. Then the golden ratio, phi squared, multiplied by the square root of 4, 5, 9, 16, 20, 21, 25. In order to show us 4,500 years later that these equations are correct, using the results of these equations, they built the room in meters.
What else?
This demonstrates that the king's chamber is built directly with the sacred standard, the universal, the centimeter. This is the scientific level of the Egyptians. Here is what we know.
Here's what we know. You see that? So they did all this to do what? To express the 100. Is that what it said? Let me rewind and see. Let me see something here. They did all of this to express what? Boom. The Egyptian idea is to express. They did all this to express the number 100. What does that express? If you come over to my house and I say, I did all this mathematical work with pi ratio and golden mean and Fibonacci, and broke down the roots, the square root of this, so that the base floor of my house is 100. I did all this to express that. Wouldn't you say, okay? Okay. Yeah. What's they can't tell you why, because that would lead to immortality. That would lead to, this isn't just a bunch of soulless mathematicians, because Bill Gates, Elon Musk, and Zuckerberg can get together and mathematically express a house and get their mathematicians to do this. But is it the same agenda as why the followers of Ma'at did it? Is it an agenda of why the followers of Ma'at did it? Yes, there is. They have to, that agenda has to be left out. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Here we go. For anybody who wants to send in a question, let me put this on the screen again. I echo this every class, but I want people to know that you have the opportunity. You have the opportunity to be featured, your question featured in the Tehuti Pod class. Send it into Cash App TT Amun or PayPal Rocky SV. This is where you send in your support as I'm breaking down the answer. Or if you have a question, send it in here to receive an answer. Like if you want an apple, you go to the grocery store with $1 and buy the apple and bite the apple, eat the apple, poop out the apple. This is the process of reciprocity. Or you can go to the store and steal it. So I'm teaching reciprocity here. So everybody who has a question, send it in and you will get your answer like these brothers are doing here. So here we go, everybody. You ready? Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Let's continue. So we watch that. It's to express 100. Okay, we are back. And once again, the focus is on the higher mathematics with no relevance as to what the number 100 actually represents within the culture. And this is exactly where every YouTube video leaves you. So again, here is why HEKA KHEPERA sent in the question, and others are here at the Tehuti Pod class and only here to hear what the ancestors say, because yes, it is extremely high mathematics to have it equate exactly to the number 100, but for what relevance? You're left with just a soulless mathematical equation. Let's begin. Unless you're steered away from the theme of Ma'at itself. Have you ever used the statement when describing something that is better or greater? Something as, that's 10 times better. Anybody ever said that? Anybody ever say, yo, that's 10, yo, that's 10 times better. That's 10 times better. People say that, right? Why don't you ever say, yo, that's 7 times better? Yo, man, that's 31 times better. Yo, that's 118 times better. That's 4 times better. That's 7.2. When you describe something that's better, you automatically natural say, yo, this is 10 times better than this, man. This is 10 times better. Everybody's used that before, right? Why is that? Why do you use that particular number to describe what makes something better or basically greater than something else? Welcome to the pod class. Here is the wisdom. Now we're going to turn the words blue because here comes the wisdom. The goal of the king's chamber was to become immortal and still hold your identity or continue to sustain your Ren, thus yourself intact, so that it does not scatter around. You want to be self-intact as one identity. You're still magnifying and multiplying
multiplying, echoing, and magnifying the self through the pure energetic doubles while simultaneously keeping yourself as one. Demonstrated as seen through what an out-of-body experience would look like if you could actually look at it. You're still one entity, but you're echoing yourself out. You don't want these particles to be scattered. You still want to be the same identity while you're moving through the out of body or the afterlife, holding yourself together. You don't want to scatter out. Just like when you're alive, you don't want your body to be decay and scatter out as dust, as would happen when you die. You want to still maintain who you are, and that's the only way to keep karma in existence. The only way to keep karma in its existence is if that karma follows the same identity. If you are scattered out into many particles, how could karma or anything actually work? It has to follow who you are. Well, the only way to stay who you are is to keep yourself as that same identity, contain your Ren, even in the afterlife. You're still you, continued, but you're multiplied and echoing out. Let's do this experiment. Take any number and echo it times any number. So take any number and echo it or times it by any number. So for example, everybody, 6 times 4 is what, everybody? You can type it in the room. What is 6 times 4? What is 6 times 9? What is 8 times 7? What's 8 times 4? Let me look in the room and see if we have those numbers. So you can take any number, but let's take this so that we have everybody's on a continuous thought of the same mathematics. So everybody type in the answers to this. 6 times 4, 6 times 9, 8 times 7, 8 times 4. I'm going to come in the room and see your answers. 6 times 4, 6 times 9, 8 times 7, 8 times 4. Let me see what you all type in the room. What are the answers to those mathematical equations? So we have here, you guys are fast. We have here, yeah, Rico put 100 times better. That's right. We're going to get to that in a minute. 24. Yep. 20. Hey, Golden Dragon. Shout out to you. I haven't seen this name before. Shout out to you. Peace and love. Golden Dragon. 24, 24, 32. Matthew Sandoval put 32. 54. 32, 54. Bijan Farrow. What's up, Bijan Farrow? 32, 24. That's facts. Hey, just that's facts. 54. Good. You guys got all the answers, right? These are the answers to the question. 24, 54, 42. Okay. A bunch of different numbers. So why is it when you want something to be better, you say that's 10 times better? I want to be 10 times better next year. You still want it to be the same. You don't want to change it. When you say 10 times better, you're not changing the thing. I want you to think about that. I'm going to give you some wisdom here. When you say, I want my car to be 10 times better than it was last year. I want my body to be 10 times better. I want to be 10 times better at math. I want to be 10 times better at this. 10 times better fisherman. You're not saying you want to be something different. You want this meal to be 10 times better. You're not saying you want it to be a different meal, are you? If you like steak and fries and it's not cooked too well, and you tell your wife or your husband, you know, practice makes perfect, and when you do it, you're going to make this 10 times better than this, honey. But you're not telling them to make bacon and eggs. You're not telling them to make tomatoes, French fries, and spinach. You still want the meal and the thing you're talking about to still be the same thing. You want your Mustang to be the same car, but you want it to be 10 times better. Still maintaining itself as the same car. I want my body to be 10 times better, but you still want to be you. You don't want to change you. You just want you to be 10 times better. So we did these mathematical equations, timesing something, you know, like 10 times better. But when we did these equations, we got 24, 32, 54, 42. Okay. Where does 10 times better come in? This may have to be a 2-part thing. Here we go. Ready? Where does 10 times better come in?
So now we did it. Now we're going to do those same things by 10. Now take any number and times it by 10. What is 10 times 4? 40. What is 10 times 9? 90. What is 10 times 7? 70. What is 10 times 5? 50. Do you see the difference? Do you see the difference? Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Yes, the number that echoes times 10 always maintains its identity, aka no matter how many times it echoes itself and becomes greater of itself onto eternity, it still maintains the self, keeping its identity, thus indestructible, whilst still magnifying itself, getting greater into eternity. So when you take other numbers and times them by another number, you get 42, you get 54, you get 80 something. You don't get these numbers. When you take something and times it by 10, the 4 still remains, the 9 still remains, the 7 still remains, the 5 still remains. It doesn't matter how many times you times this by what number, the original number that's becoming greater still keeps its identity. Welcome to Tehuti podcast, everybody, which is the goal of the afterlife. Another matrix broken. Now that you know why you say 10 times better, and with this knowledge, this will lead to the symbolic relevance of 100 and immortality. Only here at the Tehuti podcast. Let's continue. Thus, where is the king's chamber pointed to as the body echoes itself out to become greater? What set of stars is the word great in Medunetter? The way you say greater is or. They're little birds that represent stars that literally mean greater than. Where is the king's chamber that has this mathematical code of 100 pointed to? It's pointed to the Ursa Minor. The shaft points to the Ursa Minor. These stars were represented by a bird called Or, and the word Or means greater. These stars were called the Ekamusek ones, which means translation, not knowing destruction. So even though the birds that represented what you're becoming, which is getting greater and magnifying and echoing and becoming better, they were still called Ekamusek, which means they do not know destruction, which means what? They maintain their identity no matter how great they become. In other words, they're times 10. In Kemet, these stars represented the great swallows called the Or, which means to be greater, and the Thuban and other North Pole stars at different times were constantly, consistency, the enemy of Black people, the enemy of consciousness, the enemy of you. To be consistent, you can be all over the place with knowledge and information, but can you be consistent? The goal of the Kemetians were to be consistent. So they were consistently seen in the sky, thus representing eternal immortality, while simultaneously representing times 10, magnifying the 1, becoming 10, magnifying the 10 into other numbers, still maintaining your identity, just becoming a greater identity of what you already are, never changing. Thus you become the Ekamuset. You do not know destruction or change. These are circumpolar constellations, are the constellations that never set below the horizon. When seen from a particular location on Earth, they can be seen in the night sky throughout the year, where other constellations are seasonal, visibly only at certain times of the year. The term circumpolar refers to the constellation and the stars that are circling the north and south celestial poles without ever dipping below the horizon. All circumpolar constellations are found near the celestial poles, and due to their proximity to the poles, they never disappear from view. They're always in existence. Thus, the pyramid text states in line 747 from the indigenous people themselves, not from your new age speculation, but from the indigenous people themselves: stand up, Remove thy earth, shake off the dust, rise up, you're ascending. That's what the king's chamber is pointing to, ascension. Voyage thou with the cause. Thou wings are those of the falcon, thy brightest is that of a star. No enemy will bend over Unas. The heart of Unas will not be taken. His heart will be carried off. We're going to get into that next week when I break down the never-ending story. All right. Unas is the great one with the uninjured Or-et crown. Unas equips himself with his firm iron shining limbs. Unas voyages over the sky to the marsh of reeds, makes his abode in the marsh of offering amongst the imperishable stars in the following of Osiris. The imperishable stars. So the ancestors wrote, you're multiplying yourself, but you're still remaining the same identity. That is the goal. You're indestructible. You're not going to change your identity. You're just going to become a greater version of you. Boom, the king's chamber that are angled to create a point which represents ascension, which is also called hept, which are also squares, which represents the double ka ascending to immortality, yet keeping its conscious identity as you smoothly travel, wrapped by the serpent, resurrected to eternal consciousness. So thus, the word for boat, first and only broken down here at the Tehuti pod class, that same boat which you're surrounded by a doorway, surrounded by a shrine, which is made up of that serpent. Get a good look at the serpent, everybody. Do you see it? Can you see it? Do you see the cobra with the lions right here? You see that? That's the immortal cobra of resurrection. Let me come into the Luma section. Second. That cobra that you just saw is the one that I open up the pod class with, that I carry with me when I teach. That's why you saw the same cobra, Seta. You see with the lines, the same one you just saw on the boat. That is the cobra with the two lines right there. This is the cobra that represents the surrounding of the shrine as you travel through the boat, resurrecting yourself, maintaining your memory, which is called the Seket. The Seket Aru, and Ari is another word for conscious memory creation, to create something with the mind's eye, the Aru, also called the Arit, with this serpent right here, which is why you see me with it. It's not biting me. Okay, we're gonna put you back down. That's how I live the life, is I carry the animals. This is what I live. I don't know who's trying to debate. You're debating and go back to watching prime time. You're debating. You debate as a Kemetic name and then go back to a banger bob. That's not what we do here. I live this 24 hours a day. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Let's get back into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. And here we go. So there is the same serpent that you see from 4,000, 3,000 years ago, that the Kemetian would wrap himself around in the afterlife, representing consciousness, the Atet boat. But when I carry this same serpent onto the other channels, they say, "Oh man, Tehuti's crazy. I'm gonna bring my dog to a show." No, you don't do that. Don't do that because you see me with it. No, that is the ant right there, and it means to know, to perceive. That's the name of the boat. There's the serpent energy around the person, everlasting life, expansion. There's the serpent's head up, looking around at a higher degree than a regular serpent that's on the ground, but it's not doing it because it's angry. It's doing it because of conscious vision. That's why every symbol you see here is conscious vision. The serpent with its head up, conscious vision. Tehuti with the bird called Aku, which means consciousness. The eye of Ma'ah and the Uwajid, which is consciousness. All of it is conscious vision. And of course, Heru, Herakuti with the bird's eye, the falcon, the bird that sees the farthest, sight. Every symbol you see here is sight consciousness, because the boat is to know, to perceive. Perception deals with sight and consciousness. So thus, what do we see here? There's the serpent again in the list, and it means eternity. That's the word eternity right there. And that serpent there, you'll notice that it has this shrine right here, because what? It's the boat ship of navigation, the palanquin, that symbol right there. That is the boat ship navigation. That's what he's on, the boat of consciousness with the serpent around him. So thus you see the same shrine there, and there's the serpent right there, the same serpent that I carry with me. It's the shrine, the boat of navigation, ascension. So boom, there is the conscious boat, there is the serpent of eternity shaped around the being, and the immortal path was expanding and multiplying himself, but yet staying in his same shape. In the shrine that protects the boat of consciousness as you travel, all expanding. Wait, guess what else the symbol of the shrine is in Medu Neter? More Tehuti overdrive. Are you ready? That same thing I just broke down right here. The boat, the serpent, the shrine, the box, the box coffin, the consciousness. All of this right here. Guess what that is, everybody? Guess what all that is? Another Medu Neter word. Uh-oh. What is that? What word is that? I wonder what word that is. Hey, it's the number 10. Thank you, Natiru. All of that becoming 10 times better that I just broke down in the expansion, but still maintaining your same identity, the same serpent that surrounds the immortal body of Ra and you when you're in the afterlife, heading in that boat up that path to become like the Ekamusek and the Or, expanding, becoming greater, but keeping your identity, which is 10 times something, keeping the identity of the original number. The same symbol for the boat and the consciousness and the shrine is the Kemetic word for 10, which is the Kemetic word for eternity. Boom, it's 10. You're looking at the number 10 right there. The number 10 is the shrine, the same serpent that I showed, continuing to eternity and immortality as you travel on the conscious boat. The symbol that you're looking at right here is an actual number, and it is the number 10, which is Met. There it is right here. Here it is, everybody. Page 387 of the Ancient Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. It says Met, deep. Not just any deep. What does that say? Doubly deep. Huh? Yeah, man. I want a tiger to debate. Give me a tiger. Give me a tiger. I'll take a tiger. Doubly deep. Doubly deep. The same word for 10 is the word for the shrine of the Neter. There it is right there. The Mech, the gulf of the other world. All of that is the number 10 of expansion, magnifying yourself, still maintaining your identity. Thus, the same word for 10 is the same serpent that is the Cha, which is eternity, around the shrine, because that is the goal of where the king's chamber, with all that mathematics of 111, 18 cubits, is pointing to the Ursa Minor circumpolar stars that never change, but expand and become greater, you know, like 10 times greater. And that is because 10 is completion, because of the two hands of the Ka that's doing the traveling. It represents the shrine that you're in when you're in a pure, whole, complete state in the afterlife shrine, traveling on the boat of consciousness. What number do you say double when you've done something perfectly? A what out of what, everybody? When you've done something perfectly on a test, what are the two numbers you say? Do you say you got a 7 out of 7? Do you say I got a 2 out of 2? I got a 39 out of 39. I got a 52 out of 52. What are the two numbers you say that are the same number? Bijan Pharaoh's putting up fire already. We're 57 minutes in. I'm not even quarter done. I'm gonna have to end. We have to do a part 2 if you all want it. What is it? What do you say when you do perfect on a test? Perfect on something. I got a what out of what? There it is. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Why do you say that? Now you know. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. Did you have an answer for this before this class? Did you have an answer for this? We've been saying it since you were 5 years old. I got a 10 out of 10 and a 10 out of 10. How come it's not a 9 out of 9 or an 8 out of 8 or a 3 out of 3 or a 39 out of 39? Why is it a 10 out of 10? Why is 10 so special? Well, now you know, because it goes back 3,000 years before the Matrix, and it's a word that means eternity, immortality, and the travel to become the greater ones while you're echoing your body. 10 by 10 or 10 out of 10, something that's perfect. Ooh, Nicholas said, I didn't see that coming. I didn't see that coming. 2020 vision. Woo, 10 out of 10. That's right. 10 out of 10. Welcome to the pod. I'm answering about 72 questions, which is, by the way, the number of the amount of people that were watching as soon as I started answering the question. As soon as I started answering the question, it went to 72 people. So I'm answering about 72 questions with this one question. I don't know who's not supporting this. I'm not sure who's watching this. There's 69 people watching this. If out of the 69 people that are watching this, if you are benefiting, you can come in the room, and I promise I won't ban you. I won't do anything to you. You can come in the room and just type, I'm watching this for entertainment. I'm not gaining anything. I'm not benefiting. I will never teach this. This will never help me at all. Or you can honestly say, wow. Tehuti's not just answering the brother's questions, but he's telling us things that are happening in our daily life. This information is important because I'm giving you daily life examples of how you can help your friends. You can tell them these things and break them out of the matrix to become interested in something else that leads to the truth. So you could literally walk up to somebody go to college tomorrow. Go to your dentist's office tomorrow. Go to your children's program tomorrow and just say, hey man, do you know why you say 10 out of 10 on this test? And just give them a little bit of this. And they'll be like, what the hell? That's where it came from? What else did the people teach before the Matrix? That's the purpose of this. I'm giving you real life situations that you can use as an example. You can teach your children that they don't want to hear nothing you have to say until you say to them, hey, Julian, the 10 out of 10, and just say, do you ever wondered why they say that? And then just write down on a piece of paper, hey, look, 10 is something that magnifies into infinity, and the original number never changes. And you can give them little jewels from here, not even like you're forcing any doctrine on them, just little mathematical jewels, and just say, you know who originally taught this? Some people 3,000, 4,000 years ago along the Nile Valley, and they looked like you too, and this was suppressed, and this is how they affected you. You know, when you get a 10 out of 10 in your grades, and you know, the 10, the two hands, the ka, the double imperfection, you know, each hand, the EE. You know, when you get a good grade, they give you a star. Only a certain amount of points on the star they give you. It's never an 8-pointed star. Never a 7-pointed star. They give you 1 star when you do good with a happy face. When you get a 10 out of 10. Let's break it down, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod Class. Let's have the break and say that. If you like this, support it. You can come on the panel, or I will not kick you out. You can come on the panel, come in the room, and honestly, if you're not supporting this, just you can state it. Just be honest. Say, I'm not going to support it. I'll never support it, but I'll watch you every week, Tehuti, and I'll give the information, but I'm never going to support you because I don't want to see you expand. I just want to suck this from you like a Hoover vacuum cleaner. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Let's go again. Here we go. So there it is. 10 is the number for completion. And Kemet, it is eternity. It is doubly deep because it's 2 hands. The ka, which is 5 and 5. It's doubly deep. It's into the second realm. So, and this is because 10 is completion because of the 2 hands, the ka, and it represents the shrine that you're in when you're a pure, whole, complete state in the afterlife shrine, traveling in the boat of consciousness. What number do you say when you've done something perfect? Do you say what out of what? It is, yes, 10 out of 10. 10 that keeps the identity of that being echoed for consistent rebirth, thus represented by the serpent and the shedding of the skin. So that's when we go to chapter 37. chapter of making, and look at the word for making, it's the I, because it's making something in the conscious realm, not the hand this time, it's the I. Chapter of making transformation into the Seta. Seta is the name of the snake that I introduced the pod class with. His name is Seta. Saith Osiris, being the true guide, true word guides, the Ma and the Karu. I am Seta. What are you? Extended, multiplied. It's you that is just extended. How do you extend something? Multiply it by 10. You're extended of years. Lie down, I am born every day. I am Seta. In the dweller of the limits of the earth, I lie down. I am born or reborn. I renew myself and become young every day. Thus, there is the Per Em Haru section. There is this exact Seta serpent. If you have this book, if you have this chapter, turn to it. You'll see the snake that I bring to the pod class with the lines on the two sides of its head. That is the Kemetic cobra right there. And there's a serpent shedding itself, because when it sheds itself, it looks brand new every time it sheds. The Seta. So because this represents reproduction, which is continuously producing or rebirthing yourself over and over again, guess what else 10 represents? And 10 is a word for, in the beautiful Meru microcosm language. Are you ready, everybody, for the Tehuti overdrive? What else did they make 10 mean 3,000 years before the Matrix? Uh-oh. Number system in first steps. Number system lists go down. What is 10? What is 10? Right there. It's the penis. 10 is the penis. That's also how you say the penis in Medunetter, and the number 10 turns into a penis at 10. Before 10, it's 1 line, double, 2, 3 line, 4 line, 5 line, 6 line, 7 line, 8 line, 9 line. And then when you get into the number 10, it turns into a penis. It turns into that same dome that the serpent makes, because it's reborn, reproducing every day. How do you reproduce? As a male with your penis that is called today the one-eyed serpent. Remember this? What is 10 times 440? What is 10 times 990? What is 10 times 770? What is 10 times 550? Well, this doesn't work if you just merely add 10. It has to be times. You understand? You get it? If you just add the numbers, they don't maintain. So 10 plus 22 is 32. The 22 is gone. But 10 times 22 is 220. The 2 is still there. You see how that works? 10 added to numbers doesn't keep the number necessarily, only when you times it. So it has to be multiplied. You understand? Thus 10 by 10 are multiplied. Echoed is what number? 100. The amount of squares in the box, the amount that equals what the box is trying to convey. The box of echoing, or 10 by 10, is trying to convey, but they don't know why. The consciousness traveling along the smooth as the symbolic ship, which is the same as the number 10. And times 10 would equal 100. That's why thus an ancient Kemet microcosm. That's why the 10, that's why the boat over here looks like this, and that is the same thing as the number 10 over here, the little dome formed by the serpent, which is the reproducing penis, and thus the word penis is also 10 because it reproduces, like the serpent being born every day. So because the Kemet is the people that built Kemet have the great mind of double entendre microcosm. Guess what the word
ship was. Here is the box coffin. Here is the ship with the serpent over it. That is the number 10 boat ship. Page 872, Tua ships of 100 cubits. Guess what the word Tua means, everybody? The word Tua is the Medu word for 5. That's why you see the 5-pointed star there. Tua is 5. So how do you say 5 and 5? Oh, Tua. So that's 5 and 5, the two hands. Tua, which is 5 and 5, is the same as 10 because the 10 is the shrine boat that is the same boat of consciousness that you travel to, that you echo yourself, but still maintaining your same identity. That happens when you time something by 10 and reproduce yourself because you're being reborn. So the organ of reproduction is the penis, which is also the same word as the number 10, which is 5 and 5, which is the word Tua. So that's Tua is the name of a ship, but not just any ship. It has to be the ship that is 100 cubits. Tehuti, you're making this all up. You're right. I made this up about 10,000 years ago. Here we go. So, boom, 100, the same amount of stones that make up the king's chamber. The Tua, which is 100 cubits. That's how you say 100 cubit boat is Tua, 5, which has 10, which is also the 100, which is the shape of the boat and the name of the boat, only made up of 100 cubits because 100 is the perfection 10 by 10, the same amount of stones that make up the king's chamber. That's why it's conveying 100. I can stop there. The same word for immortal conscious ship and the same word for the number 5 and light consciousness, Tua. Thus Tua equaling 100, which is 10 echoed out by 10. Do you see the difference in the Tehuti pod class? Should I stop now? Let me come to the screen. I can end here. I could end here. But should I stop now? Should I stop? If I stop right now, did I answer HEKA KHEPERA's question? And what are you gonna say if I answer it? What do you say when you appreciate something? Tua. Double that. Tua. We're an hour and 11 minutes in. Let me screenshot that. We're an hour and 11 minutes in. I'm gonna go on for a little bit more, and then I have to do a part 2. If y'all want to see a part 2, because it gets crazier as it goes on. Nicholas says this is fire. HEKA KHEPERA says keep it rolling. I gave you $72. Keep it rolling. I'm gonna get my $72.72 worth. You better keep going, Tehuti. I got another $15 left of an answer. Keep it going. Keep it going. Shannon says, wow, this is the Tehuti pod class. F. Mill says, I'm gonna have to rewind. I feel like I just missed something big. Let me go, everybody. I'm gonna check my cash apps in a minute. I do have to take a break in the next minute. I'm gonna break down a little bit more. 1 second. Okay, here we go, everybody. I have to keep. I am your puppet. I am your puppet. You put the money in the slot, and I have to answer this. You can't Google this. Tua Netter. Tua. 5, 100. Let's go. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Let's go, man. Let's go. Should I stop now? The crowd says no, I shouldn't stop. Maybe I'll see some more donations to keep it going, but I'm gonna keep going. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. This is why I don't debate anymore. I can't debate. I'm not allowed to.
No, HEKA KHEPERA. You see? HEKA KHEPERA says no, keep rolling. So I already knew he was going to say that. I have here no. HEKA KHEPERA. HEKA KHEPERA demonstrated his love and appreciation for my teaching through his great reciprocity, and I promise Tehuti overtime. So let's go. HEKA KHEPERA said, I'm going to get my $72.72 for the K 2019. This is only 45 seconds of the 2-hour movie. I think it's about 2 hours. This is 45 seconds of that 2 hours. I could keep this going in 2042. So HEKA KHEPERA says no. I already knew he was going to say that, so I put it right there. No. HEKA KHEPERA said keep rolling. Okay. So because 100 is 10 by 10 multiplied, representing the reproduction of a being's ka echoed through eternity, and consistent reproduction, again, this number 10 was written as the reproductive organ, the erected penis of reproduction. So I showed a bigger image of it, and there it is. And that's why the number 10 is the arc of the serpent going around the being who is attempting to be immortal. And it is also a penis. And it is the word metu, which is 10, which is to echo out. And how do you echo out? You echo out through vibration. How do you echo out through vibration every day? You speak. How do you want to speak every day? You want to speak like the gods. So what's the word for speaking like gods? Met. Metu. Metu netter. 10, the penis again, to echo out vibration, is the word metu netter. Are they teaching you this in their metu netter classes? Reproduction, to exist, to live, synonymous with the word unk. Did you know that? It's synonymous with the word unk. The metu netter word is setcheb. So did you know that there's a word that's synonymous with unk? That's setcheb, found on page 717 of the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary. And here it is right here, setcheb. I know scribe is loving this class. Setcheb, what does it mean? To subsist, to exist. In a continuous, subsistent, to exist. Synonym of unk. So synonym of the word unk is setcheb, and look how it's drawn. There's the same serpent right there. Setcheb. Why am I drawing attention to setcheb on page 717 of the Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary? So that's because the true echoed existence is 10 by 10, which equals 100, like the 100 cubits on the boat, tua, 5, 2 hands, ka, which means echoed, doubled into eternity. Guess what the word for the measurement of the 100 cubits is? To have the boat of 100 cubits, you need the measurement of 100 cubits. We already know that the boat of 100 cubits, the conscious boat, and echoed out through the physical boat that it was echoing out is 100. We already have that. We already know that, right? For those who just jumped in, let me go back and just show you again. There it is. Tua, the ships of 100 cubits. Let's keep that in mind, everybody. We're breaking down the 10 and how deep the people of Ma'at were who built Kemet. Not the ancient Egyptians, not the ancient Kemetians, the followers of Ma'at that built Kemet. Kemet is a production of us. We're not Egyptian. We're not Kemetic. Kemet is something that we produce. It didn't produce the people. The people produced it. So thus it is just one fraction of us. We are the Netziru. Reproduction, to exist, synonymous. To live. And guess what the word for the measurement of the 100 cubits, which is also the measurement of that boat? It's Secheb, which is 100 cubits. Hey, man. The word Secheb, which is synonymous with Ankh, which means what? Everlasting life. Over here, to exist, to live, which was the goal of the ancient people, which is the goal of us, to be in the state of Ankh, Ankuja Seneb, Anki and Ma'at. Ankh is eternal life. It has nothing to do with Bobby banging. It has to do with eternal life, living forever. That is after the physical world. The world is The word is secheb, and the word secheb is 100. That's how you measure land. 100 cubits, secheb, synonymous with Ankh. 100 cubits, the boat, tua, 100. This is why the ancient people wanted to echo or emphasize 100. They can't tell you that in the movie because they don't have a teacher. This ancient understanding got plagiarized and put into the Bible as, guess what? How did the people describe people reproduction in the Bible? They don't say adding. Huh? Hey, everybody. We were raised up in the Bible. How is reproduction described in the Bible? Well, if you add two people, they create a third, right? Man, woman added creates child. 1, 2 creates 3. But when people are reproducing, what's the word the Bible uses to reproduce? Huh? Be fruitful and add? Huh? Be fruitful and add to the earth. Multiply. Be fruitful means take your penis, put it into a vagina. Penis, 10. 10, multiply. 10 by 10. Multiply, not 10 plus 10. It's multiply. That's how you be fruitful. So the Bible writers take the concept, be fruitful, have sex, and multiply. You know, times. But when you're having sex and have a child, you're actually adding. But reproduction in the Bible, and it came to pass when men began to multiply. Genesis 6:1. It came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, because be fruitful and multiply. Is that the symbol for multiply? Huh? Is that a symbol for anything else? Oh man. Oh man, I don't know. Anybody know Roman numerals? Or maybe I'm making it all up. Stop watching right now. Tehuti's making it all up. I know this is multiply, right? Does this mean anything else, anybody? Is that a number for anything? That's why they can't have me on other channels. They can't have this on other channels, man. What would your teacher look like? You can't have this. You can't be in because this is Netiru. This is Netter. This is not some study. This is not me going. I didn't go to college. I dropped out of school grade 9. What happened? I've never had a job. I dropped out of school grade 9. What's a Roman numeral? I don't know. Is that 10? Could it be? Could it be? Is it also multiply? Where'd that come from? Tehuti, you made this up. You're right, man. I made it up, and thank you. Now that I made it up, is it true though? Now that I made it up, is it true though? Is something untrue about it? Because to say that I made it up is to actually call me Tehuti from 30,000 years ago. Thank you for the compliment, but okay, let's get past the made it up. Is it happening? Is that the number 10? Is that also the word for multiply? Is it also the secret word for reproduction in the Bible? Be fruitful and multiply. And man began to multiply. Is that also 10, which is also the sexual organ that's used to multiply? The only thing that you can do with a 10 to keep the number staying the same. Let's go, man. I should end this. I don't know if this is... I'm gonna check the cash apps in a second. I can't even imagine what this sounds like as a listener. I can't even imagine what this is. I can't imagine, but enjoy. Here we go. Everybody ready? Press 9 if you can hear me. Press 9. I gotta take a break in a minute. Whoo! Hey, man. Genesis 1:22. And God blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply. Fill the waters and the seas and let the fowl multiply on the earth. So people are multiplying, fowls are multiplying. I guess that's how you have sex, right? Well, you would if the number 10 is the same thing for multiply, which is the same word for reproduction, which is the same thing for eternity. Yeah? Boom. The multiplication of mankind. Wow, Tehuti. Is this really stolen? This is too much. Remember, I taught you the word for 100 is Sechabu, which is also the word synonymous for the everlasting life or the Ankh. And now I've shown you that they purposely use the term multiply to represent reproduction. Guess what else the word Sechabu meant 3,000 years before the Matrix? Are you ready, HEKA KHEPERA? Rigo, Scribe, Primordial Thought, Menkua Ra, Atef, Stranger. Let me go back and do the screen share. Ready? Here we go. Are you ready? Here we go. Screen share. Can you see the screen now? And there it is. Genesis 1:21. Be fruitful and multiply on the face. Be fruitful. Bless them. Be fruitful and multiply. So fruits multiply, man multiplies, and let the fowl multiply. Everything that has sex is multiplying. It's not adding, even though it's literally adding. When you have a child, you're not multiplying anything. You're adding another number. Man, woman, 1, 1, 2, and 3 is the third one. You're not multiplying. You're literally adding something. I'm going to add more children. I'm going to have 3 more children. It's literally adding. But for some reason, subconsciously, now it also means, mankind. Yes. Secheb is 100 and Secheb is mankind. Stolen, put into the Bible as the first order of mankind. Bless them, saying, mankind, be fruitful, multiply on the face of the earth. And it came to pass, Genesis 6, when mankind began to multiply on the face of the earth. Well, Secheb is 100, 10 by 10. It's 100 cubits. It's also the word for giving life, Ankh. Right there, it's synonymous with Ankh. There's the immortal snake. Be fruitful, mankind's first law given by God to be fruitful and multiply for mankind, to create more mankind. Well, hey, the word Sechabu means mankind. Tehuti, you made it up. Yep, I did. Boom. Do you understand the relevance of the ancient king's double square immortality chamber being made with 100 blocks now, learning under Tehuti, than just watching the K2019 movie without the guidance of the netter? Do you understand it now? Do you understand it now? Is it better now? But they're not going to have all this in the movie. This is the time of the whole movie. This one breakdown. And why the concept of duality, doubling, echoing 10 times things, and 100 is consistently throughout the message of architecture and consistently throughout the theme. The king's box is what? What cubits? 20 times 10. What's the diameter? What's the mathematic diameter? 31,416. 10 times pi. 10 times 20. 10 times pi. Double boxes. 10 times 20. 10 times pi. Because 2 boxes, a square, is hapet, which means what? To expand and grow and ascend. So they take the box, double it, and turn it into an angle where it's pointing upwards. Because you are expanding and making yourself 10 times greater while doubling yourself from the bioenergetic template into the pure etheric energetic double, the Ka and the Ba, which are both words for double, that you have the double square, because the double square represents 360 degrees echoing out, which is the whole purpose of the king's chamber being built itself. And 10 by 10 is 100. The boat, the 100 cubits, the Sechet, Ankh, life itself, eternal life. Do you understand 100 now a little bit better? To continue the echo theme, you know, the king's chamber doesn't just have one channel leading to the stars. It actually has two doubled. Do you see this? It actually has two parallel. Do you see that, everybody? Not just one channel leading out from the king's chamber, but it's 1 and 2. There's your doubled effect. And they also perfectly align. These two channels coming out of the king's chamber, the duality principle again, they meet at the perfect alignment angle of each other. So that's what one is on the other side, and they're very, very far apart. The pyramid is huge. The Aku is humongous. So imagine the distance between here and here. And they angle exactly doubled right here as they do exactly on the other side. They align themselves perfectly. It's duality, dualism again, coming out of the chamber that is made from two exact doubled boxes, which is 20. That's 2 times 10. Duality, 20 times 10. There's your 2, duality, and there's your 10. And it's exactly 11.18 cubits high. This is massive. And guess how far they are apart from each other, everybody? They're very far apart. And they both exit into the realms of immortality symbolically. How far are they apart? 100 meters. You know. This is just a little 100 meter, you know, 100 meter separation. It's nothing. Nothing going on here, man. The duality channels coming out of the duality boxes of the king's chamber exactly dualize and parallel themselves at the exact centimeter, and they're exactly, the pyramid was built so where those 2 points touch and match each other, it is exactly 100 meters, man. We're at 1 hour and 31 minutes. Let me see how much I have left. Can anybody hear me? Did I? Anybody hear me at all? I don't know. That's actually in the movie too. They just didn't say why. So it seems like it's not there because they don't say what's going on. They just say 100. I'm not going to say that could be in the movie, but they never say why though, even if it's there or not. And yeah, they never say why, but now you know, and that's what's important. Now you know why. Not because you went to the other channels. Oh, by the way, everybody who's watching this, the same 72 people, the 65 people that are watching this, if you got anything from this, I'm not even done yet, but I think I'm going to end or take a break right here and let the panel come in. If you got anything from, if this seems anything abnormal that you would like to keep around, the support is Cash App TT Amun, PayPal at RockySV. There's some people that don't come to the pod class anymore because I'm asking for more support. Can you believe how evil that is? There are some people that used to come to the pod class, that used to support, and they literally said they stopped coming because I requested more support. They don't care what Walmart requests. They're still going to go there. They don't care what Sears requests. They don't care what any other company requests more to keep their business going. But when you see a man that looks like this, I happen to have a contingency of having brown skin. and I happen to be breaking down things the best of anybody on YouTube, when that man asks for more, oh, this is too much. I'm not gonna watch anymore. I'm not gonna come here anymore. He's asking for extra support. I got these Nikes on though. How much are they, girl? Quick 150. How much does it take to make them in China? 60 cents. Hey, did somebody ask for more? Somebody show me that it costs more than 60 cents to $1 to make a Nike shoe in China. I already calculated, so you're going to lose. 60 cents to $1 is the calculation of a shoe in China that it costs to make. That Nike said, we want more. We don't want $5 because that would be a major upcome. Spending 60 cents and making $5, not 10 either. The Nike shoe's not going to be 20. Imagine investing 60 cents in something and making $20. It's going to be $2.50. And your children has those shoes on and so do you, and you have all the stuff on. But when Tehuti says, you're watching, you're benefiting, support what you think is good. I'm not coming anymore. Let's go watch Hulu. Let's go to Starbucks and Olive Garden. So everybody who likes this, I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to put the link in the room. I'm going to decide if I'm going to go on more. I answered the question 45 minutes ago. I could go on more. I'm going to take a break, refreshing myself. I'm going to check the Cash App. If you guys want more, support more, I'll check and see, or I can end it right here. It gets crazy after this. It's been an hour and 35 minutes. That's approaching longer than the movie itself. I'll put the link in the room and take a break, everybody, and decide if I'm gonna come and do more. I'm gonna see. HEKA KHEPERA may be satisfied. I'm not sure. He knows I could go on for another 2 hours, but we'll see. I'll check the Cash Apps. We'll see what happens. Ooh. Oh, it's not in there, huh? Okay, thank you. It's not in there. I guess. Okay, they may put it in part 2 then. There it is, 100 qubits. Hey, KHEPERA, you jump in the room. You tell the crowd what you think of this answer so far. There's the link. Team, jump in the room. I'm going to take a break, and I'm going to decide if I'm going to go on more. I could stop right here, and I could do part 2 if you guys want me to continue more. Let me shrink this down and see if I actually stop. Oh, my gosh. I'll decide. I'll see how I feel after I throw some water on me and check the Cash Apps. It seems like I could keep going. Team, jump in the room. Cash App, TT Amun. There's HEKA KHEPERA, my jolly friend. He's always, he reminds me of the word jolly. He's just happy and
Cash App, TT Amun.
How do you like it? Oh, mute that.
Man, I am mind blown. To SABA, man, this is incredible. And you hit it right on the head. It left me with an empty feeling, even though I was sharing this with people that never would give me a breakdown like you just did. What the real essence is of why the ancestors did what they did. And that's what we need, especially when it's going to immortality. Ah, man, I'm elated. Oh man, I'm lost for words. It's crazy, man. Me and Son of KHEPERA here, like mind blown. We're done. We're done.
Oh my goodness! Here goes primordial thought. Woo. I had to take this from Ashley, to Ashley, man. I had to. It's on page 35. Book, man.
Oh no, we're not listening.
Red-handed.
No, he's definitely not teaching that, Saba.
Definitely not.
And new to you.
Yes.
And like you said, that was only 40 seconds of the movie. And I've never seen that before. I've never even heard of that movie before.
Yeah.
It's about to be one of your favorites now. With the movie as it is, it's kind of like the Matrix movie. When you watch it, you're gonna love it. But But having these breakdowns now, HEKA KHEPERA, going back and watching it with this, you'd be like, oh my good, it's another movie now.
Absolutely, absolutely, Saba. Mm. Mm, mm, mm.
Oh my goodness, they're popping up now. And he popped up, Bijan Pharaoh popped up, dressed like Set.
Just yo, Saba, peace and love. Hotep.
No
I was just about to say that. I'm looking like Set today with all the red on.
Oh my goodness.
Hotep, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, Saba.
Scribe, how you like that, man? Well, go ahead, Bijan Pharaoh.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I can't stay on too long because I had just clocked back in. So I just wanted to say Henu, peace and love, and Ma'at. Makaru, Makaru, Makaru. Can't wait for my hoodie, man. Can't wait for my hoodie.
Thank you, brother.
Yes.
Thank you. Hey, Scribe,
right,
what do you think of that so far? Thank you, brother. Peace. How you like the 45 seconds, man?
Yeah, whenever they do a part 2, we definitely gotta have Tehuti Amenhotep Raz, EP executive producer, something on there. Absolutely. I really love and appreciate the Secheb, the actual serpent door that you incorporated into that answer. I really appreciate that. And yeah, because when you asked the question at the beginning, with the 100, my thought automatically went to the glyph for the 100, and you ain't even showed that, and it's just beautiful. It's just absolutely phenomenal, and it just the more you learn, it becomes just even more difficult to understand how they created this and then physically built something on top of it. It's one thing to come up with a concept, but then to incorporate it at every level is just so when I listen to these videos and they just and they don't really and they talk about the followers of Ma'at as if they are primitive people, or just it's hard to listen to these things now because to have the 10 and to have that echo itself out and it literally teaching about eternal life and to echo into Satut. It's just beautiful. So I don't know how anybody can watch what you're doing and not support. I really don't. But we know that there's thieves everywhere on every level. But we support you, Great Saba Tehuti, and what you're doing, and these teachings are absolutely phenomenal. And this was I'm glad you asked this question, HEKA KHEPERA, and brought forth this movie and brought it to the Saba to break down 45 seconds of it. Like you said, it's gonna be longer than the actual movie itself. So to our Great Saba, there's so many teachings within what you just brought forth. So many teachings. You did answer 72 questions, literally. So Tua, I'm thankful and I'm grateful. So Tua, Great Saba.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for asking that question. I think I'm gonna check the cash apps. Maybe I'll begin next week's class with the other ending part, because it's crazy. It's gonna end crazy. But it is 12:27. I'm gonna take a break now. Come back. We're gonna do some donations, support. I'm gonna check to see what is an hour and a half. That means I've been teaching since 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock till 12. A little after 11 till 12:20. Something to that effect. 11 till 12:20. Or 1050 to something like that. But I'm gonna see what support came in between those time periods. I want to see how this answer hit everybody. I want to see what something. But I'm gonna take a break right now. You all build, support the 2T pod class, or it'll be gone. That's support or it'll be gone. Hey man, Kura, how you doing, good brother?
Oh man, you changed the standard. You shifting the planets. Everything's different now. Best teacher ever. I feel sorry for a lot of people. You definitely have raised the bar. So Tua to you, great SABA Tehuti, master teacher, for teaching at the speed of Ra.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back. Thank you, brother. Stay on your HEKA KHEPERA. Stay on. I'm gonna come back and do donations. I love these questions. I'm gonna tell you, any question that has to do with symbolism that leads back to Kemet with a meaning that will open up a door for immortality. This is what this is my favorite thing to teach on. You can actually come to the Metanetter class and ask me how to utilize any of these things as a ritual. As these things that I'm teaching you can be subtracted from the class that I'm teaching, and I can show you how to apply it to a mental thing to make a ritual for an out-of-body or immortality. That's what this is actually all about. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. I'll be right back.
What's interesting is it makes me think, like, where would civilization be? Like, where would we be if the material never existed? Like, or if they, like, what knowledge would we actually be going off of? Like, they have such an echo of Ma'at so much that everything they do is just an echo. It's just an echo. Everything they focus their coup on is just an echo, and it all has balance. So to me, I'm like, man, where would we be without that knowledge? Like, where would we be? Even people who are using it and using that power and using that knowledge against us, like, we're talking about, even if they didn't even have that knowledge, like, where would civilization be? And that's what's mind blowing to me. And it's amazing what Saba's doing right now. So definitely Henu and Tua to him for sure.
Yeah, that's an excellent observation, because it's very difficult sometimes to imagine where you would be without a specific thing. But with us knowing that everything that we're doing, everything that we're saying, we're speaking, the rituals that we're doing just in our daily walk, the symbolisms, it would be without the Netter, without the Natiru. Just turn the channel on any TV, on any, and just utilize whatever shows up, and that's what it would be. It could be anything, because this is all literally comes from this, and that's the beautiful thing about it. And because of where we're actually at physically as a planet, all the mathematics that's involved with what makes this up and where the Akus are and the whole mathematics behind it is the literal foundation. So incorporating that into the teachings, without that, you're right. It would be nothing. It would be no consciousness. It would be primitive people. But as the great Saba showed, even prior to civilization coming back into from under the ground and restarting everything again, then boom, right there, the Metanetter's there. The teachings are already there from after the Younger Dryas period. from being, from the cataclysm that happened on the planet, just to come right out and automatically incorporate and build everything just from, there is no build up point. It's just here. It just exists. And there, from we start today, we trace back and we go and we find that it ends up in the followers of Ma'at and Kemet and the Medu Neter, and that's where it begins. So without that, I mean, it could be anything. It could be just noises, So Henu, Henu to the ancestors, Henu to the Natiru, for just doing what they did, living out their existence, out their life, and then teaching it, because no one really has to teach what they know. That's why I'm so grateful for the SABA Tehuti. You're not necessarily obligated to teach anybody anything, because at the end of the day, it's really just about what you are taking in, what you're able to utilize yourself for when it's your time, when it's that time to make that transition. It's you, and of course, what you do prior, leading up to that, helps to control that process. But no one's obligated to teach this. I mean, SABA Tehuti is not obligated to come up here every single week and drop these we got to create a new word for what these are, because I mean, this is why I don't understand why people don't support, because in today's culture, we've become greedy. We've become a people who feel obligated, like someone owes you something, and you see someone doing something different from what everybody else is doing, and then you want to shame them for raising that standard. You know what? I'm not doing this the way everybody else does it, because this is not what they're doing. Same thing like with the Akus and the pyramids. You got pyramids everywhere across the planet, but those are not Akus. Stop putting them in the same realm. They're not the same. They're different. From the outside looking in, from an untrained mind, yeah, they may look the same. They're in the same shape, but in reality, they're not. So support what's happening here, and utilize the teachings. I mean, utilize them. If you take this information and you're not balancing the scales, it doesn't matter how much you can know, you can recite. It doesn't matter any of that. It's not going to be able to be utilized, because the scales are going to be off balance anyways. You can sit around and take all the notes you want, but you're not going to be able to really take in what's being taught here, because it's off balance, and that's not how frequency works. Just scientifically, it's just not how it works. Things have to be in conjunction with each other. Showing the King's Chamber and it being angled towards Ursa Minor, and showing that those stars there, they sit there. That just in itself being a form of immortality, eternity, to show that they never set, that they're always there, and we're gonna angle towards that, because that's what we want to become. That's what we're gonna echo. We're gonna echo what's already there. So the whole as above, so below principle that everybody takes and speaks about today, the people who brought forth these teachings, they don't get the credit, and that's why what this is so important. It's so important, and as the great Saba said, each one of these, what he just broke down in that amount of time, each one of those sections can literally, you can take a section of that and go into the studies of what he showed from the hepet, the square. Look at those words, and each thing can literally be a ritual that you can utilize in your life for eternal life, for eternity, to learn to really bring forth what these teachings are showing. The echo of the sound vibration, the tin, the metu, the actual emanation of the seed to grow itself. That form of, it's just so beautiful and so deep, and no one's gonna ever get it like this ever again from what's happening here. You know, so those who are actually supporting and showing their love towards SABA Tehuti will forever be blessed with what's being brought forth, and that's why I'm grateful. That's why I always give Henu to everyone who truly supports, because we, even though, you know, when you do what you do and you don't get what's deserved from what you bring forth, you still do it out of love. You still do it because there's hope there that that the vision that you have can be accepted and taken in and utilized to help someone, to guide someone. And that's just out of love. SABA Tehuti is doing this out of love. It doesn't matter what these donations say or who support what. He's doing it out of love for his people. And the matrix that's been created and brought forth to have everyone walking around here in a hypnotized state, doing all these things but don't know what they're doing, saying all these words and don't know what they're saying. It's complete isfet and chaos, and no one that we see outside of this reality that SABA Tehuti has created for us. When you look outside from sitting in here, you can clearly see that people are just walking around with absolute no control of their mind at all. And to see what what the followers of Ma'at were living every single day, from look to left, look to the right, the language, to the structures being built, to the actual schematics of it's just to put yourself in that consciousness is just enlightening in itself, to be able to think like that. And then you hear these people who make these documentaries never go into any of this. It's just certain specific things, like here, it may just show certain mathematics here, but the actual teachings of why that was done there is the most important part. People love the grandiose of everything that was created. People love the actual architecture, which is absolutely beautiful. But the only reason why that was able to be brought forth was because of the foundation of the teachings that gave them the inspiration to do it, and for them to literally echo out these teachings into a physical thing, for it to exist and last for as long as possible. So now here we can today, 4,000 years later, look at it and say, okay, well, now I'm going to echo that. And so now you can still continue to bring forth the teachings that first started to sprout civilization again. It's still now existing here in this small realm, when at one point it was the pinnacle. And it just goes to show the frequency of the consciousness of everyone who exists here today, and who's really in control and the energy that's flowing. And it's all because of the Medu. It's all because of the speech. So everyone, do what you can. Support this information, because I tell y'all right now, if you all, if for whatever reason, you know, SABA say, hey, the podcast might not exist, that's for you all. Because I know the brothers right here on this panel, we're with SABA forever. So we're telling this for you all. So continue to support our great SABA. Welcome back, great SABA Tehuti.
Hey, thank you. Glad to be back. It's 12:42. We're gonna go through these donations. If anybody wants to see, so I'm letting everybody know right now. If you want to make this a series, if you want to do it like we did with the Matrix movie, if you want to have a part 2 of the continuation of this, and something else in the movie or something, just give a donation and just put request part 2. I didn't even remember. They said the 3, 4, 5, the numbers of ISIS.
Mm-hmm.
All that is in part 2, and all that is in part 2. The
oh man, yes,
all of that right there is just so there's so much. There's a lot, but I'll check the Cash Apps and see who wants to request more of that. And then next week, I got a question from Big Vapes from a little while ago. He wants to know about the Never Ending Story. I'm gonna bring that in this too. So I'm gonna connect them both. The Never Ending Story is gonna be broken down as a continuation of this here. And my one of my netters says, "Have you ever seen that movie before?" I said, "No, I never seen it." I said, "I'm gonna give a break. I'm gonna give a breakdown just like this one." She said, "You didn't see it?" And I said, "No, I probably never watch it, but I'm gonna break it down the same way I break down everything." I said I only watch this K-19 thing. I only broke. This is only 40 seconds of watching it. So in 40 seconds, I can break down an hour and a half. Maybe I could close my eyes and not watch something and give you 50 minutes. Yeah, who knows how it works? I was getting information this morning about the Never Ending Story, and I've never had the urge to watch that before. But when I break it down, you're gonna think that I wrote the movie. Okay, so we're gonna go into some. We're gonna go into the donations here, and let's do it. Let's go into these donations. Ooh, bright. So we did Big Ed Leisure. Let me see if I got some. Oh, I see a lot more donations came in since I broke down the movie, and more's coming in again. M. Hankura. Okay, I'm seeing Owen Hyde. I'm seeing things coming in. Okay, I'm seeing things coming in. Okay, great. Here we go, everybody. Let's get the rest of these donations in, support in. You all need to order too. The last 3 Medinator classes. The magic continued. More donations are coming. I'm seeing it come in. I think I'm seeing.
Wait a minute, Saba. Hold on, Saba. I'm sorry, please. I don't mean to interrupt. But did y'all just hear what he said? Like, he really in his bag. Did you hear what he said, HEKA KHEPERA? Did you hear what he said?
Did.
I'm not gonna say nothing. Y'all making me look crazy. Like what he just said. Did y'all hear what he? Okay, let me be quiet. I heard what he said.
Yes, indeed.
What did I don't even know what I said. What I said?
You in your bag. You said you not gonna watch the movie and you gonna break down the thing and not watch the movie.
Yeah, I'm just gonna receive what I need in this. When I break it down, I'm gonna be talking as if it's my favorite movie.
And he said, y'all, he gonna explain it better than the movie.
Like he wrote it.
Like he wrote the movie. Okay, let me be quiet.
Yeah, it's very, very highly a lot of high comedic symbols going on in there. I haven't seen it yet, but a lot of I'm getting the information already, and that's me not watching it. Maybe I'll watch 10 minutes of it. Who knows? I don't know. without watching.
Well, we saw what 40 seconds. We saw what you can do in 40 seconds. So
yeah, without watching it, I already have the Perm Haru is in the movie breakdown. The
yes, it is.
Yeah,
yes, it is.
All of the I haven't seen it though. I've only seen commercials with a dog flying. That's all I know. But by the time I break it down, you'll think that I'm the writer of it. I just see a dog flying.
Hey, to you, Saba, because you make me realize that I don't want to be like Cypher on the Matrix. Like, now that we're aware of this, it's hard to go back. It's hard to go back and go into that dead state of mind and just walking around zombified. Like that's a hard thing that's a depressing thing to go and do, to just walk back and just say, hey, I'm gonna just go back to the ISFAT. So to you, Saba, because that's I can't believe the things that I was into before I even number one met you, but even at all introduced to Kemet, because I was brought up that Kemet was the worst enemy. When you brought up in the Bible, Kemet is the worst. Kemet is the worst enemy you can ever, and it's like they vilified them right off the bat at birth. As soon as you get here, they like, hey, Kemet's your enemy. Here you go. And all this time you like, man, that's where I'm supposed to start. Like that's everything right there. And so so I'm about to send another cash app right now. Just thinking about it. Hope up to you. So
Hotep, thank you, my brother. Okay, we're gonna get into Netzer I'm sorry. Netzer the greatest. He has more donations. Wait, hold on. Netzer's payment. Okay. We have okay, good. I'm glad he labels it so I can organize it. So shout out to the good brother who actually asked the question about the were women on the planet? Was there no men on the planet at the time? Let me go ahead and delete this. Here it is. Here it is right here. Here's email question number 1. So give some noise to this brother right here. It says Netzer Uncotep L. Let me know when it's on the screen.
Okay, we don't see.
Hey, HEKA KHEPERA. HEKA KHEPERA, how's your son doing?
He's doing great. He's right behind me. Did
he bounce back from? Oh, he's there. I can't. I'm going to see the screen in a moment. Hold on. I can't see.
What's up? What's up?
Peace.
Oh, there. Okay, yeah, I see a little hand sticking out. Hold on. Let me blow up my screen. I can't. I see a little hand sticking out. There he is. Look like a two-headed man. Peace. There you are. Peace, good brother.
Peace, peace.
I see you now. There you are.
Yes, indeed.
The son of the sun, huh? Okay. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Netzer Uncle L with $25. Question 1 in email. Give him some big noise. Oh, am I on?
You're choppy a little bit, but we still see you and hear you.
Okay, give him some big noise if you can see that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm stuck on this page. Why? Okay. Lots going on here. A lot of strange things happening here. I don't know what's happening here. Okay. Okay, there we go. Boom. And he says this question is in the Gmail. So go to the Gmail and see where it says question 1. And here's the question right here. Let me see what this one is here. When academia, is that on the screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
When academia speaks on the invention of the wheel, why do they mention the Sumerians but never the followers of Ma'at? I love how I'm changing people's vernacular. If he asked this question 5 years ago, he would say, "Why did they mention the Sumerians and not the Kemetians or Egyptians?" But now the focus is the followers of Ma'at. I like that. I like that change. The followers of Ma'at, Kanun's potter's wheel. Or do they? Could you sprinkle it with a little bit of biblical? Yeah, he's into the biblical theory so much. Could you sprinkle it with a little biblical theory referring to God forming man from? Oh my! Oh man! I was wondering if anybody's going to ask me about. Sure, I can. Yes, I can.
Good.
What'd you say, KHEPERA?
That's gonna be great.
Yeah, man. Oh boy, here we go. September. Question. Wonderful. This is wonderful. I like this. Okay, next up is Neter Unkhotep El again. Or Neter Unkhotep for question 2. Tell me when this pops up in the room, and then give him some noise, please. Another $25. He always sends 2 sets of $25. Thank you, brother. Make some big noise. Okay, and let's see what his question is. Let me go ahead and put this in the file. Okay, and his question is question 2. Let's see what this is here. This is he says some people who follow Sumerian culture like Zachariah Stitchin and Billy Carson says the Anunnaki and Atiru are one and the same. Where did that information come from? I came across a video where he even said Amun-Ra was evil. What are your thoughts? What I'm really asking, what does the artifacts tell us? Hotep to the best and only pod class ever. That's right, the only one. Thank you, good brother. I'm going to give you the facts as opposed to my thoughts, and we're going to break it down. Absolutely. And build you back up. Question. Too bad Neter. What's that?
I was going to say that I know what he's referencing to when he says Billy Carson was speaking about Amun-Ra being a specific Sumerian deity, and he was making him evil, saying that Amun-Ra was an evil deity.
That's hilarious. That would be the only one that'd be maybe one of the only people that I would I'd set up a conversation. Everybody wants me to debate Billy Carson. I would lose, but I would set that up though. I would set that up. I would immediately lose, but that would be lots of fun, and that would be very eye opening. It just couldn't be a vote system because I'd be dead on the as soon as it would be like 300,000 to 200. If it was everybody voted at the end, it'd be everybody from TV versus the podcast votes. I would die quick. It'd be my first loss. I get killed.
Too much money, Sabas. Too much money involved.
Yeah,
You'll be destroying a business.
You might be just there to get the one though. It's just might be just one that you might need to hear what you have to say though.
Oh, that's the reason why I would debate or talk to Billy Carson for the thousands of people that need to hear this truth.
Mm-hmm.
This is what they want. They want the pod class, but this is what they want. Especially anybody that follows Billy Carson, this is what they want because this is the references of what he teaches, but without the stuff that's not verified.
Right.
Yeah.
You'll destroy the business, Saba. You'll destroy the business. That's why they won't talk to you. That wouldn't even happen. No. You'll destroy the business. You'll strip it down.
What BJ and Pharaoh said, Killer Priest got debates on his podcraft with Crip Jesus. I left that channel amongst other. Yeah, Crip Jesus, he's the new Tehuti over there on the Killer Priest. He's the official replacement. I'm glad you guys got to see me while I was there, because if Scribe and everybody went there now, that's who would get Scribe, Crip Jesus.
I would never. I would have never even stayed before. Yeah, no way. No way.
Manco Ra, you'd be Crip Madison. He'd name you Crip Madison. Madison Jesus.
Yo, that small window of time that you were on Killer Priest with the flawless execution, that time cannot be replaced. So no Crip Jesus for me. I'm good.
Absolutely. I was sick when you left. You were on there for a little while, and then you were gone for a couple of weeks. I was like, man, what in the world's going on? I wasn't even watching KP, and it just happened that you came back, and then you said you were gonna do your own thing. So I was like, man, thank you. I was like, man, the rest of that stuff was discouraging. It was hurting me.
You said you weren't watching it, but you did see the one where I came back and said I was gonna do my own show.
Well, I caught you when I was, for some reason, I gravitated to the podcast, and then you were on there, and then you were on there for a couple of weeks, and then you stopped being on the show, and I was like sick, like, oh man, what happened to the guy with the hat? And then you came back and said you were gonna do your own thing, and I was like, oh man, great, I'm on it. So I've been on here ever since then. You know?
Nice, very nice.
Yeah.
Okay, shout out to Nito Campbell. I'm gonna see if I can wrap this up 20 minutes. Let's see. That's not on the screen yet, right?
No.
Okay.
I couldn't stop laughing every time you said banging Bobby.
Oh my goodness.
That was hilarious.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Give Nito Campbell some noise. He's dedicated. He's loyal. He's every podcast, all years, every year. $18. Give him some noise. Okay, we got what is this? VRI management. A question I felt to send in immediately. I don't know what this is. I just had a question. Okay. I don't see a cash app with this, but VRI management, from what I'm seeing here, this is something you would ask in the men editor class or send a cash app for. I'll save it, and then maybe you can ask this in the men editor class. I don't take questions without cash apps. I can't do it. But you can ask that in the men editor class or send a cash app for that, and I'd be glad to answer questions. But I am all about reciprocity here. Thank you very much, my good brother. Primordial Thought, speaking of reciprocity, not even a question, just support. Give him some big, massive noise. $50 support for last pod class and tonight's pod class. That's right, he was away. Give him some big noise, please. Thank you so much, Primordial Thought. Appreciate that. Appreciate that very, very much.
It's the least I can do, Saba. That's the least.
Thank you. This is a brother that I would like to see one day come to the panel. He's loyal, dedicated with his donations, like consistently too. Uh-oh. It didn't come through. Hold on. Loyal, oh, come on. Loyal, dedicated, and I'd love to see him. I'd love to see him pop up on the panel. This is Amun Ma'at Ra, $33.72. Give him some noise. Scribe, give him some noise. Nice, very nice. Nice. Ooh wee, and then we got the Bella coming through. I think is this top of the night? Is this top of the night? Give her Red October and everything. $105.72. Give her some big noise, please.
Yeah.
Wow. for my favorite being beside the network. Boom. Nice. Nice. Okay, and who's this now? Anonymous. Okay. Is anything on the screen right now?
Bella.
Okay, let me take this off. We have an anonymous donator. This brother, I know who he is. I know who he is. He is consistent. And he's not he doesn't want any props for it or nothing. He just wants to be anonymous. So I gotta clip this a certain way. So give me a second to make the donation anonymous. Shout out to you, good brother. His donations are always big, and he doesn't care he doesn't care to be known. And let me go ahead and edit this so that it's only what he sent. Shout out to this anonymous sender who's always sends big. He wants to be on the hush hush right now, which is fine with me. Give him some major noise. Give him some big noise, please. $90 from the anonymous one. Keep it on the hush. Keep it on the quiet. Big noise.
Nice.
Thank you. Hey, peace, VRI. VRI is here. VRI is here. Shout out to V.RI. Shout out to Shannon for giving Bella props for respect for the big donation. And Bijan Farrell says, oh yeah, Annie, Bobby Banger, Tehuti decapitated him in that debate. Henu Saba. Nice. Okay. Next donator, next supporter is this is what I spent at Home Depot to bar up these anacondas. I gotta get extra security. I gotta be a carpenter tomorrow and bar these anacondas up. Okay, so HEKA KHEPERA. Is that on the screen?
Yes.
Give him some big noise. I don't know if this is a question, but give him some big noise. I gotta read this. Big noise, HEKA KHEPERA.
Come join us. Teachingsatmaat.org.
Org.
That's the echo.
September 29th. Okay, let's see what it says here. It says, what does dark energy reflect in RTZ? I'm glad HEKA KHEPERA is here because I would not know what this question is about. I need a translation, HEKA KHEPERA.
So we know that matter is in 3 or 4 states: plasma, dark energy, dark matter, and matter. And if the real time zone is reflective,
real time zone.
Yeah. What does dark energy? What is it reflective of in the real time zone?
Oh, okay, I get it. RTZ. Okay, thank you. I didn't know what RTZ is. Okay, thank you, brother. I got. Put that. That's in the files officially for upcoming questions. Thank you, good brother.
But nice. I do want a series.
You say what? You doing a series of what?
I'll take a series of K2 2019 for now, though. It's just so much in it.
Okay. Do you want me to? to focus on that before this one, as you saying?
Yeah. You can file this away if we're gonna do if we can do a series.
Okay. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. Okay, shout out to HEKA KHEPERA. And hey, Daryl is back with the 508. I got to get a breakdown of the things in the UK. I got to get breakdown of what in the world is 508. 508. Thank you, Daryl. I don't know if that's Fibonacci numbers. I'm not sure what that is, but it is the same. I think one time he gave $10 or something, but this 508 is a repetitive theme of his. Shout out to Daryl. Thank you, good brother. Sarah for is harassed free culture here? Shout out to Harassed Free Culture. I got a better one. I like this creativity, but I got a better one. I'll probably be mentioning it in the on October meeting, October gathering. Shout out to Sarah for Reciprocity. You're purely the greatest. So one of the words I'm going to bring in is actually reciprocity, because I teach about the res, and those who remember what the res is know what I'm speaking of. But it's reciprocity, RES. But I like reciprocity. I like the creativity. Thank you very much. Give Sarah some noise. This is the third donation, a second of the night. Give her some noise, please. And shout out to Big Vapes. This is the brother that actually asked about the never-ending story every week. I like what Big Vapes is doing. He used to just donate $5 every week, but he found a way to donate more and also receive a class with it. So instead of the $5 he used to do every pod class, he does 20, and now he gets another class. So shout out to him. 21st Manetta class. Give him some noise. Give him some noise. Shout out to you, good brother, good brother, good brother. And shout out to Nicholas Savendin. Nicholas Savendin, the Iranian brother who loves the breakdown of Zoroastrianism. Shout out to you. He says reciprocity to a SABA with the hands together, and it looks like a heart star swirling. Nicholas Savendin. 1111. Nice. It matches what I taught in the class. I like it when you all donate with the little codes in there. Your donations are becoming fun little codes like Tua Ishin, Reciprocity, 1111, 7272.
Like how you do it, like how you just said it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Hey. Okay. There you go. Look at that synchronicity. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we got, who is that? That was Nicholas. So that means the next one, straight out of the SABA. Straight out the SABA is Angela, straight out the gate. Shout out to Angela, straight out the gate. $10 for infinite knowledge. Thank you, Angela. You've come a long way. Thank you. I love watching you grow. What's that? What's that noise? Thank you, Angela Gates. I love watching you grow and expand. I can see your reactions in the chat compared to when you first came in and you're just getting your grounds of what's going on. You truly appreciate what's going on right now. I love it. Hey, Israel Hoyley, giving his tip from his tips. Give this man some big noise. Israel Holy with a $30. Giving tips from tips. $30. Give him some big noise. Yeah. Thank you, good brother. $30. Appreciate you, Israel Hoyley. Thank you very much. And we got Eric G, that's it, with a 333. But don't be fooled, because Eric G just gave a massive donation that is not announced on the podcast a couple days ago. Thank you, Eric G, for that, for the big donation you just gave, and thank you for all the add up. The podcast sees the 333, but I saw the bigger one. So shout out to you. Don't think Eric G's just giving 333. He's donating big. Okay. Oh, Joanne, I already got you. Thank you, Joanne. Who's this here? Big Rigo coming through. I love Rigo's donations because I never know when they're going to happen. But when they do happen, it's a beautiful, pleasant surprise. Him and Stranger do it. They're big and I don't know when. Never know when to expect them. Rigo Alvarado, $72.52. Greetings, Tehuti. Thank you for another great class. Greetings, Rigo. I'd love to like to meet you one day. He sent $72.52 for the K 2019 breakdown. Wow. Give him some huge noise. Oh my goodness. What a tip for the breakdown. Thank you. Rigo, $72.52. What a massive donation tip. They like your question, KHEPERA. You may be setting a trend here, my brother. You may be setting a trend here. This may be the new K 2019 class.
I can't wait.
I'm gonna go on YouTube right now. I just want to see something because from what I remember, my brother, I think it has 67 million views. Can you believe that?
You're exactly right. There's plenty of people have watched it.
Yeah, isn't that interesting how certain things can 6.2 million views, and it has different there's different channels with it. One has 10,000, one has 6.2 million. It's interesting how certain things get that kind of traction. Just like what about that movie made it 6.2 million views? My goodness, we need to imagine how many people want to learn. Like this, of the 6.2 million, there's at least 20,000 of you. Of 6.2 million, there got to be at least 20,000 HEKA in there in the mix.
Exactly.
Maybe about 5,000 primordial thoughts. I think you're on mute, Primordial. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's the fact that you said it in the class last week, a couple of weeks ago, where you mentioned that the 7 wonders of the world and how that was the only wonder left because they couldn't figure it out. And the fact that somebody is supposing that they figured it out is what's attracting them to it. So it's about an ego thing more than likely.
Yeah. And Primal thought, I don't know if you said anything because you've been muted all this time, but I see you moving around. I don't know if you're talking or just happy.
So there's gonna be some new videos now on the 10th. They gonna start breaking down now. They already got you written down already. They about to create more videos. Those views about to go higher.
What views? The K19 views?
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, they're gonna K19 part 2. K19 part 2, breakdown of the 10 and 100.
Yeah,
10 and 100 revealed.
It's happening. Yes, sir. Exposed.
Man. And okay, let's get back to it. So that's Rigo. Shout out to Rigo. Next one is Stephen Escalar. If you're listening, my good brother, I hope that sister you're talking to comes through the pod class, creates a relationship, and I would love to help her out with that situation. And I would love for her to become as serious as you want her to be. Shout out to you, good brother. Is that 29? I would love to help her. Help her, which would help you. So I'm all for it. Bring her through. Hey, who is Ashni Kumar again? Ashni Kumar.
That's Master K.
Oh, that's right. Yes, okay. Master K, thank you, thank you. When he first donated, I don't think it was Ashni Kumar at first. I think it was Master K or Matthew something. Shout out to Ashni Kumar. Sent $9.72, a small token of appreciation for the knowledge transmitted by you. Thank you, Master K. You've been around from the beginning. I appreciate you. You've been respectful and appreciative from the very beginnings, consistently. Even though you may have situations where you can't donate or not donate that much, I appreciate whatever you can give because you're consistent. And if you had more, I know you would give more. So shout out to you. Custom made tees is back to the 666.
That last support didn't show on screen.
Oh, it didn't? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Hold on. What? Oh, thank you for telling me that. Let me why is that? Wait, Windows. Okay, let me what's happening? Custom made tees. Who is that? It's custom made tees. Steven Escalar, right? No. Ashni Kumar. What was the last donation you saw on the screen, everybody?
It was the one before Master K.
Was that Steven? Okay. How about no? Oh, I see what's happening. How about now? Is that showing up now?
Yes.
Did that showed up before?
No, this didn't show up before. I think what you showed before this one was Rigo.
So you saw Steven, right?
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Shout out to Small Token Appreciation. Thank you, good brother. And what am I back in?
Yes.
A lot of madness happening. Okay, Ashneen and let me see something here. Let's see. Ashneen, who's the last one? Steven. Ashneen, right? Ashneen was before Steven. Let me see. Yes. Okay. So we're all caught up. Steven, then Ashneen, and Sincere Austin, which is Bijan Farrell, always coming through. Whoops. What's going on here? Oh, man. Oh, I'm stuck on Ashneen. Okay, here we go. Bijan Farrell, who always comes through with the big 5-0. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. Oh, 31. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. And is that shown on the screen or no? No, it's not.
No.
Okay, let's fix that. There we go. Give him some big noise. Give him some big noises for support. Oh, 10 out of 10. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. 10 out of 10. Nice, nice, nice. Beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And next up, Hey, a good amount of donations came in. You haven't seen in a while? Terry Patty and Nana Amun. Have you seen any of them in your class, Scribe? Hope they're okay.
No, I have not.
Terry Patty, you remember who that is, right? Remember seeing those names?
Yes, I remember Teddy Patty.
Okay, shout out to the good brother Johan Billadou. Is that on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, shout out to good brother Johan Billadou. Appreciate you, good brother. The brother who looks exactly like me. My clone when I was 23. Shout out to you. I did a one-on-one with them, and I thought I was looking in the mirror. I thought I was by myself. I didn't know what was happening. The brother is a clone of me when I was about 23. Shout out to you, Johan Billadou. Appreciate you very, very, very much. Okay, a lot of donations came in tonight. Thank you, people. Appreciate you a lot. I must say, I'm happy with what I'm seeing tonight. A lot is coming in. Thank you very much. I know, Atef, I'm gonna read your message, Atef. I know there's some kind of problem, but I know you'll fix that and get things back right. Okay. Wow. Is this on the screen?
Yes.
Give him some big noise. He's not. Thanks for the knowledge, Henu Samba. Give him some big noise. Give him some Red October. Give him some. Thank you.
We have some good news pertaining to Black Alucard, right, Ani?
Yes, absolutely.
What's that?
The Black Alucard will be at the Pathways to Awakening event.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so we will get to meet the great brother. He will get to meet you, Saba. So looking forward to that.
And he became a member, right? Am I correct? Is that old?
Yes, and he also became a member, a Teachings of Ma'at member.
Okay, good. Proud of you. Thank you, my good brother. After October, everybody in the podcast is going to be a member. Watch what happens. Watch this. As they say on Sunday, watch this. But after October, everyone is going to be a member. It's going to be a complete. Everybody's going to be at the door begging to be a member. Shout out to Black Alucard. I got a message from him. I thought he wasn't coming till January or February, but that's good that he switched it to coming. I told him to contact you to get information on hotels, so that's good. He is coming. Thank you for the update. Black Alucard says thanks for the knowledge. Okay, next up is HEKA KHEPERA with an extra tip for of course for the 2019 smash. Give us some noise. Anybody who gives an extra tip gets some noise.
You like that number, Saba?
Oh, you know, I gotta look. I'm not looking at it right now. Hold on. Extra HEKA. I think I remember 1118. Let me confirm. Let me look back. 1118. Yes, sir. yes, everybody. I like it. I like it when you all do this. It's fun. It's like we're playing with digital numbers and like I like this. 1118. That's right. HEKA KHEPERA 1118, man. This if people only knew. Thank you. Nobody knows what I taught but you all. I just want everybody to know that you are the only people that know what I just taught. If you go to anybody and ask them about 1118, nobody knows what you're talking about.
Well, it was fire that you just broke down like the like you said in the Aku's, the shafts and everything, like you were saying, it matches the umbilical cord. I was like, oh, that's fire. That was dope.
At the entrance to even get to the King's Chamber, you got to go through umbilical cord.
That was fire right there.
Thank
So
you.
most of us were taught that the 18 meant the mark of the beast, because I know that's what I was taught. The 3 6s, 666.
Yeah, yeah.
When that's a SARS number. I mean, that's the man, the real man.
Even get it.
Yeah.
They vilified them right off the bat, man.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Right out the gate.
Crazy. It's crazy.
Oh my goodness. Everything became evil. Yep. 18. Okay, next up is a lot of support tonight. Thank you, family. Thank you, everybody. I'm gonna stick around. Thank you. 2772 from the good brother who donates every single week. And if he doesn't donate, he donates to make up for the week he missed, and he puts the date of it. Owen Hythe, also known as Ascari 21. 2772. Give it to me. Oh, do we give noise to KHEPERA? Hold on.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Big noise. Thank you. One Hythy's awesome, dedicated always. Oh, okay. We're running down in donations. We're at the end. Oh my goodness! Here comes the monsters coming through. Get Legion, known as Maharu, comes through with the $100. Where's the Red October? Did you lose that sound scribe? The Red October?
Have this one.
That's kind of like it. It was something like that. Yeah, okay. Give him some noise. Is that on the screen? $100 for Brother Reciprocity, Hotep Saba. Include next Medu class. Okay, so he gave $80, and that's smart. He gave $80, and 20 of this is going to the next Medu class. Very good. Good. Very good. And Big at Leisure, if next Monday comes around, if Tuesday comes around, you don't get the class, remind me, okay? Because the way that I'm saving this, I'm not saving this under the Mednetter section. I'm saving it under pod class, so it may slip my mind because I just look at sections and send out links based on sections. Okay, so Ani Pata. Oh, here we go. Received. Ani Pata Tehuti. $27.72. Give him some big noise. And he says, to a great Saba, Ankh teachings. Beautiful.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Who said yes, indeed? Who's that?
I did.
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay, and yeah, a couple more donations one more donation came in. Oh, Menkora, the same one who just spoke. I see a donation from him that says Tua for inviting us to those dimensions. Tua for inviting us to these dimensions. Okay.
That was KHEPERA before that spoke, but yes, Tua Saba for inviting me into a world I never thought even existed. This is so mind-blowing. Like, I've never been so excited to learn, and you have redefined the definition of teacher. It is so amazing. So Tua to you for welcoming us into these dimensions. I didn't know I would be able to travel into portals and dimensions. I didn't even know they existed, but you are showing us that they exist.
Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. You are the most determined of anybody in the pod class. persistent. You are the most persistent one. I was literally ignoring you for 6 months or something. Like I was gonna put you on. I have a lot of people saying negative things, and I put them in. I have a section where I can put you in a section where you're just talking to yourself, and I don't actually see your messages. So there's a lot of people right now thinking that they're arguing with me, and they're talking to the molecules. And I was gonna put you in that section because you kept persisting and persisting, but man, your persistence paid off, my brother, because I was like, he's not gonna stop. Okay. Oh, there he is. Okay. I thought you were some Caucasian troll, man.
Yeah, my Facebook page is a business page because I'm not on social media. I do not like social media. So the only Facebook page I have, it says Famous in Madison, and it's one of those clapper things. And so when you said on Killer Priest, if you're interested in classes and learning, I was like, oh yeah. So I just kept sending messages, and so I didn't mean to come off like a Caucasian. I don't know, maybe it was my page, but
no, it was the page. I thought you were one of those guys, and I thought you were one of the guys on the page, and I was like, this is not somebody interested in the knowledge I teach. I saw the guys on the page, and I was like, no, this is somebody trolling me. It looked like some Danny. What's his name? Danny from Family Matters. I'm like, what is this? I was like, this guy's not trying to read the Perm Haru. Who's this? Who's this guy? This is a hockey player. Who's this? Okay. This is Wayne Gretzky. So, okay. Next couple donations. Annie Patah sent 10. Met times 10 Echo. So you know what I'm going to do? Anybody who wants a part 2, send a donation. HEKA KHEPERA. So what I'll do, my brother, is that question about the dark matter, I'll just put that towards a part 2 of this. Okay, let me just put it towards K19. Are you going to?
That's fine, Saba.
Okay. I'll remark that. So definitely we'll get some more K19 next week. Most definitely. Awesome. A few people have tipped for it, and you've actually sent in extra. So no problem. 39. And this is a scribe who says, met 10 times, Echo of Tehuti, Medu creation. Awesome. Awesome. You know what, Scribe?
Yes.
Hey, Atef is here. Hey, peace, Atef.
Peace, Saba.
Came in through the window like Tommy on that show. When did you get in here? All right,
bro, man.
I'm
bro,
man from the 5th floor.
Oh, it's brother man. Okay.
Bro, man.
Yeah. What were you saying, Atef?
I say, how's my sound?
It sounds really, really good. Would you get to catch the breakdown of the 10 times 10 and all that?
A little bit. a little bit.
Oh my goodness.
I gotta run it back, Saba.
Okay, man. Okay, don't worry. Your mind's gonna be blown. I hope you did you fix that situation? Because I hope you don't get your everything taken from you. From what I saw, it
happened twice in a month, twice in 2 months. I was hacked, and it's through my employer payroll too. That's the whole thing.
Man.
It was twice. It was once in July, and they fixed it, and then last Saturday they hit me again for like $200. So.
Yeah. Oh, okay. But you're insured, of course, right?
Yes, yeah. But it just takes, it does. But it takes a while for them to remedy it. But then all my stuff gets locked. So I have to lock it. I don't know where it's coming from, and then they gotta send me new cards and all of that.
Yeah. I remember that. I I remember that happening. I remember that. It's a process, and you can't even do anything. Okay, no problem. I hope. Well, I know it'll get fixed. And thank you for sending me that text message because I was scrolling up. I was like, "Where's the TEF? Where's the?" But thank you for sending me that. Appreciate that. That's it'll work out.
Yes.
Okay, so this is. Did I save that? I think we're at our last. Let me see. I think we're at
Saba,
our last.
You were going to say something.
Oh, I was gonna say. Yes, I was gonna say. Do you notice if you're patient and you put things together, you're getting the book. The creation book. You're actually getting the creation book. And these, I should just print out the PDFs of this podcast. It's the creation book that you're getting with all these especially the stuff on evolution and. Oh, Annie, were you here for the woman breakdown? Women were first. Were you here for that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, all the creation book is all that. I just need to print out the podcast. I just start printing on selling the PDFs of the podcast as books. Just put page number 1 to 1,000 because that's literally what it is. So, but yeah, I was just saying you're slowly getting the whole creation book. There'll soon be nothing in the creation book that you're not gonna have in the podcast. But I should I should print out as one book though one day. I should.
Yes, absolutely. I most definitely noticed, and I'm thankful. So yes, that's a great idea. Would love to do that. I would love to have that. So Tua for what you're doing.
Nini Uk, my good brother, Nini Uk. And Primordial Thought. $25 to a great SABA Tehuti. Amenhotep Ra, thank you. I think this is the one he sent when he said, I'm about to send you a cash app right now. I think this is the one. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate that. Give him some big noise, please.
It's not showing on the screen.
Oh, no?
No.
Oh, okay. Let me repair that. Oh, I see. I know what happened. Okay. I'm getting tired. Oh, man. Oh. I'm breaking down. That term is used for everything. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Primordial Thought. Oh, that's wrong. That's not right. No. Let me try this once more. One more time. Primordial Thought. Let me see. It should be Windows, right? Yeah, Windows. Okay, Windows. Now it should be on the screen, I hope. $25 to a great SABA Tehuti. Amenhotep Ra, thank you again. Is that showing, gentlemen?
There is no spoon.
Yes.
Thank you, Primordial Thought. Boom, boom, boom. And Shannon. Hey, Shannon. Shannon comes through with the 555. Now 555 has a meaning. Well, it's had a meaning ever since the orbit class, the Venus orbit, but now it has even more meaning. Look how many classes I've done on 5. They're all one string. 555 for love and support always, and love and support to you. And is Shannon in the room today?
Yes, she's here.
Okay, hey Shannon, peace and love to you if you can hear me. And the good sister here is actually I'm going to be doing something with my Naturts tomorrow. So shout out to you, Shannon, for your participation with that. One of my Naturts has a womb circle for the sisters, where she breaks down a lot of things pertaining to womanhood and Ma'at. And Shannon is going to be a part of that. Shout out to you, Shannon. She's a part of the things that my Naturits are doing, and I like that. So peace and love to you, Shannon. Keep going, keep striving, and your name is coming up soon. It's coming up. I won't say soon, but it's coming up. It's coming up sooner than usual. So shout out to you. Oh, she's here. Okay, what does she say? She says, yes, I'm here, Saba, and absolutely, and something red. I don't know what that is, but shout out to you. Peace and love. Okay, that's it, everybody. I think that's it of the donations. Is that it? I'm going to refresh the page. Is that it, everybody? Is everybody who is supported going to support? And is there no more? Well, there is one more. I don't think I read it. This is one I didn't want to read because I didn't want to intimidate everybody. Or did I read it? I didn't read it. It was Sherry Ka. I don't think I did. Where is it? Oh, it pushed it down to the next page. Wait a minute. Did it push it down? No. I didn't read Sherry Ka's big donation. No. Receive, is this it? No. Where is Sherry Ka's monster donation? Where's Sherry Ka? Sherry Ka. I don't okay, this must be it right here. Oh, it's the next one. And to end the whole pod class, it looks like stranger. Where's Sherry Ka? Must be this. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Sherry Ka gave this. This is gonna be, I haven't decided. We're gonna push this to closer to October. But she sent in this monster donation. This is gonna be closer to October that I answer this. But she did send it. Did somebody get put out of the room?
Yes, Primordial Thought 9.
Okay, thank you. He's back, right?
Yes, he is back.
Give some huge Red October noise for Sherry Ka. $137.72. Sherry Ka questions. Give the noise first. Give the noise. Oh my goodness. Sherry Ka. Oh my goodness. Sherry Ka will not let me rest. Ooh-wee, she's on it. Sherry Ka question. Scientists openly claim discuss the fine structure constant 1/137 as a magical number or even an impossible number to them. What does this number echo and symbolize for us? Ooh-wee. What does this number echo and symbolize for us living on Earth day to day? Oh my goodness, man. Oh my goodness. Is this the question here? Let me open this up. Is this Sherry Ka right here? Is this Sherry Ka right here? Yes, it is. So I'm gonna put I'm gonna rename this. Shout out to Sherry Ka with the every question is just explosive. From September 19th. So I officially cannot close a pod class before 2 in the morning, it seems. Shout out to Sherry Ka. Oh my goodness, what did I do? I cannot close. But I did start at 7:15 today. My goal is to start at 6 every day, but I'm so busy, it's difficult. Okay, everybody. Boom. That is it, everybody. Thank you for coming to the Tutti Pod class. I'm going to put the donation up on the screen again. For those who don't know, this is a Reciprocity channel. If you saw anything that you liked and respect for the people throughout the week
I get some of those donations that I show in the pod class. Some of them are from the week. They're not coming in for today. They're coming in for the week, and I just put them all in for today. People that I don't know, never heard of, and they're watching the pod class and they're supporting, and they're not in the pod class. So it's all genuine, honest reciprocity, because I don't know those people. They're brand new names I've never seen before. Shout out to you. Cash App TT Amun, PayPal at Rocky SV. This is a reciprocity system, an ebb and flow. I've created a system where people actually show appreciation for mind-blowing answers and matrix breaking, gut-wrenching, breakdown, building up monumental answers that are not given anywhere in the world. And if you have access to something that you can't get anywhere else in the world, treat it 1/10 of how you would when there's some, there's these like a Nike or something comes out and there's only like, they say only 10 made, and then you buy it because you want to be one of those people. Only 50 of these shirts made or something. Well, this is just one. This is not, there's no 50 pod classes. There's no 10 of them. There's no 100 of them. This is the only place on the entire planet that this is happening. And I've put out this request for 2 years. If this is happening anywhere else on the planet Earth, that's the whole circumference and radius of the entire planet Earth. If anything like this is happening anywhere, could you please put the link of where? And I promise I will create an answer for Sherika's question right here. And I will still send the same question to that person. I will send Primordial Thought or HEKA KHEPERA to whatever that channel is you're talking about, and I will send them this question right here Sherika asked. I'll send them the HEKA KHEPERA question, and I want to see that this is going on, that they're going to give an answer that's going to break it down like you see here. If you cannot do that, then that means that you are watching something that is only happening one place on the entire planet Earth in the solar system. I don't know if anybody truly understands what that means. It means it's better than there's a car that came out and there's just one of them in the entire Earth. And Elon Musk is saying you can get that one. There's one car in the entire Earth and you can get it for your birthday. Would you support it? Would you be excited to get it? Some people pay money for Wayne Gretzky's hockey puck because there's one hockey puck that he signed. There's one Jordan shoe that Jordan signed. This is the one. And there's brothers that will pay $2,000 for that. Well, there's only one of this. So what does that mean to you? If it means anything, if it doesn't, I say I won't kick you off the panel. I won't kick you out of the chat. Just come to the chat. I just want to know. Just come to the chat and just type it. I promise I won't kick you out. But nobody's typing that either. So take a stand. Either support what you see, or be man or woman enough to come to the panel or come to the chat and just type, this means nothing to me. I promise I won't block you. I won't kick you out. I just want to see if anybody's actually going to say that. Because if you're not going to say that, that means it means something to you. So either support because it means something to you, or honestly just type, Tehuti, I'm watching this and this means absolutely nothing to me and I'm never going to support. But I don't think anybody will come to the panel and say that, because I think that's too embarrassing to say. They won't come to the panel and say that. So just come to the panel and say it so I can just get that off of my mind, that there are actually people who truly believe that. And I don't think there are. I think that people are just demonstrating a reptilian type of nature, and I'm trying to break that reptilian nature. But I believe that people really are benefiting out there and even taking this and putting it on other channels, and they're just not saying anything. You don't have to do that. Just become a part of the team. Look at Scribe. Scribe isn't. I'm not out there telling anybody Scribe is taking my information, but I can go to Scribe. I can go to the Sunday class and I can see him put up slides that I made. I can see him put up slides that have everything that I taught, all the things that I taught, with even the boxes and all the knowledge that I taught. I know it's from me because no one else on the planet is teaching that. And I'm saying that's beautiful. He's a part of the team. So anybody who's benefiting from this, taking it to put on a YouTube channel, come and be a part of the team and just say that this is where it's coming from, or say that there's a a master teacher called Tehuti out there, and then I'll come on your channel too, and it can become one big family. I won't tell your followers to leave you. I won't tell people not to watch Scribe. Why would I tell people not to watch a TEF? If HEKA KHEPERA started something right now, why would I tell people not to watch it? I would push people to go support it. I'm trying to create. That's what Kemet was. How can you have a YouTube channel or be anything a part of Kemet, and you don't want to build with other people? You just want to be. How can you be an individual Kemetian when Kemet was the largest country in the world? Kemet was 3 times the size of America. Kemet was 3 times the size of America. Kemet was 3 times the size of America. Everybody unified, and everybody wants to be their own individual channel. No, support the Tehuti pod class. Show me that you're doing this. I'll send people to you. Just like on Killer Priest, people were donating to my answers $50 to $300. I didn't take 1 penny. Killer Priest didn't say, here is 40 cents of that. Here's 1 dime, 2 dime, 3 dime, 4 dimes. Take 4 dimes of the $2,000 we made tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4 dimes. He didn't give me 1 dime. And I never asked him for 1 dime because I said, this is the Killer Priest channel. I told everybody support the Killer Priest channel. That's just the type of being that I am, because I don't understand not supporting something that you're benefiting. Ahati told me not to go on Sonetter unless I'm getting paid. That was what Ahati told me. Don't go on Sonetter unless you get paid. And that I shouldn't go to these places unless they're paying me. And I'm saying they are paying me. They're paying me. You know what the payment is? Scribe, Atef, Menkora, HEKA KHEPERA, Shannon. There's my payment. I don't want 1 penny. So I tell everybody, come unite, everybody, and support what the person is asking for, which is just whatever support. On Killer Priest, I didn't ask anything, so I never complained about anything. I never said, look, they're not supporting me. I know my support would come. My support would come in the form of a TEF, in the form of everybody that's here in the pod class. That's better than money to me. But if I am asking for support in the form of a donation, there's no reason why 50 people would be watching this or 70 people watching this and saying, I just don't want to give you anything that I've earned. You don't mean anything. So shout out to those who support. There it is right there. PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App TT Amoon, and support this like you tip the waiter. Anybody else, anything else you bought if you bought a pack of bubble gum, you know, and you don't support this, shame on you. If you bought a pack of bubble gum in your life, if you took out money to buy multiple packs, a TEF, how much packs of bubble gum have you bought in the last 30 years?
Countless.
Doesn't each of them at least cost $1? Isn't each at least $2?
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of support, SABA refresh.
You're echoing. I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
I said, speaking of support, refresh the Cash App.
Okay, good. I'll refresh the Cash App. It's only Cash App, not PayPal?
Yes, Cash App. Yes.
Okay, I'll refresh that. PayPal has to be sent to me from one of the netters. But yes, shame on you if you bought 100 bag of Doritos in your life. Is there anybody in the pod class who has not bought 100 bag of Doritos since they were 15? Just press a 9. If you have not bought 100 bag of Doritos or any potato chips, press a 9, and let me tell you that you're a liar. If you bought 100 bags of any kind of potato chips since you were 15 to the age that you are now, and you don't support the Tehuti pod class, then yes, you are definitely saying the bag of Doritos was worth more than your life than the Tehuti pod class. And if so, just type it in the room, and I appreciate you. But for those who are supporting the Tehuti pod class more than they support Cheerios, a box of Cheerios that I know you've bought in 200 boxes of Cheerios for your children, I appreciate you. For those who are actually supporting, I'm going to refresh the page, and I see here we go. I see a TEF. Speaking of support, here we go. I see a TEF with I think he's an early Meternetter bird, but this is this is the donation one. The one above may be the Meternetter one. Let me see. Shout out to brothers like a TEF. Look what the brother is doing here. I want everybody to know this brother just told me something serious happened with his bank account. Okay, something very serious happened with his bank account. And I'm still seeing a donation on the same night. He's telling me something serious happened with his bank account. So that means that didn't stop him from supporting. And if he did not support because of that, I would never say anything to him about it ever. If he said, because of this situation, I can't support for 3 weeks because my thing's locked, I would never say anything but thank you for whatever you've given, and whenever you work it out, work it out. But here he is still. So give him some big noise, Annie, $20.23. Give him some big noise, please. Shout out to you, Atef. He says for support. Atef, are there two of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Look, who said yes? Atef, you said yes?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show this, everybody, even though this is not a pod class donation, but I want to show everybody how smart somebody can be. That it is Friday night. Medunetter Monday is not until Monday, and Atef is smart because he's putting in for him and his mate days earlier, so that he more than likely is going to be in. He actually has to be in because I don't have a donation before this, other than Sarah, who pays for the month. So what I do in the Medunetter class is I don't decide who comes in the class. I actually will take this donation email and I'll refresh it as unread. So when Monday comes, I just go down to the bottom of the page, and every name that I see, I send a link to. I don't skip anybody. I don't jump anybody. It's in order. So when it gets to the 8th person, the 9th person, that's when it locks up, because only 10 people can come in the class, and I'm one of the 10. So shout out to Atef. Very smart for securing your spot days before. Very, very smart.
That just became available. So I've been refreshing my phone all night.
I was wondering how you did this.
It wasn't available before, and I just refreshed it, and I'm like, let me try again for the night ends. And I'm proud to pay. Like Nipsey Hussle, when he released his mixtapes, he had a campaign where it was called Proud to Pay, where people paid what they felt they wanted to pay. And proud to pay. I'm proud to support SABA. I'm happy to support. So I couldn't support prior to that, and it became available as soon as it did. There it goes. So I'm proud to pay. I'm proud to support. I'm happy to support.
Thank you.
So this knowledge and the guidance is important to me, because we don't have no more uncles and big homies and fathers. And not giving us information to crash out. So I appreciate you, SABA.
Thank you, my good brother. I appreciate you too. Shout out to the new people in the room. Visual Griot. I never seen that name before, but shout out to you. Everybody is welcome here. Everybody's welcome to sit and learn. And when you see the level that this is, then you become a part of the supporters, and then it's a circle. It's a cycle. Shout out to you, Visual Griot, and anybody else that's new in the pod class. Okay, everybody, we're going to close out on that note. We're going to close out on that note. Primordial Thought. When are you going to become a part of the? When are you going to get a snake in your house, man, to shock your lady with?
It's funny because
my
daughter was just asking me that tonight. She was asking me that tonight because she saw you on the screen, and she was like, "Oh my God, look at that snake!" And then she was like, "Are you still going to get a snake?" And I was like, "Yeah, soon." And then she started talking about, what if it's poisonous? Like, do we take out the fangs? I said, no. Saba just said you gonna kill it if you do that. And then so she's like, okay. I was like, don't worry, like he'll teach us so it doesn't hurt you. And she's like, okay.
Oh my
hey, Saba, it's only fair to get the 9.
Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness, man!
After you broke down the name and then you brought 9 out, it's kind of only right to do that.
I said to myself, I said, you know what? I'm not gonna mention. I don't know if I want to mention primordial thought getting a snake because I know he's gonna ask me for that. I know the first thing he's gonna ask me for, and that there's no snake. You can't. Listen. I'm gonna tell you something. You guys are gonna see some things I pull out in the pod class based on some questions you ask, and to have snakes with a genetic design based on what I teach is not like I was talking to Ani Patah about a snake he may get. It took me 2 years. I didn't tell him this. It took me 2 years for this specific print color design. That means when I get an animal, a certain animal, other than the ones I get and release back out because I do the rescue thing and trading and breeding. But when I get an animal that I want, it takes a long time. So that snake that you just saw, that is a tiger, possible het citrus, reticulated python, mainland. They don't come with 9 dots. That's not, you can't buy that. So you can't go to a store and say, can I get a snake with 9 dots on each side? They don't know what you're talking about. You have to wait for a specific clutch to come out, and it could take years and years and years for that one to come out. And I told Scribe, I said I took 2 years to find a certain one that I may want for him, and it's in the exact print color as something that's very special to me, and it took me 2.5 years to get it, and they don't have it regularly. So we'll talk about that, my brother. I'm gonna that snake. There's no snake with 9 dots on each side available in any store on the world that I know of. So I knew you were gonna ask for that too. I knew it. I was like, oh my god, you got Manku wants a cobra. I'm like, you guys are. Man, I didn't even have access to these things until recently because it's so difficult to it's very difficult. The snakes I have, wait till you see what I'm training to work on. I'm gonna bring out something that could kill me for real. So I don't know if you want to start off with that one or get 9. You want to get a red viper, horned viper, the one in the sand. I just put 9 dots on them. I could write 9 dots on them. It may be the last 9 dots you see, but okay. Oh, that's right. This man, Black Alucard, he's quiet as kept. Black Alucard has a collection of snakes now. He just never talks about it because he doesn't talk much. But ever since Kill the Priest and he saw me with the snakes, he started to see he has a snake collection now. I forgot about him. I need you to add to my, when you come, if you're coming up October, absolutely. Anybody who wants a Tehuti snake, I have snakes for sale that are borderline extinct. That means you can't even legally get them. But I breed them now. So anyways, we'll talk about that, everybody. Shout out to everybody in the snake family. I'm gonna get KHEPERA 25-foot anaconda to start him off, him and his son. Start off with that. I'm gonna get a Tefa, an Egyptian killer scorpion to start him off. And let's see. No, you'll get some. Scorpions are harmless, actually. Most of them are. But okay, everybody, we're gonna end off at Tef. You can do the affirmation. I gotta get to sleep. I got 4 anacondas that are angry at me right now because they haven't had water in about a week, for particular reasons. So I gotta fix them up tomorrow, and I got a lot to do. Oh, you know about the bloom slang? Who's this? This man came in talking about the bloom slang. You read? How do you even know about what in the world? Whoever, shout out to Visual Griot, just went ahead and named one of the craziest snakes in the world. Go ahead, Visual Griot. Thank you, my brother. Yes, I want one of those, but you know, I don't want to pass away doing this. Okay, I don't want to be Cleopatra. Right. I don't want to go out to Tehuti gets bit by a snake. Oh, there'd be 1 million videos.
Tehuti goes out snake style.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Every YouTube channel would have me on there, but no, this my snakes. No, I would never give anybody anything dangerous. Step and a half snake. Oh man, visual griot. I don't know who you are, brother, but
Charlie two-step.
step and a half. They name it these things because as a code word that after it bites you, that's how many steps you take. So you don't make it to the hospital. So it bites you and you take 2 steps. And not the not the R. Kelly, not that. You take literally 2 steps.
Right.
And that's your last dance. So okay, let's go ahead and close.
You call them Charlie two-step. Yep.
What do you say?
I said, yeah, in Vietnam War they call him Charlie two-step.
Oh yeah, the snakes out there in Vietnam, right?
Yep.
Those things will kill you before the soldiers get you.
Yep. 2 steps, you're gone. You're gone.
You could last longer getting shot by a bullet. Okay.
Exactly.
Let's go ahead and let me see if there's any more donations that we're going to close it out. I love talking to you guys, but I got to close it out. That's it. That's the end of the donations. We're going to close out, everybody. Scribe, everybody say a couple words, and Atef, you say the affirmation, and we are gone. Give us a couple closing words, Scribe, and then HEKA KHEPERA, Primordial Thought, who wants the Impossible Snake, Atef, and Menku Ara, who wants to add a cobra to his house. Oh my. Close us out, Scribe.
All right, Hotep Ma'at, Great Saba Tehuti, Tua for the wonderful pod class, and for the beautiful teachings that you bring forth. Tua for laying down the foundation for someone like me to pick up and stand on. And as I can, consistently say, and will always travel with me forever, is to carry your name and represent that. So Tua for everything that you do, and I really appreciate you, and I appreciate all of the people who support. It means a lot to me to see people really appreciate this information and support the one who brings it forth. So Tua to everyone, Hotep Henu, and may you all have a fantastic weekend. Get your tickets for the event, and we'll see you all Sunday in the Teachings of Ma'at study guide class for Menku Ara, his presentation.
Oh, okay.
So peace and love. Hotep.
Hotep, thank you, brother. Thank you. Good luck, Menku Ara. Did you ever get that channel put back up, or did they wipe it out? You're on mute. Did they wipe it out, Annie, or are we back?
It's back up. It's back up. It wasn't even anything bad, except they got what they had coming for messing with a tomb. Right? What? That's not my fault. It's already on YouTube.
Right. Oh my goodness. Good. Okay. HEKA KHEPERA. Thank you, Annie Patel. Appreciate that. HEKA KHEPERA, give us some closing out words.
To you, Saba, and I'm greatly appreciative for your sacrifice and the things that you bring. As Ani said earlier, your life lessons. Greatly appreciative. To the rest of you fellas, to the T.O.M panel, Ani, Primordial, Atef, Menku, Ahadi, and whoever else, Henu to the pod class as well. Mira and Annie's thoughts, just thankful for all the supporters who appreciate Saba's great work, his universal work, and getting us out of the matrix, but more importantly, that providing us a path to immortality, which is the most important thing for me and my family, is that this is not just some knowledge. I've been in an institute where I've gained a lot of knowledge, but it was all void because it didn't give me immortality. So I'm thankful for that, Saba, and all the work that you do to the podcast. Everybody enjoy your weekend, and can't wait to see you guys when you come out here to LA. I'm looking forward to it very much.
What's the last thing you said?
Anka Ujasaneb.
Oh, yes.
Uncle Johnson.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you, my good brother, for your great closing words, opening and summary. Beautiful. I love it when you come to the screen. Love your energy and appreciation, and I like you when people see you because you have great reactions for the answer. It's like a kid in a candy store, as they say. So thank you, my good brother. Primordial, yes, Primordial. Give us some good words, my good brother. What'd you say?
I said, Hotep Saba, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for all that you do. Definitely waiting on them Upesh rituals. I might, you know what's up? I'm a request something in the Metal Netter class for that. You know what? I'm gonna just drop that in the Metal Netter class, and even though I can't make those because I don't get off at work on time by the time you finish. I'm barely getting out of work and class is over, so I'm gonna request that. Sabas, definitely for the Metal Netter class. But once again, thank you so much for all that you do. I appreciate you. Hotep to everybody, all you good brothers on the panel. I appreciate y'all. I love the consistency. All this consistency is definitely helping watering me and coming forth as that conscious light. So I appreciate y'all for all the consistent work that y'all put in, because y'all definitely inspire me. But Henu and Hotep to you, Saba, and Henu and Hotep to your goddesses that support your Djed. May Ra grant you all and your family health and prosperity, and may your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at forever. And may you come forth as conscious light like the divine Ra who riseth and shineth forever. Hotep, peace and love.
Hotep, beautiful, man. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, good brother. Okay, and on to Atef, Rem, Hem. Sounds like a car revving. Atef, Rem, Hem, Ma'at.
Yeah, Saba, the GO. My GO button stay mashed. I'll be ready to go.
Rem,
yeah. Let's go. Yeah, for everything, Saba. Yeah, just 2 out for everything, that you bring forth, that you teach us and guide us. And, it's I appreciate your consistency. I appreciate everything. I just want to learn and you just want to teach. So it's a beautiful effort thing. So, yeah, I'm just grateful. I'm eternally grateful to you, your existence, to your family, your goddesses, to the great brother Hati, and to all you brothers on the panel, and to all the supporters. I definitely echo Ani's sentiment when it comes to the support. I love to see the support and to see my great teacher being supported, and all the great brothers and what they bring forth. So 2 out for that. Like you say, they taught us how to hate and be jealous and steal and not give reciprocity, and to appreciate everything that's not important. And you're teaching us what truly is important. So Henu to you for that, and Tua always.
Thank you, my brother. Tua to you for everything that you bring and your appreciation and raising your inner circle family based on my teachings. You told me one day that like I'm in your house, like the teachings and what I'm doing is integrated, and that's a beautiful thing. So thank you for making it a family thing, and showing that example that it can be done. A family can actually stick together in the teachings. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. And on to Menku Ara Marie Ma'at, with me and him in the background. What do you got to say, my good brother?
Hotep, Tua, Saba. I knew tonight was going to be a special night. When I was driving, the moon was out. It was a full moon, and it was like so close. I feel like It's such so I knew tonight was going to be a powerful night. Henu, to the brothers on the panel, so proud of everybody. Peace and love to the chat. Thank you all for the support that SABA deserves. And SABA, my presentation tomorrow is about the ancient future. So Tua to you for knowing the ancient past, being the ancient present, and leading us to the ancient future. So not showing a lot of videos tomorrow. I won't be in trouble anymore. But we salute you. So much respect and adoration to you. We're very, very grateful and have much gratitude.
Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. Thank you. Ancient Future. That's the name of a Walter Williams book.
I did not know till tonight that was a book. And so in my presentation, I'm going to share how the synchronicity happened with me creating my presentation. It's HEKA. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know what's going on, like Atef said. But and like Ani said, it's
the book.
It's powerful to be in the middle of the magic and watch it all happening. I did not know. I promise you, I did not know that this was the name of a book.
I swear, Atef has been through every school, every book, every teacher out there. He's dibbled and tested and dabbled, and anything we bring out, he's like, I got them too. Yeah, I got a Smaui Tar, whatever. I got that too. He's Atef has dabbled in all the popular books, and they're right there for him to pull out. He didn't leave the screen either. Yeah, so good luck, my brother. That's good. And the ancient future topic is that's a great base to teach on, because it's two words. It's supposed to mean opposite, but they're actually one and the same. I know that's what your theme is going to be. So it's actually one thing going on. So thank you, my good brother. Okay, is that everybody? Did everybody close out? Go through. Did everybody close out? Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna have a Tef do the affirmation. I'm gonna close it out and get some rest. Let me come back to the screen. Okay, Tef. Shout out to Master K. Shout out to Visual Griot, who knows the snakes. And we're gonna do the affirmation and close it out. Okay, I'm gonna move this from the screen, the banner at the bottom.
Okay, on the count of three.
Okay. Yes.
1, 2, 3. Unky and my aunt. Men tat us and my aunt. Men have a pet and my aunt. Per equal. I live for my aunt. I exist with her. I do not replace her. Every day I my being is dark. I come forth as light.
Wonderful. Beautiful. Let me move this off. I'm going to move the affirmation off. Okay, everybody, I'm going to come to the big screen and just do a quick closeout, and then that's it. Peace and love to everybody. Bijan Farrow says peace and love. What does he say? Peace and love, everyone. Rest well with the ancestors, Hotep, Saba, and family. Okay, everybody, I'm going to go to the big screen and close this out. And everybody get your rest, and I will see you all you will see me in the Upesh, because I have about 12 people sending me emails telling me that I'm there in the dreams teaching them. So if you see me there, enjoy. If not, I'll see you next Friday, or in my text messages, or somewhere we will see each other again. Keep in contact. I'm going to go in big screen. Peace and love, brothers.
Peace and love, so I appreciate you.
Peace.
Peace, Saba. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Peace. This is creative here.
Peace and love.
Peace and love. Peace and love. That's creative. He made a face out of the pictures. That's interesting. Okay, everybody, I'm going to close out big screen. Here we go. Close this out. And all right, here we go, everybody. Peace and love. Ma'at Hotep, peace and greetings, everyone. Thank you again for coming to another Tehuti pod class. I put up the 5-5. Now you know what it means. Another Tehuti pod class. Supporters, support, and I respect you. And we're going to end this beautiful class off. You all know what to do. You've seen this many times. I will see you next week. I hope you appreciated what you've seen today. And you all are doing a great job. Those are supporting that are keeping things moving. You know the Cash App. And you know the PayPal. It's PayPal at Rocky SV. You can wave your phone over that and get the QR code, or however it's called. The Cash App T.O.M is there as well. And MedNetter class. You can contact me to find out how to come to MedNetter class. Or if you can't make it, there are 52 MedNetter classes to purchase. And they're only $20 each. Contact me through that, and you will know how to become a part of that. Peace and love, everybody. You guys are excellent. And make sure you become a part of this, because we're definitely running out of time. Isn't that right, Mr. Time? We're running out of time. We're definitely running out of time. We're getting older, and time is passing by, so let's get as much as we can before it's all over. All right, everybody, peace and love. Make sure you support. That's my AI moderator. She says support with Cash App. Support with a question. Support with a Cash App question. TT Amun. Thank you, everybody. And of course, we are based on ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. That is the way. And it's, as you can see, it is snake style. Peace and love, everybody. You are doing beautiful, wonderful, awesome, and excellent. And we're going to go ahead and close this out. It's been another beautiful pod class. And thank you to the pod class family for being a part of all of this. On my hat, let me see where she is. Oh, she's right here. The unicorn. Neath Ba. And over here is Sata, the Kemetic Cobra. Right there for you to see. Peace and love, everybody. You've all done excellent, wonderful. Shout out to everybody in the pod class chat. Shannon says, great class, Saba Tehuti. Visual Griot says, on the other side of time, Sun Ra. Oh, Sun Ra. Wow. We're going back to Sun Ra. That's what I think it is. Lots of love, Saba. Lots of love to you, Nicholas, my Iranian brother, all the way. And where are you again? Norway? Oh my goodness. I have students all the way in Norway, students in Amsterdam, students in South Africa, students in Canada, students in Barbados, students in Trinidad, all over the world. That's why I have no time for nonsense and no time for any conversations based on anything that's not going to replace this. I have no time in my day to waste on anything that's not going to replace this. If you can't replace what it is that I'm doing, and if you have any kind of critique on me, you just get put on timeout and mute, because that means you're a distraction. Peace and love, everyone. Peace.